Hello, Zeta. Reading me the snacks. But I haven't even started. I'm still posting my going live messages. But yes, let's summon the cat. Who's probably napping in my bedroom, as per usual. And hello. Yeah, sure you have to get this. Yeah, very fair. Although I'm not sure it's a holiday for Doran today. Unsure. Yeah, he might be working. He might indeed be working. Alistair. For bedtime. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good after morning, good whatever time zone it is for you, whether you are live here on Twitch or watching this afterwards on YouTube. Welcome to this new stream of EU5, where we're still building things. I went around and actually we're going to have a decrease in the amount of money we make each month because I removed a few buildings, but I decided that I would activate all the cathedrals. Why activate the cathedrals? Let's look at the Mistani seat. The cathedrals do, well, they're going to cost me 0.15 a month. They're going to increase demand all over the country, so it's going to, so 20% of the cost is going to be taken by the country, so it's going to take, yeah, it's going to be taking things. But cathedral, if we look at cathedral, local pop conversion speed, plus 20%. I do want to get as many Lutheran people as I can and as few Catholics as I can. I do have my Catholic zealots that are rising up. The more of them I convert, the better. They're mostly pissed off because of events, and for some reason local unrest is scaled to 856.72. I don't know why it's that high, but it's scaled. That's for their progression, so it's okay. It'll go up. We'll have to fight 24 million, round that to 25 million, over 1,000 of our 1,500 locations, so about 2/3 of our country. We'll have to think about fighting the Lollard Zealots at some point in England, although there are much fewer of them. So that should be much easier. Then we'll have to fight our pastors, who are also rising up. A little bit in Portugal, a lot in southern Spain, a little band throughout France, and that's about it, plus Prague. The Provence Patriots, that's not much, it's easy. Master Leonese, one location, sure. Maybe they'll get to revolt, maybe not. Oh, sorry, 2 locations. Up here and up there. No big issues over there. And then the rest is mostly, well, Petit Peuple insurgents would be a bit of an issue. They're mostly pissed off by events, so sadly it seems to be adding up all of the things together. Like events, like when I do event piss off the Petit Peuple for 15%, it apparently stacks up. Which I find strange, but again, many things were patched in 1.1, and we're still on 1.0.11. I did 2 things, 2 big things. I went into here and I found the Czech culture. Well, the Czech and Languedocian. Languedocian culture, it was consuming 0.5. It was 0.15 to get full cultural acceptance. Might as well get the full cultural acceptance, fully accepted. And I did the same for Czech, except Czech cost me a little bit more in terms of culture cap use. That's why we are officially slightly over, only until the end of the month. But Languedocian culture, they should be happier because they're an accepted culture when it recalculates. If we look at the nobles, nope, it's there. Languedocian is an accepted culture in France, plus 10%, instead of a plus 0 because they're tolerated. So, you know, 10% happiness on 1.9 million people. The happier they are, the less likely they are to join a a rebellion, even though, you know, most of the country is currently unhappy with me. And just on the cathedral activation, there's one other reason why I wanted to activate the cathedrals. It's to avoid getting the French wars of religion again, which can only happen if we are under 70% religious unity in 10 years. So more conversions, more better. And that's about it. I also realized that we were in a coalition war, so I can only take land from England, so Castile is safe in this war. As soon as they finish... oh, that fell. You can join up with those guys then. And you are Iberian peasants. So as soon as the coalition is done, we'll have to peace out Castile. We'll have to come back to them at some point. It's some point. With all the land I hold, I did not check at the end of last stream, but we are on 1.6. Let's say 1.6. We're lacking 1k locations. And yeah, we're going to push England, because as soon as England gets pushed out, we're good. We're almost down to 0 manpower, which is slightly worrying. So we have to be a bit careful when we engage with our regulars and stuff like that. Like, engaging onto this, we'll still do it, but we'll have to be a bit careful that we don't take too many casualties, especially from Poland, who should be mostly out. This is a fort, this is in forest, in woods, so we have a plus, well, they have a -1 on their dice roll. And it's the Hungarians should not have the energy to defend. Perfect. We forced them to drop their siege, which is perfect as well. And apparently they had some prisoners who got liberated. Yeah, we had some Silly prisoners. Yay, we saved Silly. Silly, are you... No, this is not Silly. This is Silly. Silly is trying to defend their land. They're going to get smacked. But that's okay. We have 100% on the rebellion against Livonia. But we got called in. It's Livonia doing their thing, so... Doesn't really matter. Where are you guys retreating to? Somewhere you're going to get smacked. Can I group you together? Yes, so the army hunters group together. And 1st of June, we gained all the cores on Czech provinces, which gives us from integrated 5% to, if we look at Prague, be around here, Prague, literally there. Max control currently is 13. We're gaining 15%, which is going to bump it to 28% control. You know, when there's a tax base of 25, that's going to be significant, and it's going to be in the entire Czech culture. And now that I've cheesed that, I can go to culture. I can say Czech. Actually, it's going to cost me 5 stability. I'm very sorry, but you're demoted. It's going to make the Czech people very unhappy, but I have my cores, which is all that matters to me. Because this is going to take up slowly over time, and it's going to be great. You're still retreating. Move into there. Are you moving into me, or are you giving up? No, they gave up. Good. I could push Sopron if I really wanted to. I don't want to be the one going into Sopron, but we can walk into here. Tuscany took over one of our loans. We do have one loan. We'll be hopefully paying it back. Our money just crumbled at the end of the month. Because building... Yeah, buildings shot up by way more than I expected. So maybe let's maybe not activate all the cathedrals, although we can hold it for now. We can hold it for now. Now I'll get my fort maintenance from here. Apparently not. Hoping. How did those castles escape me? Okay, I need to redo the buildings because there's buildings that did escape me. Castle, all markets. No available levels. And don't care if there's available peasants. No, I want no available levels. There, remove Straubing too. Not playing that. I feel like there were a few that I did not find and that I should have found, namely docks. Docks, all markets. I want no available levels. And I don't care about the availability of peasants. Because this one I should have spotted. Just remove it. That one is in Portugal. Dry dock should be exactly the same questioning. There. Caen, Cherbourg, Verne, that's Brittany. But I'm earning so much in sailors already. If you're not fully recruited, just turn off. And Nice can turn off as well. And Marseille as well. Because those are 0.5 per, a bit more. So that's a reasonable... What I also put up is universities. Except I did not activate all of them if I remember. If I did, it was a mistake. Yeah, I activated all the universities, which is not what I wanted to do. Shut down all the universities. We're going to be putting them only in market centers. And that's why things exploded, because the upkeep of a university, 0.47 multiplied by 60, that's already a lot, plus the cathedrals, still a lot. Let's go filter by market. Tiny seat, activate. Nuremberg, I don't have any in Nuremberg proper. And that means we took a loan. We went down into the negatives. Nuremberg. Where's Nuremberg? In here. Right, I do control Nuremberg. You get a university. I'll pay for your university because I want the institutions to spread. I would especially love if I could get artillery, but currently I'm not getting artillery. Sadly, it's the one I want the most. Global trade has appeared in Paris. In a month or two, I did also change my advisor works to get one of my advisors to encourage defensiveness, so that in a month or two, we'll have 20 defensiveness, which will enable the option for it to spontaneously spawn in the Mastani seat. Because here we have 10 out of 12. Artillery has no chance of spreading here. It has a lot, but there's no base to it. So, and confessionalism for some reason is not progressing either, but same thing. Those come from the HRE. One is my subject. Opol is my subject. They're subject, whereas the artillery spawned in Poland. But I might steal that for myself, just to say that I own the institution start. Not in this war, because I won't be able in this war, but, you know, in future wars. These peasant boomsticks are peasant boomsticking. Wait, I was going for universities, Mastani, and then I got distracted because I started talking about things and stuff. There. Nuremberg, we're building it. Cologne markets, there's none in Cologne either. Let's build one in Cologne, same thing. Cologne, there. You get a university. You can't get a university. Why can't you get a university? Cologne. Why can I not build a university? It's a city, it has a lot of people, it has a lot of unemployed people. Oh well. I guess Cologne market does not get their university. Barcelona, yes. Naples, yes. So many in Italy. Prague, yes. Bruges, yes, you're the only one in Bruges. Bordeaux, you get a university too. How many can build a university? Thank you. Lazaretto is disease resistant now. Bordeaux is getting it. Porto Blue is getting it. Krakow, I don't own Krakow. Toledo in the south, nope. It's not Sevilla. Valladolid in Burgos, no, but Burgos could take one. That's Burgos. And for some reason it can't get a university. That's okay. Venice does not have a... Venice doesn't have a university. There is already a university. Why does it not show? Oh, requirements not met, yeah. Preoccupied by England, but you have a university for some reason. Yeah. Why did it not show up in the Venice market? No idea. Activate that. Magistrato. Right. Post that one down. That's a location-specific building, like protected harbor. Should have shown up. Town block. Block in Venice. Don't care. We'll have to redo some of it after the passage of the English and stuff like that for, like, you know, all of this. But that's okay. Pamplona can get everything. Stay closed. Pest markets. Nope. London, nope. Leave, no. Well, there is one in London, but I don't own London. And Genova, well, Genova just revolted, so there. If I wanted a cathedral, it might be a bit too much. Let's filter. Local pop, only if you have over 100k-ish. You only keep that if you are over 100k pops. Yeah, let's go 120. 150, perfect. I have to do it the other way around. Close. All cathedrals. Local pop. At 150. There. Set that as a criteria. And no available levels. That's not that big of a list. It's the biggest urban centers. And I want them to turn and churn. Turn and churn. Because Naples, they're having issues converting the Lutherans. I would love if they worked harder to convert the Lutherans. But, you know, things and stuff. That is that done. Livonia, you could piece out your revolt. You have all of their land. And you could go and smack these guys. You also own all of their land. Poland, how are you on war enthusiasm? You're down to 25k peeps. Knowing that these are all modern guys, so they're still slightly scary. Like that Polish army. No, they're Black Flag, they're retreating. That's a Polish army, right? Yeah. Move in a little bit. And these are Kiev armies. Kiev. What to know about you, Kiev? What can you get for troops? Nope, you don't have pikemen, so you're still old men at arms, so I have no fear in charging into you. Hi, Bohemia. These guys are retreating, the Hungarians are running away. Shift, consolidate, balance the flanks. Okay, you triggered them. You're going down to here, right? Boom. I accept to lose 129 men for that. Sopron. The Hungarians are not moving. It's their regulars, but the Hungarians, we know they are overall weakish. We know a split here. Yeah, mostly peasants. 1.4k men at arms. Mostly peasants. They got their month tick. Let's move to Dunstable. And these guys are suffering attrition. For some reason, they don't have food access. Means we'll have to replenish the cannons, which is sad, but until then, we'll push that. No, you're retreating further to Tun and Dono. Follow them. Also, consolidate your regiments. Martin Luther? No! He drank himself to death. Wow! At the age of 55. He was indulgent. If he were a ruler. No, he was an amazing. He was our head of cabinet. Let's appoint someone else who's gonna be absolutely garbage. You are the better Diplo guy. So you're gonna go and, I don't care, develop random province just so you don't count in my list. So he can go do the diplomatic corps. Do I need the diplomatic corps as of now? Yes, I do. Get to the diplomatic corps. And you can go back to integrating places. And I was working down here on San Pietro de Tuscia. There we go. Putting competent people where we need competent people. We're gonna have to deal with Genoa troops at some point. Look who's look who's attritioning and still retreating. Ouch, that hurts. That seems to hurt a lot. They're probably gonna come into here, which would be a bit of a nuisance. Okay, Moldavia have lost. Oh, that was a wipe. Okay. And that one, okay, it was 1,000 guys. Not fond of it, but I would like to know, well, we can go to it and see how many Hungarians are left. And then we fight more Hungarians who broke in just late, where we're definitely getting our defensive battle. But now we're going to be out of men for a while. Okay, Livonia relations have gone up to their max. We have no slave conversion, pops with needs. I mean, they're all wanting, except Bordeaux, where they have some more demands. But besides that, besides the fruit in the Bordeaux market and sturdy grains, which I did set a few RGOs to try and fix. Coffee cloves, can't do a thing. We have lost. We won. It cost us 855. Okay, they are grouping up with the army hunters. And I'll put the army hunters on zooming after one specific stack at a time. Possibly the Polish armies. Cambridge has fallen. That's the Brits coming back. Go defend Prague. I want Prague to hold. Yep, that's the 13k Brit peasants. You're going to Hertford. Can I be in Hertford before you? We arrive 6 p.m. in 2 days. No, they arrive before us. What kind of terrain is Hertford? Flat? Flat. It's regulars versus peasants. I'll take the trade. Shift consolidate, balance out the units. It says we lose. I don't think we lose. I think it's a lie. Siege of Pembroke is successful. Good, because they need their month tick to replenish. How did you get stuck in here? Means you need to get out through Cardigan? Apparently you need to get through Cardigan. Gubbio has fallen. Okay, that's the Genoese people. There we go. That was not... I didn't lose that one. Game. I can push to Cambridge. Regulars, we retook that. Let's push down into here, because there's a few Hungarians that it's going to be annoying to fight them, because it's all men-at-arms. But more important, there's Genoa. Let's go full occupy Genoa, actually. Go to Rovegno, and then to Genoa, and say we're out. See, they're out. Livonia, whenever you want to peace out on this, you know? Black Death. Oh. Well, here comes the murder of every single pup everyone has. Hi, Vladimir. Siege of Nitra. Technically I can, it says I can refill the garrison, but I don't want to refill the garrison. Let's go to Ganserndorf. We can have stack that it should have scared people off. We're going to Sopron to reoccupy that, that's okay. I really need these training fields to finish. Hybrid peasants, how are you doing? Where are you going into? We'll arrive in Lynn. What kind of terrain is Lynn? Grassland, wetlands. There's a -1 for me in combat there, no thanks. Next up, Fettering. Aquilia has fallen, yeah, that's okay. Again, our regulars should deal with those. Guess we're gonna take a fight here. You're live in Montcelis on 2nd of September. Huh. We get a full replenishment on that. I get the defensive battle. Livonia annexes the revolter, finally. Yeah, see, it's... Okay, Hungary. Not that much for you. To Roveno. Cardigan is on minus 28. Sadly, we only have a +3 on our fort sieging. If I shift consolidate, do I get a back to a +4? Yes, because we consolidated enough artillery. Cool. Lack of food, regular long name. How are you not getting? How are you on lack of food, guys? Thank you. We'll go to there and then to there. See if we can smack those guys. Those Kiev troops. Which is mostly regulars on the infantry. No, mostly peasants. There's a few regulars in there, but mostly peasants. Cavalry's full, and no more artillery, no more supports. Got it. Sopron has fallen. Yep. Does that mean that you guys still get food access? Yes, you do from Vienna. That was not a wipe, but that was a good killing. Consolidate, balance out the unit. Yeah, we're gonna go to Mlada Boleslav. That's fine, you're going to there. We could move back to Cambridge, maybe? Lanciano, that's Genoa. We're starting to occupy here, which is good. I'm gonna try and reinforce... Oh, Cambridge. Cambridge is good land to fight. Shift, consolidate, and balance. It says we're losing that, but that's a lie. We got the last tick of replenishment while we were fighting. Yeah, go home, English peasants. You're drunk. Seeing that, I could... Well, no, because they're still stuck on the fort. Let's go lift the occupation there. We are regaining money, but we have... Our debt is 3.5 to repay. We want the 3.5. He retreated. And maybe we can wipe them, actually, if we catch them where they retreat. Roveno occupied. Now we go to Genoa. Then we find the Genoa troops. Yeah, go home, Kiev. I don't know where you're going, but go home. You're drunk. Are you coming back? Okay. Dang, that should be a wipe, you know? At some point, it should be a wipe. I mean, I don't mind having them bouncing back and forth. But at some point, it should be a wipe of those Kiev troops. Okay, you occupied Bolzano. That's okay with me. I'll occupy Genoa, and then we'll go and start lifting the occupations in Italy. White peace imminent. Okay. I wouldn't mind a white peace. Unless England is willing to peace out for something, but they don't want to. That would be a 5-year truce, which is fine by me, which is enough to replenish the manpower. Hey, you siege down Schleswig. Good job. Go to Flensburg now. Okay. That should be a wipe for these guys, okay? Otherwise, we'll just keep the 9k, because they are taking attrition ticks every once in a while. Nope, they're locked into retreating back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I'm fine with that. Let's go to Gubbio. We need 3.3k to fully reinforce our regulars. So 900 here, which means 2.4 in England. What kind of terrain is Kettering? Kettering is good terrain to fight. Get closer to Kettering. Yep, that's Kiev in... So many battles between Kiev and me. Can I get my 30th of November? Technically, yeah, we could get our tick of replenishment here. While we're beating up the Brit peasants. And then we can go to Oxford. Shift consolidate to have as much balanced front as we can. It's going to try to reinforce as many as it can, which is probably not much. Kiev have lost again. We got some replenishment, but that's probably not all 800, all 500 we got. Still 2k more English peasants out. We can shift consolidate these guys and balance out the unit. Hoping for the fort of Cardigan to fall. Because then we would be able to retreat to here. Maybe start pushing elsewhere. You at 6.4, you're not doing bad at all. Still going for Gubbio? Yeah, you're still going for Gubbio. And you're sieging down my subjects. Or you're just standing there. You have lost again. But attrition is hurting them. They lost 677 in the last month. So as long as this goes on, we're just murdering those Kiev peasants. Using 9k troops, that's pretty amazing. Well, using attrition mostly, but... do I want to support people down here? Poland is down here. Let's walk you down to Hohenbrunn. And then see if we can trigger the Polish troops off of this. You have lost! Again! Occupation of Oxford. Might be done before the end of the month. Okay, Siege of U is done. Do we still have cannons? No, barely not. So go bonk these guys. And then go hide maybe in Buda. While regulars come in to push this one. They're probably going to get reinforced by those guys. You have lost. We have won again. Section of commerce. We gain protected commerce, lightship power, and trade maintenance. Cool. Means more money. Coburg fight is not a good fight. That is a defeat for Poland. And Poland, I didn't take any casualties on that one. Interesting. I don't know where that was, though. I was not here. You guys can now go to here, because this bit of Denmark is occupied. I have 100% on Genoa. Might as well, so I don't have to fight Genoa again. Yeah. There, take all your ducats. Send it off. And I think I start marching the regular long name 2 back to Paris for obvious Paris reasons. Oxford fell, we can push Salisbury. Start working back from the south. How are we doing on integrations? We're doing only one annexation as of now. We are maxed out on dip options. Not create subjects. Actually, actions. I want to enable scootage. I don't have that many left, but hey, might as well take the money where it is. I'm not supporting any loyalists for now because there's no need for that, so we'll be able to start pushing improve relations with other people afterwards. You have lost again, and they took a tick of attrition. Again, Rovegno is now part of our patrimony. Woohoo! We beat Rovegno, which is officially a full core that produces wool, that has a bailiff. I said Rovegno is a good bailiff to keep, so we can leave it. Cool. It's gonna have to rehire, well, promote a few peasants and rehire, but it's okay. You're marching home. I know there's occupations here, but you come and help with the Polish people. And apparently we're going to catch some other troops. Because we did get that fort off. We might lose on this one. Yep. Wow. Okay, regulars are indeed hurting. And we'll bring these peasants back to Paris and just keep on smacking people left, right with this stack. Oh, prisoners. Die, prisoners. Sorry, prisoners. Bye, prisoners. That's Norwegians. You have lost. Again. Poland is suffering attrition because it's winter. Kiev have lost. Again. This battle has been going on that Kiev has already been beaten up twice. France have won. Vladimir have lost. Oof. That was Poland, Vladimir, and Kiev. A lot of people together. Let's change you for, because you're Emmanuel von Kirchbach, right? Yeah. How about we don't walk you home, but we push out towards here, maybe? Where are you guys retreating? Well, let's give you an order, actually, which is going to be to regroup with those guys. Reasoning is we'll be able to disband the peasants and keep the cannons with us so we don't accidentally, as I have done way too often, disband my cannons. You have lost. Again. Ah, they're back up there. The Brits are back. Let's go fight the Brits again. Hey, we're on 600 monthly manpower. Good news. Pittering has fallen. No! Are you going to Cambridge? He's going to Cambridge, isn't he? You have lost again. Yeah, activating Cathedral. That's what's... well, technically paying for the upkeep. France have won, Hungary have lost. Ooh! That's the big stack that fought. Cool. If I don't care about the results, and we're about to fight some Vladimir troops, which are going to die. That's regulars. Maybe we'll even capture those regulars. Siege of Cardigan! Congratulations, peasants. You can move back into owned land. Maybe actually go to Stafford. Or no, go to Bristol. Go to Bristol, we'll just keep on working from the south with these guys. While the regulars are coming in close. Shift, consolidate, and balance out the unit, and go in. No retaking Cambridge. If I've lost. More massacre of English peasants. That was basically 1 month of replenishment of manpower replenishment that we lost there. Here we have about 200 cannons to recuperate as well. England with plus 15%. How are you on peace? Nothing. Not even a white peace. Well, I guess we're going to go fight for this. While keeping the regulars around to smack anything that comes back in. Because, you know, white peace will be... we still have 2.5 years of no fighting like that. You guys, you're mostly replenished, recuperated, so there. Because you guys are the defenders, right? Yeah, Unterwienerwald is defender, which means that -3 for Hungary. That's not going to go well for them. E5 lost. Trying to bring in reinforcements? Well, bring them in. We got the defensiveness. Woohoo! We unlocked plantations. Sugar plantation, tobacco plantation, and cotton plantation. Do they require to be New World? Yeah, they require to be colonial. So no building plantations in your own, in like Persia or things like that, where we're, you know, producing a lot of. Woohoo, that's a lot. Thank you, Unter der Wienerwald, for that. Enable scutage. I have 2 more. You and Ethiopia. Frontage of 52. I'm still too heavy. Hi, Polish troops. Poland is taking a smacking. How many regulars do you still have in here? A lot. 2k out of the 8, so a quarter of them. And they're on matchlock levies as well, which I don't have yet. I don't think, at least, I have matchlock levies. Oh yeah, we are... Wait. No, 0 out of 110. I read 1 out of 110. I was like, how did I already take a tech? I did not embrace a single one. There, in here, we do not have the matchlock levies. I would like matchlock levies, or better fighting levies. So I don't think I got the Age of Renaissance levies. Nope, I didn't even get the peasant levies, so I'm still fighting. My levies are still Age of Tradition levies, which ain't good. They have reached their limits. We need better peasants. Bubonic plague. Oh, you know, a casual bubonic plague killing 1.7. Well, 432. It has killed 9 million people, has murdered Egypt, has murdered VJ. Probably going to do a very big number on us because we're bigger than Egypt and VJ. I love Lonesome Traveler. EU5 looks so much more complicated than the last game. I tend to prefer to call the Paradox games complex rather than complicated. Complicated means there's... I'm going to say some... In complicated, there's... skill issues. You can have skill issues. You can have I won't say obscure, but there's a notion. There's something like difficult in complicated, like negative, whereas complex does suggest difficulty as well, but not in a negative way. There are a lot of modifiers and a lot of things. Also bugs. I will not deny that there are bugs, but overall, it's, yes, it has complexity and things like that, but it's not the worst. Yeah, let's go to here. Let's keep on moving with these guys. We'll have to recuperate our morale, but they're only on point 42. What's the castle like here? Yeah, it's a grassland. And what is this one? Oh, that one's a forest one. Let's recuperate our morale. Kiev continues in Sevilla. Our regulars are almost back to the capital. And the peasant boomsticks, we're actually going to detach the levies. Cannons are out, and these levies can go... First of all, recuperate their morale. Poland, are you going in or out? Oh, it's the Hungarians that are leaving. Move in. They're arriving on the 23rd of March, the Polish troops. I arrive on the 26th here, perfect. Hungarians, when are they? 27th. Okay, that was the Kiev battle. We might get shredded here, but we're shredding also the Polish troops. And the low morale people, and all the low morale people. Oh, I know what I'm going to tell these peasants. You're going to focus siege in Italy. In Campania Principato, Lazio, March Umbria. Go retake that. We're probably going to lose on this one. Well, yeah, we lost a flank. Retreat you guys to here. We did inflict slightly more. They do still have to hold for a while. And yeah, bubonic plague, so we're still taking attrition. Ms. Tanisi, do you have a hospital? Not that it really matters, but... You know what? Activate the hospital. And actually, buildings all over the country, we should activate the hospitals. Pay for all hospitals. Have 40% resistance, which ain't bad. Hopefully could be better. Kiev have lost. Hi, Kiev. Cambridge has fallen. That's the English starting again. Let's go to Hertford. Hertford is flatland, yeah. And after that, we go back to Cambridge. England, you do know that this is hurting your men more than it's hurting my men, right? Let's hope he knows. I have regulars. You're fighting with peasants. And your peasants are not doing good. More Kiev murder. Here I could siege. I'm going to be able to start to siege with 2 stacks. One with the boomsticks and one without. Those are the army hunters. So I want the white peace, but I don't want... Or I want a specifically decided peace, which I'm more pushing for in England. 751, that's enough to start sieging Norwich. Oh, why are you taking attrition? Bubonic plague, okay. Well, here goes everyone's manpower and everything. Hi, peasants in Kettering. Maybe the plague isn't there yet? Nope, plague isn't here yet. England, I'm so sorry for you. Well, I'm not sorry for you, that's a lie. No, Norwich is their capital. They should be more inclined after we occupied Norwich. Navies with attrition, yeah, because present in Boulogne. Now, this little thing called the bubonic plague that's going through Europe, murdering, losing 4 million. Did I read that correctly? Is that 4 million? I think it's 4 million died. Hopefully it kills many more Catholics than non-Catholics. I want these guys to recuperate because I'm going to need them to recuperate. Hey, we finished the exploration. Okay. Well, we're not paying for any more exploration. Money back, and we make... Maybe we can? Nope. We're 3.3. We're officially still making money, which is good. I had an army up here, and what are these guys? Are these guys regulars? There's some regulars, but... They're balance, and then we go to Nürnberg. And then we'll have to push these guys. Actually, no. So push these guys. Then go stand there just to look threatening. How am I doing on peasants? I have 177 raised. Right? Yeah, I have 178. Where are my 178? 35 in Denmark, yep. 33 in home defense. There's a 20k in England. Split off a new stack. Half of the cavalry, half of the infantry. You're going to Lynn. You guys are going to Coventry. On pushing. And bringing in the bubonic. While we're at it. The army hunters. And the Italian unsiegers are working on their own. Okay. I guess, okay. Go to Linz. See what we can push. How's Prague income? 179. Control is still going up slightly. I'm okay with that. England, are you sure you don't want a white peace? I will hold on. You're 3 months away from a white peace. Which is exactly what I want. Let's keep on lifting occupations in my land, maybe get an occupation on his. Try to be scary and not... There's a uninterrupted flow of people here, and I need to regroup my regulars. Hey, Kiev! This is just too fun for me. I'm sorry. Home defense? Going there, aren't you? Yeah. Okay, we got the encouraging defensive enough. Are you good at military too? You're absolute crap at military. Are you better at military? 31 to his 26. Yes, congratulations. You're going to be integrating people. Although I could assimilate pops into culture to work on cores. Which wouldn't be a bad idea. For example, down here, where they're half cores, I don't intend on accepting the culture just for the sake of the culture. And maybe if I manage to bring enough Francian people, we will get we'll get them to flip happy to happy French. Well, happy French and full cores and get some form of money out of it. Or we work on up here actually. Yeah, let's work on up here. In Meppel. Searching. I should put a little bit more financing on stability. Our culture investment, we have 4 artists out of the 3 max, so I need to get my culture going back up again. Let's go back to that. How much is that in percentage? 22, 23, 24, 25. Stability, investing 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Cost of court, we're still fixing cost of court. Well, fixing legitimacy. That's not cost of court we're fixing. Our pastors are overall happy. Are we on religion? 57. Not working very well. Actually, maybe instead of assimilating, we can convert people. That's actually smarter. mill task, but it's okay. Lutheran around the Mestani seats, because maybe Beauvais. Let's go in Beauvais. In Beauvaisis. They're still 92k Catholics, and I want them out. A few Calvinists, but You're still working on Coventry. You're defending the Mestani seat. One day we'll be able to get it. Hey, 210. How are you? Okay, it's right, because plague, so we're not replenishing the troops. They're just attritioning to death. You have lost. France have won. Wales has fallen. Okay. Do I want to push Wales? It's flatland, flatland. Where are the enemy armies? They're all going into there. Let's beat these guys up. And okay, this was the occupation, and then we go lift the occupation of Zapik. Less occupations means less reasons for England to want to fight us. Don't replenish, get out. Thank you. That has fallen. That's the Swedes that are back. Murder these guys. And come back down. These guys are still progressing on their siege. Good job to them. The Italian... Okay, you decided to go down here to remove the siege. Bubonic Plague, 2.5. Oh, neat. $16 million dead. Well, 15 to the Bubonic Plague. Good news is hitting the others as well. If have lost, France has won. That was up here. Perfect. That resets the siege, the entire siege for them. If have lost down here. Reminder, there were 13k of them at some point. Well, no, actually they came in when they first defeated them, there were 19k of them. That's 9k just marching back and forth. Lost to attrition. Stafford. Can we get the 7%, please? Now the Brits are hiding. Cowards. Oh, England, how are you for peace? I have 15% on you. That's 42. That's a lot. Can I take just money? Yeah, I can take 500 ducats of money. Good. That means I need to bring people back, because the month after we're going to get more likely Lollard zealots, which are English zealots. If you go back here, these guys will get black flag. We'll black flag them back here. We'll suffer through the bubonic plague. Trying to reinforce 1k. Nope. If have lost, France have won. Retake that. Fight in London, or near London. These guys will get black flagged. That's my peace deal. England. Oh, you won't accept that? Okay. Get less ducats. I'll take less ducats. That's okay. Just get me out of this coalition war. You are just levies, right? Yeah. But I do know that these guys are waiting for us. Catholic zealots. So we'll probably clean up England first with these guys. While these guys hold the Mestani seat. Mestani seat is done with bubonic plague. Hey, woohoo! Bubonic plague is finally leaving our country. I should be able to repay my debt. Yep, repay the international loan. And in Naples, there's probably buildings I can remove. remove or close. Naples I'll keep, but Caserta... No, I can't close them down, that's fine. Rossiano would be a great place for a bailiff. Produces iron, which is both Rome and Civitavecchia. Got a bunch of Hungarians trapped here. Freak you Hungarians and your mercs. Gonna pay for them until they all starve back home. Where else are my other armies? I have regular long names. I have the Iberian peasant. Iberian peasants, you can go home. Congratulations. Since the AI does not disband their troops, these Kiev peasants are basically dead. Long name 2, you defend Paris. Army hunters, you can go home. Second army up here, I'm keeping you to fight the Brits. Hello, Shen. How goes Mega France? Mega France has just been attacked by a coalition, which we have just white-pieced out because there's this little thing called the bubonic plague that has, for the moment, murdered 19,000, well, 17,800 of our population, and apparently is still going strong in quite a few places. It's a bit of a nuisance. And we're about to fight two, well, small rebellion and then mega Catholic rebellion. Because wars of religion and stuff like that, and yeah, people are unhappy with my management for some reason. In terms of forming Europa, we're on 1.6k, 1.6, so we're lacking 1,445. 1,045, sorry, and my subjects, they have about 400. I have about 400 left in my subjects to annex. That is the loyal subjects. I'm hoping, it's hopes, that when we get pike and shot, not pike and shot, but when we get artillery in Paris, that things will speed up. Yeah, Germany has been, Germany's mostly gone. There's one independent guy here who, they were my march. I tested to release a march, say if the march became a vassal again, if it was a downgrade or a release. It actually is a release. And in a war where I did not have a good CB, I only was able to eat half of them. I'll eat the other half soon TM. I'm basically waiting for a parliament because we're at peace and they're part of the HRE, so declaring on them will bring in Poland, which will give me a reason to fight Poland without all of their allies and Denmark and England, and start getting back on these unpressed CBs, following through on threat mostly. And now I'm actually holding the land until I integrate it. I might start making new vassals once I'm done completely annexing my vassals. But right now we're slightly over cap in terms of things. Oh, you're done encouraging defensiveness. Okay. So you can go back to doing diplomatic corp, which I needed. There. I knew if I was forgetting one thing. So we're clearly under our cap, but vassals have to be scootaged. If I look at my subjects, and don't take the fiefdoms hate my guts, all of them. Vassals, if we look at Wallachia, they're receiving loyalist support, so they are on a positive opinion. All the others, I mean Hohenberg and Middlesex, also are receiving loyal support. I should be improving with more of them. Oettingen, for example. No, I'm improving with them. The Livonians I've maxed out. I think it's time to annex the Livonians. They still have a little bit of a core in Sweden, which is why I don't really want to annex them. Henneberg, we can start. Henneberg, we are annexing. Hohenberg, we can start annexing. Start the annexation of you. So vassals, I need to put a support loyalist once they're on 200, but they are getting integrated and their loyalty of subject is going down. I'm also not fully paying for dip. I could get another 7, 8 friendship from them. my marches, they're marches. They're just not going to do anything. Some of them are disloyal. Well, most of them are disloyal, mostly because opinion of me goes to minus 19 because of a very negative opinion. But I could help it with increasing relations. I was more focused on improving with my vassals first because they're going to get integrated. And honestly, if someone pieces out one of my marches when attacking me, I don't mind. That's just land that's removed from them that I'll be able to conquer back for myself without having to think about releasing them or stuff like that. We finished our first civil war where we lost actually the capital. So the goal is to not lose the capital again. And yeah, we're gonna have some lollards. Hopefully it's the lollards. Hopefully. We have some black flag troops where? Alright, these guys. You guys go home. I was looking at my armies. You guys are coming back for the lollards. You guys are staying for the lollards. You guys can try and march back to Paris. Might get intercepted on the way, but who knows. And I'm trying to flip. Have you been using the disloyal vassal CB? Nope. I have tried it once on the subject, but I should try on the fiefdoms. You have to spy on your subject for that, right? Create a CB on... I'd like to eat Navarra because they control the market that I really want. Disloyal CB. It still says I would be declaring... It says it would cost me 50 stab. So they would be a co-belligerent for some reason. Because I'm still on 1.0.11. I think it has been fixed and patched afterwards. But I don't want to pay 50 stab just for declaring on a subject. Have great relations, that I can insult, decay, things like that. That's fine. But the disloyalty, yeah, that's a painful stab hit. That's why I'd rather just keep them, because while I keep them, sure, they take up some of my dip cap. When I annex a few more vassals, I won't need the supporting the diplomatic corps again. I won't need the diplomatic corps anymore once I integrate a few more vassals. And then I can have 1 or 2 vassals there. And in terms of treasury, all of them, vassals and marches and fiefdoms, even if the fiefdoms, they pay less, it's still a decent chunk of cash. The only one that's not paying anything is the little guy that I released down here. Oh, that's the Byzantines. It's this guy. For some reason, I can't give him the land here. So I have a few islands here. The Byzantines are going colonial because the Byzantines are still around. I bonked them a few times, but overall they're still alive and kicking. Yep, colonial bills. Well, I mean, there's no colonial ideas, so... And... The War of Religions has to have ended actively. We love a lot of them. Where are all of them? If they were in my land, better. But yeah, map of religion is a bit of a mess. We're doing our best to fix it. Especially around our capital, because we are Lutheran. A few more Catholics than Lutherans, but Catholics should be on the decline. Beauvaisis, yeah, I want Beauvais, and then I want to work on Meaux and Brie-Champenoise. Meaux and Provence. Mestani seat in terms of demography, we're flipping slowly. But there's still 38,000 unhappy here. But the important part is that the Catholics don't get a hold of the Mestani seat. As long as I hold that, I have 15 to 20k peasants. Perfectly fine with that. What's our new peasant levels? Raise levies. Can we not raise any levies? 89. Okay, we have 89k. We were on 300k levies before the bubonic plague. And we're still losing people to the bubonic. But it's more on the out than on the in. Or did I say God will surely provide to them? There we go. There they come. And it's the Catholic zealots in this one. Civil War, French Revolt. I am definitely not giving you what you're asking for, sorry. Sorry, pastors. Oh, Green Revolt. Hi, Green Revolt. Time for me to raise my levies. Mostly around where I am going to be able to protect them. And here in England, because I kept some levies alive for this very reason. I go to Hertford. Actually, cancel these guys. Oh. They gave up. We win! What? That was a Catholic rebellion for some reason. Yeah, exactly. Damn rebels! What are you... What were you doing? You were... I'll take it! I don't know what happened, but I'll take it. You can go back to integrating here. Converting. I want to have you work on... Not control. Integrating is an idea, but... Stabilizing the country would also be one. Now let's go into integrating more. The more people are integrated, the fewer I have to worry about. Let's work on Principato Ultra. Yep, that was a very stupid rebellion. Like, sir, we're about to fight. Okay. Sir, they gave up. Okay. You still have the bubonic plague, so maybe we bring you back home. Actually, march to Dover. You guys go back to the Mestani seat because you'll be able to replenish. Also, because of the initial rebellion, where the rebellion when they took over Paris, I'm certain they removed a bunch, like a big bunch of not forts, but training fields and barracks, because they weren't able to afford them. So I used to have 700 manpower regeneration. I should still have 700 manpower regeneration unless they removed forts and buildings here. No, it's fine. Armories are still replenishing. Yeah, recovering from the bubonic plague. Oh, you're actually going to be short on people. That's interesting. I might encourage migration from the Mestani seat, which still has a lot of peasants. And is actually fleet positive when we're not at war, which is, I find, extremely funny. Yeah, you guys are still... How's the plague? Plague is still there. Actually, I could hide the... There's no disease here. Same in Dover. Actually, you're safe in Dover. Stay in Dover, and let's bring the Navy to Dover so it can repair. And we don't lose the Navy to the plague. Be rude for the rats to sink my boats. Good. We should be getting the Lollard Zealots, though. You guys actually come here to Dover, too. There we go. We have regained our cores. All of those. And now we have civil war against the French Revolt still, but that's the Lollards. That's much smaller. And then we'll have to fight the Pastors, which is much bigger. Now, they were 30-ish K when they left, but oh well. You can go to Levenham, and you can go to Cambridge. Actually, go to Ely. And you start working on the lands again. There's still the bubonic plague. We're going to take the attrition. How's Kede? Bubonic plague, present. I think I'll deal with them with just the regulars. And the 19K here can stop in Montmorency, and we'll tell them to go home. More peasants in the field, more better. And yeah, with 3 stacks, I should be able to hold things. You get stopped, and then we go to Cambridge. We're going to Dunstall. Order the revolt. They're regrouping, but I don't think they have that many men, right? Yeah, 1K troops. I should even be halving the peasant stacks, but again, there's bubonic. No, I don't. I'm sorry, I would love to give you what you want. I don't have 2K and a few for 10 religious influence. If I could, I would. Oh, now it's Kettering. Also, actually, let's do that. You focus siege all of this. You focus siege all of this. Go. We're going to detach the cannons, and the cannons are going to group up with the regulars. And I'll just go manage with the regulars and go push 1 tile at a time. $1.64 million, yep. So I really want, well, no, sadly, I don't get to choose when this revolt ends. Do I want to convert, or do I want, well, excellent minister. This guy, he's 52. It's excellent minister for 5 years. Efficiency of the cabinet, yeah. Do integrate Principato Ultra faster. You go hunt these guys. It might interrupt these guys when you're on, when you tell them to focus sieges and they get to somewhere and you're fighting nearby, they're like, oh, we can reinforce. No, you don't need to reinforce, but they want to. Okay, nope. Okay, we murdered the peasants. Good. Nottingham? And they do tend, if there's another army, because you march an army in, they're going to go to somewhere else. They should not be going to Nottingham, or they march to Nottingham and then they see me and then they move off. Yep, they saw me and now they move off. No? Okay, then I go to Derby. Have I tried using... Yeah, some of the automation systems I have tried. In terms of automation here, I dropped... Well, I have the automation on trade, but I have been locking more and more of the trade each time I do a pass, just to check that I'm actually doing profitable trades and not making the market swing wildly. I still have production methods automated because I'm on 1.0.11, and if I change a method, the AI is going to change it back because it's going to find it more profitable. I don't have the option to lock them yet. Actually, no, you guys can go to Dover and replenish. Now that there are no more peasants, we can let the peasants do that with the bubonic plague, and us get out of there because no more bubonic plague. And, you know, see that we actually need about half of our armies, roughly. And monthly manpower, because of the revolt, my control is probably crap here again in Amiens. Yep, so it's going to need to go back up. In terms of automation, the other thing I have automated is replacing generals and admirals. I hate to manage that. So I say, automation game, automate that for me. Mont, yeah, I'm still... I don't have the control. I could put someone back on control, but I'd rather integrate more provinces, because that's less people angry at me. Okay, the pastor insurgents are going down. There's no more support for them. So actually you... We'll go back down to only one integrating. You are good. You're going to do something military still, but you're going to crack down on rebels. So 0% pastor insurgents. I have no reason to make my pastors unhappy. And yes, it's only 264 locations, but that would still be a revolt. And I want to get rid of that. Same with my nobility rights. So actually the nobility is more important, but why are you not cracking down? Frozen due to civil war. Ah! So others don't progress during civil war. Okay. Interesting. Then go back to integrating provinces. So we will have to fight our pastor insurgents. You guys can flip to Calais. We have the boats. Parliament. Sure, we can do a parliament. In Autun. Remote integration process. I've been basically doing that all the time. We can do that. 56 will keep options. We can address the local shrines for the peasants. French peasants no more. You run down to Paris. Again, our replenishment. I mean, control is going up, but we're going to lose it again because of the pastors. And you two can go and disband, both of you. No regulars. No regulars. Army, please. No regulars, good. $14.68, $14.68. Because we're losing money. Why? Probably because of activated cathedrals. So there aren't that many cathedrals up here. The University of Cambridge, as much as I like it, no. Coventry, we're good. Actually, we're at peace, and we controlled all our land. The two happening at the same time is rare. Yeah, here we have a bunch of cathedrals that I don't really want to pay for. Oh, why Rome? I never said yes to Rome. Oh well, I guess we're gonna have to go and get Rome again. I mean, that might allow them to trigger the Council of Trent, which I wouldn't mind, but Rome, I was making money in Rome. Game. I think the peace decided what happened is the Catholics revolted. The Pope had nowhere to go in the HRE because the only independent guys here are Lutheran. And so they went, so the Catholics said, okay, we want, the Pope said, do you want to give us one province? They said yes, they returned Rome. And then they were like, okay, we win, we have Rome. I guess that's what happened. It was basically the instant it popped up. We're going to lose 34 while the parliament is going on, but we should be earning much more money. How are we doing on Lutheran? 58. I want my religious influence up. I would love to pay the 2.8. Well, love to be able to pay those, to be able to get the first religious aspect where I can take a religious aspect with 0.10 gain. Or, gain the stability here. Fort means I have 2 forts. Regensburg. Why is there a fort in Regensburg? Remove the fort in Regensburg. Yeah, we need to do a sweep on things, on buildings. First of all, I have my list. If you're still here, Chen, I have a list on of buildings and the average cost that it's saving because of the amount that I've been removing. So first we want to look for castles. I want all markets. I want, and also the fact that it doesn't save your filters. I want no available levels. I don't care if they're peasants. So now on our budget, we should only have in terms of fort maintenance 1. Good. Next up is counting houses. And I can build, I have 30. I don't want 30 of them. No available levels, and don't care if they're available peasants. Filter by market. Why is the Mastani seat no longer first? Oh well. Genoa, none. Nuremberg in Regensburg, remove it. It's fully staffed, it's costing me 0.25. Yeah, 1 fort in La Rochelle. If I were smart, I would put one in the Mastani seat, just to have some way of preventing it from falling. And that's actually a smart idea. In Mastani's seat, how are we? I feel like I don't want these. Gray, 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 let's remove that. Vesoul. Arche. Darnay. Where is Darnay? Darnay. And Toul. Cologne there, Barcelona, Naples. I don't want any of those. Prague, I keep it because pride. Mostly pride. Don't really, it's more of a, I can afford it. Krakow, nope, I don't want that one. That's 0.25 ducats a month. Venice. I'm never going to get any form of significant control there, so it's only worth it when you have significant control. Or a lot of tax base. Like a huge tax base. I was counting house. Wars. Yeah, let's keep it like that by market. Let's go with no available no available levels, and we don't care about available peasants. Venice, remove that wharf in Venice. 9k peasants missing. Well, 9k burghers missing. Oh boy. Yep, we lost a good half of our population with the bubonic plague. Bordeaux market, yeah, we'll rehire them over time. Portugal, remove those. Bruges, I'll keep them. Barcelona, they're all in France, although... No, I'll keep them. I do want to start setting up more light ships sailing around, so yeah. Avilo, Martin, Carville. And Genoa market, that's the wharves. Docks. Search, remove available peasants and go to no available levels. Barcelona, I'll keep them. It's not worth upgrading them now since we're missing people everywhere. Or mostly everywhere. St. Nicholas will keep it. Or do I even upgrade it? No, because there's about to be a revolt again that might lose me the coast, so let's not spend any money as of now. No, we don't have any... well, we have the noble insurgents, but... Now let's do a first filter just to make sure we remove the buildings. I used to turn them off and it was a pain to do. Now I remove them, it'll take them longer to rebuild them. It's the only reason it's going to be longer for them. No available levels and no available peasants, and go back to the filters. That was Bordeaux and Belin. I turned that one off entirely. That one is in Brittany. Let's turn it on just for the... Well, now we need 1.2k soldiers. How many does that one hire? 2k soldiers, wow. Okay. Bruges, yeah, we can leave that one up. Mestani seat I keep. Genoa, I'll close them. They're expensive and they don't bring me that much. Genoa, then we have protected harbors. I'm doing it mostly for the Italian region. Filter, I want no available levels, and I don't care about the availability of peasants. Same thing, we'll close this one in Nice anyway, it's not employing anyone, so... I want to have them if I need them, but until I need them, no need. Narbonne and Aix-en-Provence, I'm going to do the same, anyways they're completely depopulated. Porto Blue, remove it. Bordeaux, Blain and Vannes, we will end up replenishing them. But those libraries got to be churning and churning and churning. Venice, just remove it. I don't want to staff it again. That's the protected harbors. If I go for universities we didn't, there wasn't that much. Although no available levels and remove available peasants. Denbach is, it's not, there's no, you activated the Denbach one, but there's no market seat here, so close that one off. Bordeaux, yes, that one is not a market center. Saragosse is not a market center. Venice is a market center, this one isn't. Tivoli isn't. Porto Blue is one. Palestrina, Tortona, Opava, Düsseldorf, Győr. Yeah, they reactivated all the universities. We control the land. Universities, time, now. Macerata, Bricont Robert, I'm gonna remove you, because again, it's upkeep. More because it's upkeep. Genoa, we keep. Prague, we keep. Valencia, you're not a market center. Foggia, Rouen, Veneto, Viterbo, Savona. The Italians built so many of them. Casale, Monferrato, Mantua, Orléans, Brescia, Valladolid, Buda, not a market center. Barcelona is, Naples is, Lleida no, Toulouse no. Mainz is not a market center. As much as I would love it to be, because I control it. Bruges, yes. And Sumperk. The university is going to save us money. Hospitals. We'll keep the hospitals for when the bubonic plague is done. Cathedrals. No, cathedrals by default close. And then we filter on, we said 150 pops. Maybe we, yeah, we'll let, you know what, we'll go for 88 since bubonic plague wiped out about half of the pops. Although that's still a lot of pops. Now, let's move the threshold for... Oh, I know, it's just I didn't put in the filter. Now we can go back to 88k pops, that's a decent amount, and we can fund those. Monasteries. They're terrible. They're all closed. Coastal forts. I want no available levels, and I want... Yeah, those three are mine. That's fine, even if there's no available peasants. Yeah. Oh, no, it pops up Alcater dos Salles. Oof. Get out. There'll be other jobs for you in Alcater dos Salles. Theater bailiffs, art school, armory. Bailiff, I have a list of bailiffs per market that I need to activate or not. By default, they're open. I want the bailiffs with no available levels, and we'll do it per market. Genoa, I want to close down Cluzon. Hey, they removed one of mine. Rude. I had 5, and they decided to remove one. Stupid revolts. I mean, I didn't build most of them, so I didn't pay for them, but, you know, they might have been working for me. Rovegno. No, Rovegno, yeah, it's Cluzon and Breno that I remove. Schweiz and Rovegno I keep, so I lost Biella. Unless Biella is in another market, but I doubt it. Find Biella. No, you do have a bailiff. Okay, you just flipped your market. No, you're in Genoa. Why do you not show up when I... Oh, there's no available peasants. Biella is still worthwhile. Good. Nuremberg. I have 2. I keep the 2. Mestani Market, I keep that one. Cologne. Cologne, all of them are in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Keep them all. Barcelona. Barcelone. Where's Barcelone? I keep both of them. Naples, I keep the one in Nola. In Naples. Nola, I keep. Prague, I think I keep all of them. No, it's Freistadt that gets closed down. Freistadt. Bruges, I have none. Porto Blue, they... Ascensia stays closed. Bordeaux, I keep all of them, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. Sevilla Market, Caprio. Where did the other one go? Caprio stays closed. Where did Puebla de Montalban go? Find Puebla de Montalban. Says there's one. Did it flip to another market? Yes, it flipped to Burgos. Okay. I'll just note that it's Burgos now. Here on my... Made a list of the... For those wondering what I'm doing, I have a list on paper of all of the bailiffs with split by market. Apparently there was a change in market attraction for that location. So now Burgos. Burgos, I had 2, I now have 4. Well, one is from Sevilla. Miranda de Ebro and Peñafiel can be closed. And Puebla de Montalban, the third one. And Pina de Ebro was Pamplona. Now say that it is in Burgos. You know what? It's closed too. All of those, because they're not going to be profitable. Aquileia, I said that was that one in Venice. That one is barely profitable, but we'll keep it. It pays for itself. Once we make everything converted, which we're working on, we should be good. And then I'm done with this. We should see the upkeep of quite a few things go down, given the amount of universities we close down. We might even be making a profit while we're replenishing. You guys are marching down to here. You guys were done with the plague around here, so you can go back to patrolling the seas. English Channel and let's say North Sea for now. I do want to increase the amount of light ships I have on here. I'm waiting to have more sailors. And possibly refilling the... And you're going to repair automatically. Perfect. Yeah. There we go, see? Calculated end of month and recalculated trade. We're still doing decent on trade. Apparently we're selling a lot of gold. And there we go. Civil War. The French clergy behind a civil war. That's fine. That's our Lutheran preachers. They're not very happy with our management. The good news is that you're just out, which is perfect. You can go to Breteuil. The Mestani seat, let's start building, even though we won't be able to staff it yet, but let's, just caution. You can go to Harcourt. Yep, 95k levies. We had 300k earlier. As levies promote into other kind of levies. Bring in these guys. Small short list. We do still replenish more than our current army maintenance, so we're good. They're raising mercs. No, don't raise mercs. No mercs. Merc forbidden. We'll wait one more tick. There. Select all armies besides regular's long name. And a regular long name too. And merge to the Mistani Sea troops. Hoping you guys don't get intercepted. I'm not gonna push all of my levies. I should maybe do so. Actually, maybe I can get all the Portuguese ones and Iberians to go do with Iberia. At least the northern ones are getting up together. That's 23k levies. How many could I recruit down here? Okay. I'll take that. And you're in here. I think I'll stay with 2 point something K. Well, no, let's be ambitious and try to raise those as well. 3.4k levies. That's so miserable compared to what I used to be raising in here. I used to have triple that. And I'll have to send one... I think I'll send one stack of regulars, the 2 point something K. Once they're done with Arc and the current raising of the mercs. Because that removed their monies. Now that they raised all their levies, I know what I'm fighting. The answer is about 18k. You are going to go... your peasants. Peasants will replenish faster. You're going to go order for you. You're going to focus siege everywhere except home countries, Mercia, East Anglia, West countries, which is England. Go. Cool, liberated. You're gonna zero in on troops and try and murder them one at a time. Boat, come back here. In Omal. They're going for Calais. thinking Calais. Boulogne-sur-Mer would be much better, but who am I? Who am I to judge? They're going to Amiens, aren't they? No, they're going to Montreuil. Okay. You guys cross into... Well, no. Go say hi to Montreuil and go to Boulogne. You guys wait in Boulogne. That should be murder. Yep. Did they take La Rochelle? They did not take La Rochelle. I have a siege to... I don't have to siege my own town again. Good. You can go down to here to Vive. Is that these guys moving that haven't updated? Where was that fight? It was up here. Yep. Now you guys can sail over to here. Okay, another stack murdered. They're working on Lisieux. You are way too close to the Mestani seat. Go back to the Mestani seat. You don't have to push those guys. You guys, I think I'm gonna do half of you. Half of you, regulars, long name, you are going to be focusing siege on home countries, Mercia, East Anglia, West Country. There. Game, that's not half. Group. Half. Group. Group. Split out manually because you don't know what half is, apparently. If I tell you half of the cannons, half of the cavalry, half of the infantry. Still is a decent stack. Your orders are to focus siege in home countries, Mercia, East Anglia, West Country. So you're focusing the sieges. Oh, that still is 56 guys. Okay. So for a reason okay. I'm gonna have to do this myself. Yeah, let's do this ourselves. Not even trust the... Hey, send half. 1, 2, 3. That's about equal on that. Have 1 Lancer. 2 Falconets. That leaves 2 Falconets for him. And then we take on out of the zeros. The total army is, it's 16, 6, and 6. So 8, I want some halberdiers with nobody in. There we go. That's a much better stack. Balance out the unit. Mission objective. You are focus sieging. Once again, Mercia, East Anglia, West Country, and home countries. That's focus siege. Stack 2, balance out. You're 633. Yep. You're not focus siege. Yes, you are focus sieging. Yes. Army regulars. You balance out. You're 633. Are you 633? Doesn't matter. You go and hunt armies. In here, in Mercia, East Anglia, West Country, and Wales. Go. Balance. Deal. How low are they on 13K? I'm gonna have to view 15 and 8. That's not exactly half, but sure. You're gonna focus siege on everywhere besides. Oh, I saw the Azores were rising up, but ignore the Azores. Oh, Mercia, East Anglia, West Country. Go. And we'll move the regulars on our own. They can't take. Well, if Eton falls, it's not fun, but it's not the end of the world. Grand Ruler Divorce, I don't care. I care about my stability, so there's nothing we can do about it. Don't care about the prestige. Venlo. Goesh, yeah, that's the places that they rose up in. I murder you in Etampe, absolutely, and then we go to Chartres. Nope, guys, you don't need to stack together. I split you for a reason. You hunted armies up here, good job. Some bubonic plague somewhere around here still. No, you're hunting the armies, you stepped on an enemy army, good. As we murder their troops, 11K left. Okay, so soon the stack of 8K will be safe. Okay, no, they weren't. They did go to different places. Good. They're having a parliament. No, we're having a parliament in Autun. It would be nice to defend Autun and not get our parliament cancelled. Good thing they're not going for the parliament siege. They're not going for the parliament seat, so we're good. Then we'll go to Villeneuve-sur-Marne. Villemort-sur-Vanne, sorry. But I need to pee, so I don't know where the ads are up to. In 3 minutes, perfect. So I will go to the be right back screen. I will trigger the ads a little bit early, take this time to pee, refill a drink, stuff like that. And I will see you guys in after the ads. Until then, see ya. And zoop. The ads should be done in 5 seconds for everyone, so 5 seconds until we resume. 2, 1, done! Ads should be done for everyone. You are now safe from ads for the next hour. And yeah, off we go. So these two stacks should be operating in distinct regions. We'll see if we can go to these guys, if we can. A Catholic Council! Well, Council of Trent is starting. Yeah, they're occupying in Spain and stuff like that. That's where they are. I would need to take it on back again, it seems. As long as the Mastani seat is a fort, I don't want to go too far away from the fort. So liberating provinces around here is a-okay. Although with 10k, I could do 2 stacks of regulars. French clergy have 1. France have lost. Where did I lose that? Oh, right. I raised people in Iberia. Run to that guy. See if our 2k in Iberia can probably propose something like that. What I want to do, since I saw that there's 5k of them down there out of 11, that means there's 5k at most everywhere else. Which means I should get my levies from Italy as well. Let's get the levies from Italy, and unlike the others, try to not forget about them. That's still 2.5. Yeah, let's get those 2.5k. I have been meaning for ages to give this to Achaea. Although Achaea is I made them a march. Yeah, they're a march. So I don't want to give that to Achaea. I need to integrate this for myself. And they have that single little location down there. Boo. You guys group up. I'm going to have these guys. And you're going to zero in on those guys. Hopefully I can improve relations. I maxed out on relations. We do have... Ignore the Provençal people. We do have 2 annexations going. Vassals. Relations. Manage subjects. I don't want my marches. I want my vassals. Who is not getting improved with in the list? We have, well, Wallachia we maxed out. Well, we could max out, no, so we should max out again with Wallachia, but it's not an issue as of now. Valstatten, we are improving. We can still do quite a lot, putting them near annexation limit. Cool. They can get another 10. Ooh, I could actually get another 10 and not have to enable support loyalists for them. That's great. If I max out at 200 relations. Tründingen, we are working on that. County of Oettingen, we are working on that. Northumberland, we are not working on that. Middlesex, we are. I want to work on Northumberland. I might as well. Livonians, we said we maxed out recently. Kent, we haven't. I would like to integrate AWAS. There. Yeah, we're going to zero in on a few stacks just to make sure that we grab those few stacks. These guys, the 2k up here, they wouldn't stand a chance against 3k regulars. Also, you balance out, and you balance out. We do not have any noble. We do not have a single noble apparently available, right? Because they're all leading troops in Italy or other side. Go to that guy. Yeah, they're all the generals are in here, making them unavailable for other duties. There we go. Now we have a general. These guys have their general, yep. Maybe you zero in on these guys, or those. No, zero in on those guys. They're alone and isolated and things like that. This should get us, and these guys are going to play defense of Mestani seat. How's Beauvais on conversions? Almost there. Does it say here? No, it does not say. We still have a majority of... No, we have more Lutheran than... I would love if they were in order, but... How are we doing here? Lutherans, 87. 87 is fine. 85. 75, I would like a bit more. I'd like 80% everywhere. So Beauvais is going to be the longest one, but... it's going to work. Over time, it's going to work, right? Right? Still not getting any artillery, which I regret. I would really like to get artillery all the way to here. We are getting artillery in the Mestani seat, so it will arrive. We have the global trade that has spawned, well, spawned and reached us. Global trade from Bordeaux, we spawned it. Confessionalism was in our vassal, and artillery is in hostile enemy land. How are we doing on the progression on those? Hey, you know the Passio process unlock Mercury Passio building for more gold and silver and that. We had the Lazaretto, which we did not get, but how are we on progression? Hey, we have 3%. We have no progress here. We have 136. It's going to take time. Good news is that there are less people to spread it to. Way fewer people to spread it to. No, you're going after this guy. Stop stopping on places. Go murder. Hopefully before they get the siege. Nope. After they got the siege. We'll try and go stop the levies in Hasselt. And then we'll zero in on those guys. Rip Martin. I would love to pay the... Whoa, 1.8 only for the 10 religious influence. We repaid our loan, right? Yes. Sure. Riven. Italian agrees. Yay! Actually, murder these guys. And then murder, and then get back to... Well, murder these guys. And now you go and murder these guys. You keep Bar-sur-Seine. We got the approval of our estates. Good. We're going for Lens. Good. How's England doing? England is mostly done. You were hunting armies, you can go to Northampton. I'll go to Bedford because apparently they dropped Bedford. We murder down here. I think now we go down into Spain and we go murder down in Spain. Zero in on these guys. You reduce your frontage by consolidating. We'll wait a month or two, or a day or two for the last guys to come in. Come on, merge. Who is very, very disloyal? Yeah, all my fiefdoms and marches. Augsburg is a vassal? Augsburg, you need to be patted on the head for better relations. There we go. Let's pat them. Give them a friendly pat on the head. There. You merge. Balance. Because they don't have enough people, so zero in on these guys. Because we can't exactly fight those guys. They're trying to land more people here. I'm fine with them trying to land people. You can work your way to Saint-Meniou. Retake Châteauroux, please. No, Charroux. Very close to Châteauroux, but Charroux. Seven, the Iberians. You have 3k in Iberia. Consolidate to remove your frontage, bring you down to 5k from 57. You are going to focus siege Iberia. So Castile, Aragon, Catalonia, Valencia, Toledo, all of that. Go. Honest broker. They really like us, apparently. You go to Chesterfield. Those are all regulars. We'll bring the regulars back again. We're still missing a lot of men, but we are replenishing a little bit per month. With the good news that both control and armories are filling back up. That's 1.9k. It's only 1.9. Well, it was 1.8, but I'm debating about taking out a loan to grant it to them. Religion-wise, we're on 33. That would put us to 43. And maybe we're 1 year away. Or no, this time we're going to say frick you. But we'll try and keep 2 to 3k in the bag. Am I catch them in Grès or am I going to catch them in Vesoul? Got them there, murder them there, and go to Venice. You murdered them. Are there any more up here? Yes. These guys. Next. You keep on moving into here. You're moving on your own. You're almost there in terms of things. There's still enough to do an occupation or two, which would be an issue. No, they're not numerous enough. Okay. He's gonna retake Venice. You're gonna go and zero in on these guys. Zoom! Down there. Saint under La Rochelle is a target. These guys are going up. Actually, no. Remove these guys. They don't have enough people, but... Well, no, they're stuck. They're stuck here. We'll send in these guys. After those guys. Regular's long name, you retake this, and that's England retaken. Yoink. England, you can join with these guys. You guys come to Dover. For some reason, Dover, why are you still so attritioning, guys? Weather front. Okay. Just a bit of bad weather. It's all good. It's just bad weather, you know? No, you go after these guys. I don't want them to be anywhere near Paris. And you're gonna do the occupations in Italy. Mission, focus siege. These regions in Italy. Oh, no, you're gonna zero, you're gonna go and murder these guys. You guys, go murder those, because they did land behind me over here. And there are people in over there, and we'll send you over there. These are going down south. And so one clergy I've lost. Yep, didn't want to see that anywhere near me. We're only 4.4k men missing. We're good. You guys gonna cross into Calais, please, and thank you. France have lost. Where? That was my regulars? You smacked me? That? No, that was my peasants. Okay. You brought in all the peasants to beat me. Got it. I'll disband the peasants. Not worth fighting them. But once these guys recuperate, which actually stop in Agde for now, we'll just disband these guys. Or we'll send them to march to catch up with the 2k maybe. Yeah. You're gonna join in on these guys once you're done retreating. Boat? No. How about no? I don't know what that was, but that was, boat disappeared. You. Okay, we caught those peasants. Good. Low on morale for us, but more men. Regular's long name. You can also go to do occupations and stuff. Go to Dunkirk. 20th of April. We'll wait for you 1 month. We'll give you 1 month of replenishment in Abbeville, where apparently you're going to suffer attrition. Nope, no longer suffering attrition. Good. Art Academy. In the core in Thiel. Your regular's long name too. Come to Girona. I'll let you guys finish and then I'll tell you to defend homeland. Because I think that now all of our land, except for Italy, is connected. Oh, you're right on that little island. Okay. Actually, well, no, it does not. No, it doesn't matter. They're going down. They are occupying this. You are not occupying anything. You know what? Focus siege everywhere. Go. Ask us for gold. We lose gold, they gain gold. Sure, Hohenberg. Now that I'm annexing you already and I don't want you to become disloyal. It's absolutely not the reason why I'm doing it, right? Council of Trent situation. They have neither succeeded nor failed any... Well, they are doing Stunt del Regno Dei. Don't I see the Pope man back? Pope man is back! Good to see 450 manpower replenishment for the 204 cost. They brought their troops back there. Nope, we changed our mind. After occupying here, I guess? Yeah, they occupied there. You move to there. Murder these guys and then get back to Tarragona. No need to tell anyone to attach, it's your fine. Bop. Bop the peasants, bop the peasants. No more peasants. It did have a supply cart that I will execute. Or are they gonna... Who's gonna tell me that it's a bad idea? Okay, you're on sieging. I should put you... I think I'm gonna put you on army hunting. What do we have for rebels? Soon TM as well. Provençal Patriots. Well, no, let's march you down to... March you down to Brignoles. You keep on moving. You're gonna murder those, and they're gonna take Palma. Can't do much about it. You have 4K. Move to here at least. Well, no, move to Pag. Don't know where they're going, but that Palma, Ciudadela, yeah, Ibiza and Polenta. Those. That's they're still working their way. Reduce your frontage, by the way, so you're no longer over encumbered. There we go. They surrendered. Perfect. Regulars. So now I have to be careful when I disband the armies. I don't disband. That I just disband peasants. Okay, are you still moving? No. Stop here. You're only levies. You are full regulars. So you're going to go with the regulars 1. 14 halberdiers, 7 halberdiers. Not the regular long name 1, you're going to go with regular long name 2, who is on 7 and 7, and you're going to merge. Our noble insurgents are going to stop at some point. You have no levies, right? Where are you? I'm going to go to Saint-Afrique. Think Africa with 1 F too many, but yes. No levies to detach. Disband. You guys, you're all feudal levies, right? Yep, no regulars to detach. Go home. And regular long name 1 and 2, we can go to the Mestani seat. Well, no, because there's going to be Provence soon TM. So let's go down to Provence. Others will catch up. Good. And we're down to only 3.3K men missing only. Integrations are going on. Advancement of the pastors. Sure, you can get estate satisfaction pastors. Yo, Martin Luther, would you want to give me that event where I pay you money for things and stuff? Like for church power? We've regained our cores. Venice market is low on foods. Okay. I'll live with that. Religious unity, 59%. I want to keep this, but once we actually have our 3 aspects, so we can keep on dissolving all the monasteries that they built and making all the money that they cost us. I can do dip actions. Let's go to our vassals. Diplomacy, manage subjects. Hello, Exgentis. Yeah, that is a huge France. And there's also bits of France all the way to what is currently modern-day Russia, because the Baltic countries stop here. So, yeah. It's a big France indeed. When's our truce is up, by the way? April 54. 2 more years until the coalition truce is up and we can declare on people. Aw, Hein rose up. If I had been more careful, but I don't have the stability to do no CB or anything, but I would have loved to go after those guys. And next war should be a Hungary war, so I can grab a lot of Hungary. Hungary, who are your friends, by the way? Poland and Kiev. That's big. Or I go after Bulgaria, who has no friends and currently fighting off rebellion against Georgia. That's a big Georgia. But I was going to do things with my diplomats. Manage subjects. Twingen, we are improving. I think we got all of them. Kent. No, we haven't improved with Kent. Improve with you. Awas, we're doing Everstein. Oh, you're Everstein, you're in the HRE currently, I think. Yeah, you're up here. And yeah, these guys have a lot of troops as of now. They have urbanized and urbanized here, which is silly because fruit is very valuable. Go Council of Trent. Do the Trent thing and councilify. I can't. The Pope is against. The banks are against, and Greenland is against. All the others are in favor of this. Which is stupid. It should be the opposite, but who knows? Who understands the Pope? After all, he's just average in stats. And Pope is building their dry dock again. I want to go after the Pope. Ooh, but you're probably an infidel, Pope, right? You are Catholic out of all things. Yes, so I should be able to fabricate a CB on you. Yeah, cleanse heresy because you're my neighbor. Let's fabricate a spy on you. Fabricate a spy on the Pope. And try to remember that for once we're spying and we can fabricate a CB once we have 25 spy network on Pope. And then we'll go interrupt the 91,000 people in Rome and bring them back into French pop. Smashing the follow button. 36 million, exactly 36 million. We still have slaves. Well, we did lose a few slaves, but not as many as we, well, about half, so yeah, it's, we're just out of the bubonic plague. We went from about 70 million people to about 36. We were a bit hurt. Quite a bit hurt. Money should be getting even better now that, well, we're still replenishing, but we're approaching max. Because each stack is 7.8 when fully replenished, if I'm... No, 7.6. So regular long name 2 might actually be full at the end of the day. Namberg have declared us their rival. Oh no. Nobility loses satisfaction, and Carthage loses opinion of us, or we lose legitimacy. Well, Carthage can hate us. Namberg is our eternal enemy. I don't know if I can get up from that. Did you flip? No, you're still Lutheran, so I can't fabricate on you. You're a fiefdom of Poland, though. Ooh, so that means if I can get at Poland, I have a CB on Poland. Give me a CB on Poland. I want a CB on Poland. Hungary, Livonia, Sweden, England, Bulgaria. I mean, England I wouldn't mind. Bulgaria I wouldn't mind at all. Bulgaria, you're friend with no one. You got colonial charters in progress, but I want your mainland. I really want your mainland. Actually, if I declare war on you, you bring in Byzantium and Georgia and Kiev and Muscovy. Wow, why? Where is that written? Oh, because all of the alliances there. If I declare on Biz is only friend with Bulgaria. Do I have a reclamation CB on you? No, I thought I saw on Argos. Against Argos. Who's a subject? Oh, he's a subject of the Ottomans. Yo, Ottomans, who are you friends with? You have 3 subjects. I want Argos for myself. And that's it. We're not middle hegemon anymore, I think. Nope. We're actually quite far from middle hegemon. I could entertain a bigger army, but I'm more focused on fixing my economy and increasing my income. So fighting the Ottomans, I mean, if the war goal is Argos, we would get the occupation, but we would only have the 25 occupation, so I don't really want to fight them. Religious war against Sweden on the behalf of Livonia, that's going to be horrible. Ooh, I'm trying to threat on Kiev. Kiev, who are your friends? Yeah, you're friend with basically everyone around. Hungary, Poland, Muscovy, Bulgaria, Novgorod. I mean, at least it would be a one-front war, which would be much better, but we're at the point where I don't want to fight them too much, because even though they're outdated, the Polish troops are not outdated, and I have no manpower. But 13k, my issue is more the manpower than the levies. And we haven't even finished replenishing. We need to finish replenishing and restock on manpower. Just 29k, which is mostly correct, mostly coherent. What do you want to do is go to see our markets. Mastani seat where there's coffee and cloves. No, don't create a market. No, I am not creating a market. Going to the Mastani seat, seeing what we need the most is apparently sand. And I have RGOs that, well, Salm can take some. Renovation of the Louvre Castle. Yes. We get Louvre Palace renovation, which is building cost, migration attraction, and local monthly prosperity. Max control up as a decaying modifier. We gain 10 cultural influence. We gain 15 legitimacy, which is going to fix our legitimacy. Absolutely. And even though they haven't finished replenishing other top needs, we're still going to work on the sand because we need that much sand. Honk, honk, honk. Hello, Doran. Make me drink. Hello. Hi, Doran. Cheers to you. Anyone streaming during work hours? What the heck? Today is a national holiday for many Catholic or historical Catholic countries. Dude died. How dare he? How dare you, cabinet member? I mean, understandable. We only have crap people. You're crap, but you're older, so maybe you will get a better reroll. And Provence is rising up. Hi, Provence! I haven't seen the Provence proper tag in ages. You go to there. Stack 2, you go to Arles. And we'll work from here across. Maybe someone will defend Provence. I would love to. We have 8 spy network on the Pope. Provence declared us their rival. Oh no. They are on 50 people raised. Let's half you up and go to you. And we'll keep the stack of 5k proper. Right, it's a country that's rising up. It's not. It's just occupations here. So actually, focus siege, everything go. Focus siege, everything go. Focus siege, everything go. And if we spot them, well, we'll run after them maybe with these guys. You chase them. How's the annexations going? We're getting close to Henneberg and also close to Hohenberg, which will allow me to start integrating Wallerstatten. Wallerstatten, you're almost there. I'll still put, not a scutage, but enable the support of loyalists on your face. We have one, Provence has lost. That was their 50k people. You get back to focus sieging, everything go. Going to Alba, perfect. Castellane, done. We decided to drop Aix-en-Provence. Well, no, we took Arles and it was Aix-en-Provence that I should have sieged. That's okay. Castellane will take up here. We're down to 6.2 people. Woohoo! And then we start actually replenishing the manpower. Then we'll have to go deal with the Saxon Patriots. Then we'll have to think about the nobles. Noblesse insurgents. Which won't be too hard, except they're going to take La Rochelle again. Which, you know, historically was true. They did. La Rochelle was, during the revolution, a strong place. 120k army levies, woohoo! And I did put into the research queue, although it's not great. Is that 0.49? That means artillery is present in at least some places. Good. But if we look at the advances, I have put somewhere in the queue, somewhere far down, which I should actually don't do the rag paper production. I don't really care for the shipbuilding, but I don't know what the prerequisite for this. Give me a good tech tree where you actually, when you put something in, you see what's coming in. %. Honestly, I don't really. Well, I do care about them, but I don't care about those. Remove those to put the other higher up in the list. Improve shipment. I want the proximity cost to port in the age of discovery. Except I want the levies first. I want my matchlock levies first. Something like that. Okay, we're finding all our Provence people. Okay, you. Tarascon. A heretic outside our university. No, I'm not gonna lose that. I don't care about his the fact that he's a heretic. Your regular's long name too. You guys can merge up with these guys. And the Saxon Patriots are going to be in Saxony. Let's go to Henneberg. Coburg, something like that. And we're actually, finally, go to Arles. 92% is their last hope. The fact that they're not going to get the mercs. That will be that. Done. Then I'll have the Saxon Patriots. After the Saxon Patriots, I'll have to be careful to have my armies at home because of the noble insurgents that are coming. Hello, Cat. It's going to be time for your treat, Cat. I did not forget Zeta paid for at the start of the stream. Can we get more conversions, please? More. I'd like 70%. Would be great, please. Please and thank you. And Provence. Sue for peace. Take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Try to humiliate all your land, all your ducats. Revoke the 3 cores that apparently did not rise up. Here we go. Richelieu under Louis XIII besieged La Rochelle. Yep. I mean, it was sieged a lot. It was a fortress, one of the main Atlantic fortresses of people. Of the... okay, let's work on the cores of that we just got, because there's cleaning up to do in those cities. Cathedral in Constance, there's only 16k people. But they're still mostly Catholic. We'll keep the cathedral. Over here, you probably have your counting house. Yep. Remove the counting house. Keep the granaries as its indirect pop growth. You're fine. We finally have Ulm. We cannot lose now that we have Ulm, right? I will not pay for the university as much as I like the concept of it. Same thing, 19k people. Mostly Lutheran. Well, mostly not Lutheran, sorry. Once we're done with the cores, we'll take care of Cat. The cat and his needs. And chat spoiling him. How are we doing on lumber in this market? Actually, an excess of lumber in the Cologne market? In the Nuremberg market? Interesting. Do we need wild game here? No, we don't. We do not need a counting house, but we do need a temple. Because that's 5% control. Gonna tick down, but it's still full core, so it's 20 plus 5 from that, minus however much we get from unhappy people. That was Sigma Ringen. Next, you are rural, you produce wool, you have a bit too much of it, that's okay. Hello, cat. In this Paris, France was not worth a mass. Well, it's actually not Paris. The Paris does not exist in this run. It's called the Mastani seat. People can pay which points to flip the name of places. And someone decided that we needed someone, namely Doran, I'm just to call him out, decided that we needed the Mastani seat. Hohenberg, you don't need your castle, Hohenberg, silly Hohenberg. You don't need a counting house, which is expensive. How are you doing on stone, by the way? Plenty of stone. Airback. Okay, you're just so terrible. How are we on clay? It is relatively well developed, but I'm half tempted to just remove it and make it a rural location. And put it as possibly a bailiff in its stead. Because what would it touch? Touch Ulm, which has a mighty... Alright, okay, we'll do the... Okay, I understand. We'll do your cat treats. Let's do your cat treats. You have heard of the cat treats. Let's do the cat treats. Courtesy of Zeta at the very start of the stream before Doran had any chance to come in. So Bartok, you know you have to say thank you to Zeta. Being very generous with her Twitch points. Yes, I know. Yes, bonk bonk pat pat. I know. But you need to turn around to face the camera. And say thank you, Zeta. And munch. You're a goblin. You have an issue with the starting bit, but now you have no issues munching through it, right, Mr. Cat? Let's try to do one bit. Pull it. And here's the last bit, Mr. Cat. Want. You wanna lick it? No licking. Some licking. You got the licks. Done. Done. Finito. You managed it all. All the treats. You want to come on lap? Cat on lap, maybe? Maybe not. Hopefully. Moving the cat. Cat has been placed on lap. Cat may not stay on lap. Right, cat, you may not stay on my lap. As I know you. I wouldn't mind if you wanted to nap on my lap, I would not mind. But I'm not in the right seat, you understand? Being in the right seat is important for cat, for lap. He must be really missing cuddles if he comes onto my lap here when I'm at the computer. He seems to be debating the idea. But if I start playing again and moving the mouse, he might not stay. We'll try. Want to stay and play with me, Bartok? We're playing EU5. But yeah, with the tax base of Ulm, actually, you are going to become a bailiff. A bailiff city. Downgrade the location, give it 1 day. Build the bailiff. And from here, build the roads. In gravel, please. All around to Urach and Helfenstein. There's already the road to Ulm, so that's going to give me an extra little bonus. No, he seems to be staying. Cool. That was Erbach. And I need to add that one to the bailiff list. That one is a green bailiff on my list, which means bailiff I keep. Keep and cherish the bailiff. Where's my green? Where's the green? The green is there. And that one is in the Nuremberg market, right? Yes, Nuremberg. We had 2. We now have another one. Erbach. And then Der Dono. How is the culture spreading? If you don't mind you asking. Poorly. I'll finish the course and I'll show you. Because I know I'm going to press enter otherwise, and I want to make sure that I check all the cores before I do something else. Aix-en-Provence down here, just to check. Yeah, they reactivated the cathedral. There's 42k people. Let's keep the cathedral there. They reactivated the wharf, which I don't want to, though. Nor do I want to pay for the dock. Nor for the protected harbor. I'll keep them because they're French and I might want to activate them at some point, but until that point, no. We'll keep the cathedral. Arles. Same thing. Remove that. Well, not remove, but shut down. Don't replenish. Don't pay for those. How's the salt down here? Way too much salt. Marseille. Marseille, you've been mostly cleansed of buildings, which I don't mind. Legume, we can always do with more food, if only so they don't have to buy it on the market. Not excellent. It's not a good place to produce food, and in winter it's probably even worse. But it's going to keep some laborers occupied, as they've mostly promoted the burghers back to the burgher jobs missing. I'd love if they could prioritize the library and employment, but when they had to replenish, because that helps massively, but, you know, who am I to judge? Tarascon is one in the Bordeaux market, right? No, where's Tarascon? I know I clicked it, or is it in the Genoa market? Or in the Barcelona market? Where is Barcelone? Barcelone, Tarascon. Yep. That's another bailiff I keep. Reason, in of itself, there's 4.27 in tax. Oh, that's done with cat. Cat is done with lap. And so even if I'm paying 0.14 for the bailiff per month, I'm still earning 3 and a few ducats here. Speaking of which, I still have 28k peasants. I'm still missing 5k in the silk. But I have enough to employ fully, so build me those 3 levels. They're going to take their time, but hey. Now, Tarascon. Apt. Apt does fruit, max out fruit. Porcalquier, beeswax. It does not touch Tarascon. How are we doing on beeswax? We have beeswax. Porcalquier, orange. Do I want to do anything in orange? Produce wine, but we do produce way enough wine in the Mestani seat and in here with orange. Digne. Digne, you're a city. We produce alum, but I find like we produce enough alum throughout the world, and there's a few texts to produce more alum, so we can leave it as a town. Digne. Castellan down here. Shut down the monastery, because monasteries are just food for the literacy for the clergy, which is good. No, there is conversion speed on the monasteries. I might want to activate the monasteries too for the conversions. We'll see. With the 4.5k, I think we could. On the same criteria as the churches, and then Castellane. Draguignan. Draguignan can't do much, but it's wheat, and it has 39k peasants, so over time it will be able to max out that RGO. They will also max out the windmill at some point. I don't have much control here, but it will end up giving me control. How's the control in Fréjus? Average. Grasse doesn't have much money to make. Castellane neither, and Barjol little. So there's no worth putting a bailiff here. Brignoles next to Marseille? Maybe. Nah. Aix-en-Provence has Tarascon already for control. So, no, let's go back to Draguignan, Barjol, Brignoles. Sell the fruit when you're ready. Fréjus, wine, Toulon, salt, Nice, olives, cathedral, you're 37k, keep the cathedral. Remove close, protected harbor, and the dry dock. And you don't have the wharf, so we're good. That is Nice, Grasse. There's conversion. There's 34k people here. We'll convert them. Earning point 62. Building maintenance. Yeah, it's these 2 buildings costing me point. I could get 8% more from here. No, Bartak, we're not going out onto the balcony. I hear you scratching, but you're not going out. No, let's not build another here. Grasse. Sujet Teigny. You're lumber, you're full on lumber. Can you get a sawmill? Yeah, to produce more lumber. You can never have enough lumber in a region, so might as well refill that, and then they're gonna hire into the sawmill. We'll pay for the maintenance until it arrives. And I want all your lumber to arrive, because the sawmill is going to increase the amount of lumber produced. If I put a forest village, no, let's wait for that. For now, let's wait on that. Albenga, coastal. Coastal means possible wharf, possible protected harbor. Neither. You produce lumber too. Can you have a sawmill even if you're urban? The answer is nope. Stone quarry, tar kiln, mason. I think I'm hire the mason before the fiber crop farms, you know, for building and upkeep and stuff like that, but who am I to judge? Cairo. Monte. Monte is fine. How much do I have in potential tax base here? 5. Aki is 5. Alba is basically nothing. How's Asti? I'm getting distracted, but I'm thinking of where should I place bailiffs while I'm still looking at the locations. Jerry is wheat and absolutely rural. Wheat is needed. I can sell more food than I'm actually needing. That was Monte. Borgo. Done. Ventimiglia. Olives. You know what? You have plenty of olives. You don't need a university active, sir. Get that. You're producing lumber once you hire people back up. 4K peasants, and there's 3.9 needed, so we're good. Perfect. Ventimiglia. That and Alba to finish. Hey, you still have Lutheran preachers. I like that. Use beeswax, we're good. Question for culture. This is the culture spread for me. We have a bunch of Francian all over the world. Sadly, on some vassal that I forced to inflict, well, Galicia's mostly done. Leon has mostly stopped. I had started a little bit on Portugal, but then I used a trick to make them fully accepted. Do I have cores in here still? Yeah, no, I need to finish here before I accept Aragonese. But you can flip, like, I did not flip all of this to French, to Francian. It's mostly Czech. Actually, entirely Czech. But I used a trick to flip all of them to cores. Except a little bit over here, which, later. So I wanted the income from Prague and the 27 control out of the potential tax base of 25 for slightly more money and make this one even more valuable. It's gonna get even better when this guy gets back in. But yeah, my culture map is it's a mess. The answer is, what is it? It's a mess. I mostly took out the whatever was here, the Champenois. There's still a few locations Champenois, but now I'm mostly converting. I'm converting people because I'm more worried by this and the return of the French Wars of Religion than cultures. Cultures can revolt. Worst case, when cultures revolt, if they're close enough to a Catholic here, these guys will defend, and retaking the land from the subjects from the rebellious land is basically no war score, so I can eat some of the other countries in the process. Why is this war still going on? Oh, because they're secessionists who wants to join Castile, so Morocco's fighting Castile. Castile is not giving up. It's less blue than it should be. Exactly. That's very well summarized. That's less blue than it should be. But yeah, Croatia is officially... Are they still Francian, or did they flip back Croatian? No, they're still Francian. They have been slowly working on things, like... They are currently working on here. Sadly, Croatia is a disloyal subject, which is very annoying. They're a fiefdom, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. But the strength of the fiefdoms has gone down, actually. Maybe we have a chance. If we core more land, we might have a chance to actually get the fiefdoms back in. Until then, we'll keep on expanding on other things and stuff. And Saxon Patriots, we have, well, next month. Next month, we get our Saxon Patriots. Speaking of which, you guys, just out of caution, go back to the Mistani seat. There's a fort. The nobles are not going to rise up in the Mistani seat, but I'd rather you be close and have only one on the Saxons. We don't need both armies for that. How many more men do we need? 762 to fully replenish. Woohoo! So we're actually going to be full on manpower soon. Just as the Saxons declare. Oh no, not the Saxons! Hey, look who's there! Half. Does someone defend the Saxons? Not that I see. I would have loved if these guys came in with the Saxons. You, focus siege in Upper Saxony. And you guys go prevent things. Saxony has declared us their rival. Oh no, what are we gonna do with the Saxon rivals? Rip Saxon peasants. Ooh, did you join? Did you join? Did you join? No, they did not join. Why are you raising levies? Who are you at war with, Naumburg? Ah, War of Hungary aggression on Byzantium. Interesting. Does that mean that Hungary just isolated himself from friends? Asking for a Mastani? You see that as Kiev and Poland. Why are you going after Byzantium? You have no reason to go after Byzantium. In Byzantium, you were friend with Bulgaria. No. Oh, you had no friends, Byzantium. You lost your friend. Oh, Cat is playing with a shopping bag and... If Poland... Hungary... No, I need to replenish my regulars. Honey, you're replenishing regulars, you're replenishing regulars, you're replenishing regulars. Remember, you're replenishing regulars. And they are kept on move to Erfurt from wherever we were. So occupy Erfurt. Principato Utra and San Pietro in Tuscia are done, almost. General of the 29th Army. Oh no, he died. Our noble died. Our distant cousin who's now leading the army. So distant that I didn't know about him. Production stifled. We get production efficiency minus 4% for 10 years, or we gain inflation. Let's inflation, and let's deflate the inflation. Put that one down by 0.5, and that'll just do the trick. 4K. I think it's gonna be time. What's that? Military access from Hungary. How about freak you, Hungary? How about freak you? You're on to travel. See you, Zeta. Travel safely. Nürnberg is missing masonry. Yeah, but if you rehired the masons, it would be where it would work much better. What's Beauvais doing? Beauvais has no cathedral and no monastery. I'm not gonna build one. They're still promoting people and missing crap tons of people. Sadly, I can't prioritize the library unless I actually close. Ooh, if I close buildings, does that shift people to the libraries? Like, if I close the papermaker, they probably shift to the marketplace. If I close the marketplace, how does that work? Let's wait until the end of the month, and then we might reopen just to see if it shifts people, because they have 1.2 available burgers. Erfurt is successful. Good for their Erfurt. Oh, Castilian Patriots. We're going to be able to beat up Castile. That's important. I want to see end of month what happens to this. He was a captain member. Rude. Well, 42, 27 military skill. Ick. How are you doing on the... I want to see the library get hired. Because that gives me extra promotion to help people promote back into burger slots. Prina is done. Yeah, we're done with Saxony, but we can stand a little bit on that. Although, okay, it ticked. Did you rehire the library? You did not. Yes, library is hired. So now if I open the jobs here, in the marketplace and in the Papermakers Guild. Go to you. So you guys merge into the regulars, long name. And regulars long name, just like you. No, we'll have the noble insurgents first. Hide. And we wait until the... Hindenburg might be not be the best place to hide in because we're about to annex them. And we said we had 200 on you, so we can actually start Waldstatten. Start that annexation. In terms of rebel list, we are about to have the nobles as soon as we peace out from this war. Unless we wait on the war to get the Castilian patriots. Because then we'd be on a two-front... Well, we'd have the Castilians on one side, and then the Polish patriots are going to rise up, and that should give us an option to go after Poland. Nobody's... Well, we need Germany. we need to form Europa. We're a bit above 1.6k. There's the Saxons that are discounted for now. Yeah, let's hide you in here. I know there's winter, but grumble. It's winter. It's fine. We'll wait off winter. We still need to replenish those guys. And we are replenishing our barracks and training fields, so over time it's good. We had a month tick from Beauvais. Did you flip out of the library? You did not. Cool. So now you get more promotion. From, well, you know, from too few peasants to more. But Beauvais actually doesn't have enough people. I could reopen the university. Hey, San Pietro in Dussia. Now let's wait for the Castilian patriots. You're gonna march down to say hi to the Castilian patriots. Head to Navarre. Building the RGOs. The Castilians are mostly in Castile. And for them, oh no, because the Moroccans are gonna be... Moroccans are going to be an issue. I'm at war. I have the time to do so. Create as many Castilian levies as I can. I'm preemptively raising levies. I can because I'm at war with Saxony, who I don't need the levies, but I want to zoom through because otherwise Morocco is going to occupy land, and I don't want that at all. Actually, I don't want them to rise up, so you, instead of integrating, I want to be ready to pounce on Castile as soon as I want to, so you're going to go on rebel crackdown. We're going to slow down on the integrations, but I want you to stop the Castilians. I want the Castilians to rise up at some point, but I'd much rather do it against the lesser Polish patriots or the Aragonese patriots, rather than letting Morocco in their war where Jaén is technically a subject of Castile. So if I do that, the Castilian separatists are going to rise up here, and then I'd be cooked because they'd march in, occupy the rebellion, and then I'd be losing those locations. They did that earlier. Might be a bit extremist, Sonny. Oh well. Actually, let's do that. Except for regulars long name 1, and I have to find regulars long name 2. Well, 1 and 2. Besides that, all of you merge. You did not understand the order, right? Or you did? Nope, you did. They're all moving. Good. All moving. Have them come to the Mestani seat. Castile joins the coalition. England joins the coalition. Hungary joins the coalition. Proximity cost with maritime presence. Cool. That's why I want the institution. I want the artillery. Give me that 273. That's good progress. How's artillery progressing in terms of institutions? The answer is barely. It's mostly in Poland. So Poland will have a big advantage on me in terms of that, which annoys the hell out of me. Where's the regulars that are going down? You guys. We're going to need you near Poland. Lesser Poland, it's going to be Novi Sad that's going to be revolt. And if it goes like last time, Poland is going to follow. Which means actually you're going to hide in Wittenberg. In Saxe-Wittenberg. Who is a fiefdom? We'll put someone on improving with you, might as well. More diseases? Bubonic plague again? Uh-oh. Where? Present in one owned location. Where's the bubonic plague? Where are the rats again? Uh-oh. I'm afraid. Rats? No rats. Don't give me rats. It already wiped out, 32 million of my fellow men. Has killed 99 million people throughout France. Me by far the most! Woohoo! Oh boy. And I know where that one owned location is, because that's, one location, and I'm worried about it. Hopefully it's the African ones and they're far away, and you have 27k peeps. and you're over stack limit. So start marching. The others will catch up, slowing you down even more. But that way we get a general move towards that. I want Morocco and Castile to end their war. So I don't want to declare on Morocco. And yeah, Big Stack is on 50% slowed, I think. Yep, they're 50% slowed, the others aren't. And as they come in, if they had a general, well, the general becomes available for other armies to give them more movement speed. If they didn't, well, they don't have a movement speed buff guy, it's cool. Siam Patriots are being debuffed. The lesser Polish Patriots are a few months off. And yeah, they're going to be in one location down there. Cool. Actually, I can hide armies in Berserk. An army in Berserk. The other regulars, where are my other regulars? .6 of you. You go in... Oh, we can go into Saxony from here. Poland joins the coalition against me. Come on, Polish Patriots, before they decide that they actually want to fight me because I don't have that many regulars. The Isles? Isles joins. Are the Isles independent? They are independent. Interesting. Oh, England integrated Scotland. Bye, Scotland! First joins the coalition. Sweden, what's your aggressive opinion about me? A lot! Well, only 383. So I could shave off 120 of that. Relatively easily, right? By 160, and I have 49 on improved relations, 45. So I can shave off 120 aggressive expansion with that. But we have common enemies. Let's put someone on Sweden. Probably won't work for this war, maybe like 2 or 3 wars from now. The Hussites are coming back, but they haven't been converted out for some reason. I'm especially annoyed of Prague. Hussites. Lack of control is hurting. But we won't be getting much more until we get more buildings. Heroes leading regulars long name 1. Well, regulars long name 1, you're going to get a general at some point. Once all of these guys end up grouping up. With the 55k that are here, we'll just hide them in Prague. Remove the general. So hopefully they get it. Nope. Lesser Polish Patriots, they are being backed by Poland, Bohemia, and Namberg. Perfect. Hello, Namberg troops. We're in a new war, so we can peace out Saxony. Take all your money, revoke your core in Freiburg, and take all your land. There we go. Perfect. Electorate of Saxony is gone. I'd have to check for the buildings, but we're earning decent cash. Let's work on... Not Beauvais, because Beauvais can't have more. You're out of people as well. Montferrat-d'Aubigny, you have actually... Well, you still need to promote 10k peasants, so... Nope. Étampes. Étampes you could. You're just lacking 2 billion people. Onu, what's your market access? 91? do with one more of these. What I can do is build roads. Build fancy roads to places that matter from here. Build the upgraded paved roads like to Rouen, to Troyes, to Sens, Provins, Meaux, Orléans to a lesser degree. And up north to Bruges, for example. Saint-Omer, Amiens, Fécamp, Caen, and Chartres. Build me roads for increased control in those locations. Actually, you drop the cannons. Cannons south. You're almost there. Yeah, stop there. We'll give them 30k peasants. It says we're gonna lose here. I doubt we're gonna lose. Or are they all regulars and mercs? These are all regulars and mercs. Oh boy, this is gonna be horrible. Are you all on modernized troops? How many troops do you have? How did you beat me with that, Naumburg? Ah, because there was a Polish army in there. Okay, the Polish regulars were there. That explains a lot. Whoops. Go to here and to there. Activating caps lock by accident. And yes, Germany doesn't exist as of itself as a country. Nope, it does not. You're gonna detach half the infantry. That's a bit lot. That's a lot. Let's go with 45k. Select. You're gonna be peasant boomsticks. Okay, well, find some generals on these stacks and deassign them. Like you. Abandon army. You. Abandon army. Oh, I also went in with no general, right? Yeah. That might not have helped. You're only 21k for the peasant boomsticks? No, this stack is the peasant boomsticks. You are real peasant. You are peasant boomsticks. Move up to Zatek. You guys come in. The 34, almost 35. Merge up. Balance. Man, these guys are so slow. Can I box select all of them? Yes. Merge into this guy, and you're gonna go to Sens, and we'll stop there and wait for people to actually arrive for a second wave of people. There are 24k more that we'll bring to here. You know, Mastani at some point thought that he had manpower. The fact is he did not have manpower. The good news is Poland doesn't have manpower either. They have 14,000 peasants and 6 to 7k regulars. That's all. That's peasants. That's the locals. So this stack should be mostly safe to siege down Bohemia. We're probably going to lose a few in there. Group up to Sens, where we... Ooh, Simon Dely. Army morale, army initiative. Okay, dip ability is neat. Well, mill abilities. Combat speed and discipline and stuff like that. I like that, but... we'll end up replenishing these guys. You, peasant boomsticks. You're going to Freiburg. Halberdiers don't need to attach to me. Let's call in Holstein. Let's call in Holstein. Or someone far away, like Croatia. So they have to follow me in war if I call them in. Call in Croatia. Let's call in Navarra. Call in Lyon. And Galicia. Officially, they're helping me defend. They're in as war allies. These guys might get killed. Nope, they walk right by. Cool. Regulars will wait a month or two because you can go back to 6.2, right? At peak, 6.8. Yeah, we'll wait on the reinforcements for you. 21 will actually move them back since nobody's actually grouping up to them anymore. We're going to Sens, and Sens will wait for these guys a little bit more. They also have a way better general than I do. Oh no, Asfeldfeld. Asfeldfeld! No! I'm gonna walk right around his regulars because I don't have regulars, he does. Probably replenished more regulars than I did also. Okay, so Garrett. Okay, you caught me. Good job. Consolidate. Balance. You're out of morale. That's probably not gonna help. We're not gonna reinforce with this because these 6k... At this point, merc time. You know what? Armies. Mercs. You hired a bunch of mercs? Okay. Bribe for 3k. I don't have money, actually. They just did a lot of buildings and roads. Oh well. Pop peasants in here. Move up. Yeah, I don't have the morale to hold up. Although they have us just annexing Hindenburg. Pause. Yeah, we're gonna break off that one. Actually, let's break off that one immediately if we can. Retreat far away. Yeah, we took more than we inflicted. Lower am Main. Shut down the hospital. We have 14k peeps. As much as I would love to keep the cathedral, we're majority of Lutheran. Remove the counting house. Don't build a university. Brückenau, you're building up fiber crops. Why not? Have a local shrine that nobody can do anything about. Wait, do I keep the monastery? Yes. Let's keep the monastery active for once. Hildenbergenhausen. You just remove the university. Remove that. Remove the castle. I don't want to have to fight the castle. I don't want to have them siege the castle just for me to take it back. Even though it's forest and hills, would have been a good castle location. That was Hildenhausen. Schmackelalder. That's the local shrine. Remove the local shrine. And the spiritual retreat. That's iron. You don't have the peasants to promote. Rural smelter. What does the rural smelter do? Local iron output up. Okay. It's the charcoal kiln that... does the bog iron also do that for the charcoal? No. You're just smelting the charcoal locally. Let's remove the need for people because with only 447, you're not going to catch that up. So actually just remove that. We won't even have enough peasants to hire for that, so... You can see the bug that just smacked into the window. Wondering if hornets are out yet or not. Local shrine, we can remove that. Sorry, pastors, but not sorry. No university either. But I want to keep this as a town. There's basically nothing in there. And the upkeep of the building is going to cost me more than what it's actually going to bring me. You're vastly majority of Lutheran. Lose that as well. The pop, that would just be a loss of pops for nothing. Sorry, phone is about to beep. Telling the phone not to beep. Do I want to keep this as a location, or do I want to... Looking around, I mean, you did clergy land, for sure. Get some control into the beeswax, we could get some control into the lumber. Control into the salt. Except Rottenburg is already rural. But you'd have the pops for a bailiff. Pause. Get your bailiff. Get your gravel roads if you don't have them already. You indeed do not. You're going to project some form of control around here at some point. Menimingen. Remove the university. Remove this. You have some tools. You have some trade. Using medicaments. You're lacking peasants. Wow. Peasants lacking? That's impressive. I mean, from 6 to 5, it should decrease and bring 1,000... No, it's going to bring laborers back, not peasants. Oh well, people are going to be born peasants and there's peasant jobs, so... Gotha, I do not want this. I do not want the local shrine. You have 11k people, come on, and you're lumber? Get rid of you. Now that's going to get rid of the granaries, that's going to get rid of a lot of buildings. Do I want you on the fiber crops, or do I... It's 50 per level of granary. It's going to give me 200. But I want more lumber. There's never enough lumber. We'll leave it as is. That's Gotha. Oldorf. You just built cities everywhere, didn't you? What do we have in Erfurt? We would have a great tax base in Erfurt. So Gotha, you're going to get a bailiff. Your lumber, well, yeah. Gotha, you get your bailiff. You do have the pops for it. You're going to need 800 for the... Don't actually that. You have 2k. Give me 2 levels of lumber mill. Gotha. And roads from... Well, actually, no bailiff on you. Bailiff on you. Because Eisenach is already going to hit Gotha. You bailiff up. Because even then, with that much control, we should be able to get some taxes from the fur. The fur is always going to be worth it. If we get the pops back in, but that's an issue for future me. Build roads. Gravel roads. There, it's going to spread some control to Erfurt. Sluisingen. I find it easier to do this while when I just took the location rather than later. Sluisingen, I don't see anything else that's an issue, so Haspelt. So much urbanization around here. Remove the cannon maker because, well, it needs 900, but we don't have 900 people. Remove that and we'll see after that. Actually, in this case, I'm not even gonna do the library. They'll promote when they promote. Hasfurt, Wolfsburg. Very nice location, doesn't need its university. Still lacking 3k people here, but overall, well, we have the peasants. They are going to promote over time. Proximity costs and local production costs. Local food production plus 5%. Except wine doesn't give any food, so it's only the peasants that are on local agriculture. Local proximity costs 5%. Would Uffenheim be a decent place for a bailiff? Livestock, you would do lumber on your own. You have the peasants for it. The paper industry here is not worth it. Not for that little income. Yeah. Uffenheim. Downgrade. Pause. Oh, I don't have the money for a bailiff. Oh well. You're downgraded. Wolfsburg. Do I need the bridge? It does employ 250 laborers. Well, we can fit the 250 laborers, especially when the wine goes away, so yeah, we'll keep it for now. For now, being until the next rebellion, and I look at the city, it's like, why did I leave that? Karlstadt, you are a very good fort in the middle of nowhere. I'd rather you hire the peasants in the fruits, which, you know, were like severely lacking than anything else. Swinefoot. Producing sturdy grains. You do not need this. You have caught up on peasants. Produce sturdy grains, so the irrigation is warranted. Melristadt. You are building Carpenter's Guild in Lumber Place, makes sense. You have a temple. You don't need the hospital active. Technically, you don't need a library because you've promoted everyone. There's very few people, so don't pay for the library. You livestock. Same thing. You've promoted all the peasants. Let's remove the library. Ansak. Remove the counting house. You have some industry. We'll keep the some industry. And you're just legume. I mean, legume are great. Let's put that down. We won't be able to do anything about the local shrine. But besides that, you're good. And I have the full core, so I'll have 20% control. Okay. I think, do I do a farmer village? But nope. Could produce a little bit more legume for food. Let's do that. There. That has been solved. 5k versus 5k. I had no morale here, that's why they got me. But I'm retreating far away! Korvac has fallen. Oh no, not Korvac. Good news is that they're not going after my sieging sack. They feel probably too weak. You're fighting and you are occupying down there, which is fine by me. I would love if this stack could fall. Gare has fallen, yep. But I didn't call in these guys, so I'm overall safe around here. 46, yeah. And troops are out of Castile. Troops are out of Iberia. I repeat, troops are out of Iberia. Except we're going to have the Aragonese Patriots in a while. Aragonese Patriots, they're going to be relatively small. You guys, 21k. You'll deal with them. Maybe not the king. Well, the king can lead an army. Sure. Stay in Spencast. And I am in stream. I repeat, you are in stream. Your presence in stream has been confirmed. How are you doing, Sven? Yeah, we'll use the 45, 46 plus whatever. Actually, use stragglers. Join up with that guy. And that one, yeah, that king is going to go down. That'll leave only these guys to merge up with a 46. Who are relatively slow as hell. And you're the regulars who need to replenish. Okay. Before we charge out at the poles. Doing well playing farming sim. Ooh. Hoping to one day understand EU5. Yes, that is a very good ambition to one day understand. There are some things I don't understand myself. Printing press gives benefits. Ooh, 5 research progress. I'll take that. They're taking their attrition for winter. Do I want to replenish that? Or do I want... Who are you? And... Okay, you're mercs. I don't want to go and confront your mercs with my regulars, although I have the regulars to fight you. As of now. Let's move that way overall. Now let's regroup with these guys. Gem has fallen. Yeah, they're having fun over there. That's fine. They can have all the fun they want over there. I'm doing good. I'm doing very good. I'm having fun. I'm playing EU5. Who would not be having fun playing EU5? Yeah, we'll push this, try and catch, then we'll send an army to catch the Bohemians and the Neustadt. Neustadt army is only peasants, and the Bohemians are 252 regulars, so it doesn't matter. Actually, we're attritioning, so we might as well. That's fine, that's not... Zatek? No, Zatek is a capital. Pause. Integration of Principato Ultra is done. Where's my integrate province? There it is, integrate province. I should also expel people at some point, but I'd rather do more cores. Molise, or do we... No, because Castilians and Aragonese are about to rise up. I could do little bits of island down here, but I'm not that in a rush. Keep on working on northern Italy. I haven't had a revolt in here in ages, but I'd rather not it not happening again. Like, don't remember ever... Well, I have worked on Milan before, but like already a third from just time passing by. Provinces do passively. And next month we get the Aragonese. You stop. You're in Mio. Stop in Mio. Let's beach up in Zatek. Yeah. Beat up your regulars. And then we go to Freiburg. We can occupy Naumburg. And then it's a matter of keeping them in Hungary. In Poland. Bishops consolidate for now. Zatek has fallen, yep. Take those casualties, Poland, and eat them. Sadly, you can't know how much manpower they have in reserves. We're gonna go Zatek for the winter, because winter is almost done. And we'll detach the cannons, and we'll detach a cannon stack from you. If I do half and half, well, let's do half of the infantry, half of the cavalry. You're going to be peasant boomsticks too. Not Q peasants, Mustani, shift. Splitting off your peasant boomsticks 2, and you are peasant boomsticks 1. And I want peasant boomsticks 2 and my 800, 700, very few cannons over here. Actually, 305 and peasant boomsticks 2. You two merge. And you're going to march into Gera. And you're going to go and zero in on those guys. Balance. Yeah, Poland, take your attrition as well. Zedela has fallen. Yeah, you're occupying me, but I hope that the 23,000 of them are going to be able to march them out. Divish has fallen. Yeah. Can we get him? Can they please stop the siege somewhere? I would love if they stopped the siege somewhere. Exodus of Spoleto. Replace the priest to make them happy. No, good riddance. And Zaragoza started a war with us. Hi, Zaragoza. You know what I have here? Technically 2 stacks. I'm going to consolidate them. You go half. You are Iberian siege. Hello, Mean Wolf. Good day, everyone. Mastani, bonjour. And Exigentis. Speak, redeem, I speak French. Je n'ai pas besoin de traduction. Je voulais juste dire salutations venant du plat pays qui est le mien. Salutations au plat pays qui est le tien. You are Iberian siege. Iberian siege, you have an order to focus siege. Aragon. And that's about it for now. You and you're going to merge together. So you're going to attach to this one, the second one. Not these guys. Not Iberian Siege. You are Iberian Hunt. In fact, do you have a general available? I should have a general available. Yeah! Have Antoine de Rouen. Well, no. Botelios di Ferrara, because he has a 78 in mil, making him move faster. So chasing people better. Balance out, and you are going to hunt armies in basically Iberia and south of France. Namely Gascony, Languedoc, Castille, Extremadura, Navarra, Aragon, Catalonia, Valencia, Toledo, Murcia. And that's about it. Yeah, I don't think they're going to go that far as to Andalusia or North or South Portugal, but we'll add those as well. If they step into Leon or Galicia, Leon or Galicia will just smack them. Might make it interesting to actually call them in. Make them potential targets. You're attritioning. Poland, you're attritioning. 1% because of winter? Yeah. You're not running out of food yet. Bubonic plague again. I'm worried. Where is the bubonic plague? Or is it down here? Not in here. I don't see it there, which means it's probably mainland somewhere. Where in mainland somewhere it is, I have no idea. Minor bubonic plague outbreak of no presence in our country. Presence in 5 owned locations. Can I know the 5 owned locations? Oh, down here around Bordeaux. Found it. Oh boy, here we go. Plague again. First time was just a minor outbreak. You know that wiped out half our pop? County of Saragossa declared us their rival. Okay, resistance in Bordeaux is done. Sandomierz has fallen. Don't really mind Sandomierz fallen. 6k, I need you to push back. Hey, look who I baited into walking into Croatia. Baited! Let's call in Verona. Same bait. Falling to the first rebellion and the second rebellion. Second rebellion is Saragossa, but I'll still call them it. 6.8, you march back. We still need people for the other regulars who are replenishing here. But you can go work on places. Hey, we're catching them on the fort. That's amazing, because that means we get a stack wipe. Good. Bohemia, out of troops. Nuremberg, out of troops. Well, losing pops is harsh. When I had 70 million pops, it wasn't that harsh. When 35 of them got wiped with the first bubonic plague, more harsh. You guys can go to Erfurt. Your peasant boomsticks too. Yeah, you're going to retake Gera, and then we're going to replenish that. You have 774. You can march into Poland. Or at least Poland borders. You can actually come and start and hunt these guys, maybe. You! Fall in into the first war. Against the other one, I don't really care. Against Saragossa, I don't really care. They have 800 men. And that's it. They raised all their levies. So I'm mostly okay. Navarre, did I call you into the second one as well? No, I'll call you into the second one as well. Come on in. You're completely disloyal. But maybe I can actually make you loyal again. Let's improve opinion with you. And Memmingen, are you... You're a fiefdom. I might as well. No, I can't enforce on you. I need positive opinion. Don't need the support loyalist, so let's put someone else on you. In terms of dip actions, I can no longer... I have nobody else to enable scutage on. Yep, indeed. Who has debt? And how much? Yes, but how much debt do you have, Alderstatten? You have debt, but I don't know how much debt you have. I don't want to go in without knowing your debt, sir. I know your tax base, but I don't know your debt, and if I don't know your debt, you're not getting my money. Your Iberian siege, your Iberian hunt, good luck. That's the Saragossa War dealt with. Well, actually, let's march more slowly because of these guys. Artist emigrates. Do I want? No, he's absolutely horrible. Get out. Get out, artists. You're increasing the number of artists that I'm paying for, and I don't like that. Like, I'm supposed to have only 3. I hate it. They're blowing up my cultural investment for nothing. Stability, we could put a little bit more of money into stability, now that we're actually positive on income, and well positive. Our pastors are stabilized, our nobility is stabilized. Even with our pastors taxed at 50%, well, taxing them to keep them at 50% estate equilibrium. Pastors' target equilibrium is 50%, but, you know, they're overall happy. Partners are happy, Petit Peuple is happy. Trade is we're managing to sell saffron in Ireland. I don't understand how that works. Change of plans. Oh crap. Okay. We're gonna win. That's his regulars, mostly. Sadly, that means... Okay, so that means that you... No, he's taking attrition. See if you can come and reinforce that. And then we go to Freiburg. Your peasant boom 6-2, you need to replenish, so keep your month tick. Take your month tick in Gera. I'm trading peasants for regulars here. I'm not really fond of the concept. You guys retook here. Right? No, you're on Erfurt. We need to finish Erfurt. You know what? Actually, you guys move to Erfurt. You guys move to Alsfeld. Good news, as I fought in here, which means the cannons are going to get some replenishment. Okay, I only lost 72 cannons. And how many did I replenish? Enough to go siege. That's great. Okay. You chase off to here. Regulars, you're going to fight. Let's go to Prina. Prina. I have 200 to replenish, but again, if I can wait a little bit and have some more replenishment, I wouldn't mind. France have won, Saragossa has lost. That was the levies in Saragossa. Let's go towards Sopron down here and stuff and see if we can liberate that and then come into push into here. And then push into there. Economy is feeling good. If we could, how are we doing on religion? 60%. It is slowly, very slowly progressing. I would love to get 20 stability to flip our language power to French. Even though that means that, well, European pops would be using it, but slightly more powerful than Latin, but it's not an emergency. Something we got in the siege. Vida has fallen. Where's Vida? Oh, they marched through Lithuania or got access through Kiev. I'm okay with that. You're sieging. You got your tick. 613. You're gonna reoccupy this. Well, with these guys, we'll have them take over here. So you move over to here to Gera. And then like this. Through controlled territory. Yeah, they're vamping around. What are you doing? Oh, you're occupying. You're sending your mercs all the way into Croatia to fight the Croatians. Thank you, Croatia, for using your regulars and your peasants to fight those guys off. Same as I'd love to beat up these guys, but not the urge right now. You can go to... I'd rather focus siege. I'm always worried that someone is going to intervene in here into Aragon. Go. Yeah, you're occupying up north. That's okay. Hi, 3k Poles. Are you going into here? Into Dreiss? I wouldn't mind you going into there. Yep, you're stopping there. Hey, Moravia. Want to beat those guys up? For me? It's a lot of regulars, but yeah, you can beat them up. Thank you. Love you. One more regular for them. March back down to Prague. One fell. Let's go take Buda. Yep, they got murdered here. They don't have enough people here, and they're starving. So we're good. I'm gonna bring the 400. Yeah, you're bringing the... Yeah, murder them. Do whatever you want, but murder them. Oh, and they retreated to there. That's a wipe of the Polish army. Mwah! I love you for that. Thank you, little disloyal subject, for doing my bidding. Let's add you guys in. Into the First Rebellion. As an ally. Lithuania, I'm not sure. Livonia, I'm not sure either. I don't think you have enough strength to actually do that. But, good job, guys. I don't expect them to do anything else. Ah, you're marching to here for the reinforcements. Okay, Valstatten. The nobles are like, can we rise up now? Please? Is it our turn? We took a ticket. Or something. I do want to keep the Castilian Patriots down longer and longer, as long as I can. Venetians are 0%. They're only in Venice. Right? Yeah. So I'd have to fully culture flip that. How's Beauvais? Beauvais is mostly taken care of. But I do want Beauvais proper to be Lutheran. That is done. Let's not open the university. You're still promoting peasants that we don't have. You decided to abandon the library again. Rude. Is there any employment here? No. Remove. Remove those. You're still hiring on the marketplaces. I want the trade to be going, although there isn't much needs. We are overproducing more than trading. So that can wait. However, you... Converting, actually... Convert to more Lutheran. How are we doing on religions here? Yeah, Meaux, Provence, and Nogent-sur-Seine. Would love if they were all. Just need a little bit, well, bit of a nudge, bigger of a nudge in some places. And Blois is going to be absolutely entirely Catholic, absolutely Lutheran. But we'll say that Beauvais is going to keep on flipping slowly, but it's flipping faster than pop growth because of pest, which is going to help us keep on flipping Lutheran. Since we get better passive, we're full on religion, so we're flipping Lutheran and doing a successful Lutheran flip. Taking that. Novgorod has fallen. I'm okay with that. Are you going for Brno, sir, or am I going to fight you? No, you're running away now. Boo! Stop running away! Yep, you occupy that. You're occupying that. We're good. Yeah, they have 2k troops up there having fun. Speaking of fun, you got your replenishment to 800. The loot is done. Congratulations. Binog is depopulating. Yes, there's still some form of, disease called the bubonic. Bubonic. Okay, present only in Binog. Okay. That was indeed a minor bubonic plague. The real bubonic plague was that. Someone needs to go to Teruel. Nope, nobody needs to go to Teruel. Iberian Siege, you group with Iberian Hunt, and Iberian Hunt, you become Home Keep. Home Keep, and your mission as Home Keep is to defend home territory. Merge, group, waiting on the last two occupations, but they shouldn't have any troops. Osno-Odan Dzizna has fallen. Oh no, not Dzizna. Up there. Raider's long name 2, you are going to be focus sieging in my land. I don't want you in Poland. Olivonia. Black Ruthenia. White Ruthenia. Off you go. That way you'll trap these guys off at some point, hopefully. And I know there's only 2k, although... Well... Yeah, go murder them. I'll come in to do support. Mental support. That was his peasants. I mean, it was not an immense victory. Okay, you are going to be the one doing the sieging up there. There's nobody down here. Focus siege in only my land. I don't want to take the war goal until the game is yelling at me that white peace is going to happen unless I take the war goal. That's Volnia. That's Policia. That's Black Ruthenia. And I want White Ruthenia. Go. And I'll do border smacks with these guys. I got your regulars. Murdered. I will still lift an occupation or two just to give these guys a head start. Peace imminent. Okay, yeah, I'll take the war goal. Well, no, I'll just keep these guys around. Maybe, start the siege of Krakow, and if really it becomes a nuisance, we'll deal with it. Zaragoza. I want your land. I'm gonna put in a humiliate because I can. All of your land, and that's gone. Although, the home defense. We don't have any Aragonese anymore. We do have the Portuguese Patriots, which are gonna be a lot of peeps. Right, cancel. I am taking everything. Yes. You'll take Bielefeld, and you and the home defense, which are down here. We're gonna go hide in Lyon. There's a Sorbian people, there's a Swabian people, but there's also the Portuguese people. Swabian? Where's Swabian people gonna be? Well, we'll deal with the Swabian with these peasants. Also, I'm happy to see my levies keep on replenishing. October, here comes winter. Work on that fort. Siege of Glago is done. That's the siege up here. You're gonna go to there to Vidun. You're gonna tread through winter. That's fine. Argio's missing employees. No deal. No news there. After a plague, we're missing people. Imagine that. 1 out of 5 debates. Come on, Catholics, go faster. I can't debate with you, but, you know. 1541. Took you 4 years to do the first debate. Debate again. Good. With our 5 artillery on both, that's good. Feels very good. Poland, how are you doing? You're 14k men. You don't have any regulars anymore. They got wiped. Hiring some mercs. How about no mercs? How about the money you spent on mercs? How about we murder the mercs the moment they come in? 3rd of December. Finish on 10th of December. Okay. Hi, mercs. I'm kind with you, Poland. I'm saving you upkeep on your mercs, okay? And I'll go to here. How long do we have before the peace imminent? I still have a full year to take this, which doesn't have a fort and is not building one. Except, pause. I see things that I don't like. Poland, you still have as many mercs? You still have as many mercs. You're paying up all your money into mercs. News is I don't need mercs. Unhappiness among the merchants. Reduce trade investment. Trade efficiency goes down. Or burghers lose satisfaction. Piss off the burghers. There. Okay, winter attrition is hitting here, but not here yet. Ooh, these guys could say have a full winter without full winter without attrition. That would be great. We built the Swabian Patriots. Hey, guess what? I had an army here. Focus siege. These. And home defense. They're going to keep on defending home territories. Poland should stay inside their own land because they have forts to unsiege. And I'm not going to give them the honor. Nope, winter has arrived here. We'll go here, we'll replenish our manpower here, and then we'll go and murder the peasants. Poland, for all the regulars of mine that you murdered during these wars, Time to yell revenge. Siege of here has fallen. Can you go to Kurim? We'll go and occupy... Well, no, go to this place, because I want to occupy this too. No, wait. For now, wait. Wait for morale. Morale recovered. Off we go. Status quo. Well, too bad for you, status quo. Württemberg declared us a rival. No shit. Siege of Billund is done. Good. You can go to Mstow. Mstow. Yeah, because that fort protects both this town and this town. Send the peasants packing. Pack the peasants up. Send them home. Bye, peasants. March out, even though it's still January, but we could go to here. Listen, why are you losing things? Losing pop to attrition because of normal winter? Question mark? How long until white peace? 137 we did. And keep on pushing here, because again, this is all French land. So as soon as I'm done, I get the occupation, I get the food back. Well, food and replenishment when I take them. Once these are occupied, so not worried. Are these mercs? Yeah, those are his. That's his merc stack. I'm gonna watch where his merc stack goes for that. For now, I am going to go into places where I have a chance. Max RGO size. Woo! More RGOs. He's probably gonna come and defend Srebrenica. Or he's going for the fort. Bonk. Kingdom of England again. Coalition war? Yep. Kingdom coalition war. Okay. England, I'm gonna have to deal something to do. I'm gonna have to deal a blow to you, and this time there's not gonna be Poland to defend you. And I'm on the border with Hungary, and yeah. Okay. Change of plans. We peace out Poland fast. That means you come back to here. We summon all the peasants we can. You go hunt down Castile. You're Iberia. Iberia siege. I half you out. No, you're still moving? Okay. Half you out. Balance you out. Focus siege. All Extremadura, which is Castile. Morocco's at peace, we're good. You are going to be Iberia hunting. With 12k peeps. And I want you to be led by Fast, Boetios di Ferrara. You're going to balance units and hunt armies in Iberia, which should be listed all together, so I just have to find the glowy blue dot. There it is. Navarra, Extremadura, Castile, Leon, Galicia, Catalonia, Valencia, North and South Portugal, and Toledo and Andalusia, and Murcia. Hunt that. Go. I want one stack of regulars. Stack of regulars that was about to intercept the mercs up here. I want you to intercept the mercs. And then you zoom to Calais. And they'll be fighting the Brits, pushing them back. Raise all the English levies, but we're going to hide them in Kent. We're going to need the levies from here. The 2 there, we're going to raise them, send them to the Iberians. It works. The Italians. All the Italians. The Nürnbergs. Yeah, 123k peeps sounds good. Especially as there won't be the Poles with their super duper troopers. Let's raise that. So yeah, these regulars, they're going to go here, and then they're going to be batting off the anything Hungary throws at me. We'll have 1 stack going up north. Did Sweden join? Yeah, Sweden joined. But we abdicate some of the antagonism with Sweden. And no, we had improved by 33. Relations improved was another modifier. Interesting. So we only had 300. We only have 350 antagonism to move off of Sweden. We move up to 160 per 0 to 100, and then we have to wait 160 years to redo the same amount. So you know we're about 320 years from being friends with Sweden again. Well, plus there's also natural decay, which does matter to a very important degree. Hungary, how many peasants are you bringing? 42. Oh, that's all regulars. Wow. With early arquebusier, which will get shredded by my regulars, but that's a lot of regulars. Probably don't have the manpower to sustain that, though. I do. I have the regen. I'll have to be careful around them, but the good news is that I have money. And with money, you buy mercs. And mercs? Power. I might actually buy a merc company in England just to get rid of the... sorry. Work? What are the militant faithful? Bribe mercenaries. It's our subject, so... No, hire merc leader. Do you have anything that's interesting? You have some halberdiers. I would like someone with more halberdiers. You know? Oh, you're just pure cavalry. You have 1 man-at-arm. Armored horsemen, cavalrymen. Oh, you have 34 infantry. What do you have on your infantry? Footmen, men-at-arms, handgunners. You're terrible! Upgrade your merc companies, guys. 7 halberdiers. You, sir. I want none of your archer BS. I want all your halberdiers. I want all your lancers. I don't want anything else. 24 months sounds reasonable. And I want you in Windsor. That's 3k mercs coming in. Hire another stack who has maybe one with more cavalry. 3 halberdiers. How many lancers you have? No, you only have heavy cavalrymen. Not interested. Jean de Mimizan. You have some heavy cavalrymen, but those are only 100. I want the 200 kind. Nope. You have hoblars. They're terrible. Heavy cavalrymen. Horsemen. Armored horsemen. Cavalrymen. Wait, are my cavalry 5k? Oh, what, 2k? No, I want lancers. Oh, game crash. Just send it and we'll reboot. It's fine. bond. Why am I looking for halberdiers? Because they're the best that I can hire as of now. And because they're infantry and they're going to be cheaper in raising and upkeep than the cavalry. And I intend to waste them against enemy cavalry, against enemy peasants. The English don't have the money to raise regulars, but they have a lot of peasants. So the goal is to wipe their peasants out with the mercs, while my regulars and a stack of peasants, maybe, while the regulars fight, and then we bring in the a stack of peasants and the regulars to siege down their forts. I'm still on 1.0.11. I don't know if mercs changed that much in 1.1. Except maybe ease to higher and stuff like that. I heard there was QL things I did not... I'm not entirely... I looked at it and I was like, oh, that's neat, and then I forgot. You never... Yeah, in this case it's a coalition war, so I need to get England out fast, because I don't want to war, and then war, and then war, and then war. I want to be the one declaring. So I might also use the mercs. Huh. Can you pull them out of the coalition? No, because it's the coalition declaring on me. That's what I did with Poland. Poland won't be in the coalition. For the others, they declared on me. Because I appear weak after having, you know, bubonic plague wiping half the country, and the fact that I'm technically, I feel like I'm still recovering from the Catholic Huguenots. You know, the Huguenots were the name of the Protestant people, but they're Catholic Huguenots that rebelled and forced my capital to change, which was a lot of money, and then control back to increase. And basically, before I got anything done, into coalition war, the previous one, into again, and yeah. So I was happy to get Poland out. England was already in charge of the coalition. But last time I was still recovering from the disaster, so I couldn't push anything nor take anything from England. I was actually happy for the white peace. Because that was the start of bubonic plague, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna need my peasants, and Poland had upped their army, and they have way more regulars than me. So I'm waiting currently on artillery, to try and get artillery to buff up my armies, and then it's gonna be piece of cake again. But right now I'm building up my economy, so, well, trying to build up economy when I can, while I deal with localized revolts, to be able to go again against the... to try and push and finish this this run. Because I am slowly coring, I am slowly annexing the vassals, who are the only ones who are loyal-ish for now. As my cores come in, I get control, which increases my eco, which reduces the disloyalty of the fiefdoms. So hopefully the fiefdoms will get back to a level where I can integrate them. You'll find small people will have my coalition as England versus France, so I get to the coalition pieced out white peace really quickly. Yeah, my issue is this is not 1.1, this is 1.0.11, where the AI basically doesn't declare on you normally, except because I'm quote-unquote only earning 187 and my control is garbage. Let's be honest, it's absolute garbage. Because I do have some roads, but it's not... wait, do I still have the roadmap mode? Yeah. Like, I have some roads, but even up to here, even if I push my roads up this way, I'm not gaining much money. I should have a road to Reims, though. I mean, there's the gravel roads. Like, there's gravel roads, there's some... I'm starting on modernizing. I'm mostly towards land. And I don't have access to governors, that's also the thing. So I don't really care about the control here. I'm mostly towards land, 50% towards land. Which I know naval might be better, but I feel like I can do a super big concentration of power here. And again, the bubonic plague wiped me down from 70 million to 35, so roughly half the pops. I also lost my cultural hegemon. I'm working on it. I should be catching back up with Wu soon, which is going to help. Yeah, land would be better as France. I mean, I was thinking at some point, I was thinking of moving my capital to Amsterdam. For the big harbor, it's easy to get it to 1. Yeah, that was 1543, the first outbreak for 1540-ish. No, a bit before, 1536 maybe. But yeah, it was 10 years ago, and we've got back 450. Why not London? Because, again, this is 1.0.11. I don't have access to naval governors. London, I kept as a... They're a vassal, but they're loyal. Because they're a vassal. And they're on scutage. So for every war against England, I know that Middlesex and Kent are safe retreats. Because... yeah, they're not in... They shouldn't be in the war. If we look at them, they're not in the war. They're not called into my wars. I put them on scutage, so I get more money from them. Until I integrate them finally, like Cornwall, AWAS, all 4 of these guys, and all of Ireland, they're all scutaged, same as Northumberland. So when I'm fighting in England, here I can fight. Here I'm safe to replenish and retreat and stuff like that. Also, the fact that they are not in the war disincentivizes the English AI to bring their boats here to blockade like 2 ports, and even less ports here because it's technically far away from them. They see it as far away. They'd rather defend their coast or blockade Northumberland. Well, not Northumberland because they're not in there, but keep on patrolling their sea, which also gives me a very quick crossing from here to there with my boats, like zoom, 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 zoom. And they weren't even patrolling. I should put them on patrol. But yeah, the goal is to wipe out most of the English peasants, which actually they don't have that many peasants. So maybe the mercs are going to be enough on to take Norwich and occupy England with the levies I'm going to have around. We're going to make one big bunch of all of them. So did it cancel my raising of the raising of my levies? It did cancel the raising of the levies and the raising of the mercs. Oh well. So it will have missed my split of the Iberians. I don't know if my choices are the optimal, but at least there's a reasoning behind it, and I feel like that's the call. Might not be the good call, but at least it's my call. Maybe I don't want. Well, do I want on the border with Poland like that? Let's be ambitious. Call him in. Back and mercs and hire a merc leader. Was this guy who had some? You've never done scutage. Oh, scutage is so good. If you're playing as France and planning on conquering a lot, scutage is so fun because as long as you're the one declaring the wars, scutage vassals don't sell mill access to the enemy. So if you want, you can form a border of all of vassals slash fiefdoms slash stuff on scutage, and the enemy cannot march through that. Your armies are free to go back and forth, and you have a place to retreat and stuff like that, and there's no occupation of your land, so no decrease in prosperity and anything like that. For them, it does. Antoine Robert, I really... You're the one with the halberdiers, yeah. Don't give me none of your archers. I want all your halberdiers down here. And arquebusier in 1.0.11, sure, they have the extra initiative, but they get shredded way faster than you would want them to. Heavy cavalrymen, it's 100. Yeah. We'll take the heavy cavalrymen as well. Well, he can only have 10 subunits. Where's the last subunits then? No, 7 and 3, that's good. Hire you. Hire in subject land, not in my land. Those are recruiting there. Question is, do I want to put in a second one, or do I want to bring one to help fend off the peasants and the regulars of Hungary? Because Hungary is going to bring in, well, 19,000 peasants, which isn't much, but almost 20,000, which is more. Well, as many as I do if I group up both my regular stacks into one. Possibly even more. And he's on light. Lucky for me, it's early arquebusier. So once the initial firing phase is through, I will shred them with my regulars, because they take extra morale and strength damage. They do less damage, but they fire first. That's their only interest. So I might want some mercs also to pair up with my regulars, which are going to be over here. Nope, you don't have anything interesting. Nope. You, Pierre de Viandin. You have 8 halberdiers. I'm interested in that. And armored horsemen, nope. I would take your halberdiers. It's not the most interesting. Gilles Dognate or something. 3 halberdiers, and what do you have on cavalry? You have the cavalrymen. You have 1 lancer. I'd like more lancers. Does anyone else have lancers? Gilles Le Créqui. You don't have a single lancer. Nobody has lancers. I want lancers. Nope. Nope. I guess regulars is gonna be. You have 3 lancers. Okay. Let's go with you. Do you have... Tell me you have halberdiers. 9 halberdiers and 3 lancers. You're hired. Don't take any archers. Take all 3. Oh, where are... How can I hire no footmen? Why can I not hire no footmen? And these are only up to 9. Yeah, but I don't care. I don't want the hoofnieces. Okay, if you don't hire... You're not ready to be hired, or we'll find someone else. Philippe de Dunkerque. Dunkirk in English. You don't have any lancers. Again, I want halberdiers. Nicolas de Montfort. You have 9 halberdiers. I like that. You have any lancers? You do. You were the one I was looking at. Yeah, no. Not you. I have no idea what that... how you pronounce that merc company names, but I'll say yes if I find them. 1 lancer. 3 halberdiers. That's not going to be much. I'm going to need more. 1 lancer, 1 halberdier. Merc companies, come on. 1 halberdier. Okay, we're not going to go mercs. We're going to increase the amount of our military. Gisors. Get an armory. Rouen. He removed all the armories in Rouen. That's an issue, because there's plenty of people in Rouen to hire. Like, I could do 6 levels of it. Let's do two levels, because there's 1.7k, that's quite a few. Pécan. Get your armories. Yeah, they removed all of the armories in Normandy. Mont can't get more, and Mont is out of peasants mostly. They still need to promote into here. Chartres. You have 4k peeps. You already have your armories. Étampes. Étampes, you're good. Orléans, do you have an armory? Yes, you do. Sens, you still have your armories. Troyes, you're good. Châlons-en-Champagne, you can't have more. Reims can't have more. Laon. Laon, you're missing 300 peeps. Armory is 1000. Recruit. Cambrai. You have 16k peeps, so yes, recruit. And recruit too. Rebuild my military capabilities. Put me 3 in Arras, in Amiens. No, that was Arras. Amiens as well. They have peasants. They can build things, and build me dies as well. Since I spot it. Let's do some training field as well. Training field, but not in here. We'll do, well, there. More outside. And that is going to allow me to replenish much more manpower and possibly field a bigger army, especially with things coming up. Things being bad news. Yep, he has nothing. England has nothing. They attacked me with nothing. 1k men here, okay. Group up with these guys up here. That's okay, the mess of everyone. The mess that is everyone. You guys, you're all selected, all Italians. Merge into the 106 in Parma. The North Italians and you guys. And South of France-ish peeps. And your name, just so I know to not look at you, you are a peasant stack. Close that up. You're going for the liberation of Vilun. I'm not worried about the English. Can I get the Mercs? I would love to catch the Mercs. But murdering the Polish peasants matters just about as much. You're marching back down to here to stop to at least get the ticking on the rebellion. Vologast, you are mostly dead. Peasants around here are not the regulars, and that are not these two. I'm gonna come in and merge with these guys. Same as these guys. Same as these guys. No, you guys, home keep. Right, I need to change your order. Give yourself a day or two. Pause. You are Iberia 1 and you're Iberia. Iberia siege. Have that. Balance. Order. Focus siege. Extremadura, which is all Castile. Other stack is not Iberia Siege. You are balancing out. You are Iberia Hunt. Don't take Iberia Siege. Merge into you. We'll find someone, someplace with a captain. Actually, it's going to be easier like this. You. No general. You. General. That's going to matter, and your order is to hunt armies anywhere in Iberia. Good news, we have one selected, so we can redo the order. Galicia, Leon, Castile, Extremadura, Navarra, Aragon, Valencia, Balearics, North Portugal, South Portugal, Toledo, Andalusia, Murcia. Go. And I think, well, Denmark is in here. Holstein, how many troops do you bring to fights? 9k. Denmark, how many troops are you bringing to the fight? 10k. Lund, you bring 6k. We'll call in Holstein. Holstein and Stettin. Holstein, call into the English-French War. And you as well, Everstein. English-French War. I don't want to push the Verona people. Trent in the mountains could be an idea, but there's going to be the Hungarians already roaming around here, and I don't really want that to happen. Have you? Yeah, I caught all of them. Cool. Who's not moving here? Iberian Hunt, yeah, makes sense. Iberian Siege, it makes sense. 80k, you. Yeah, but you have an order. You're fine, you have an order. 16 have an order. 42. Ah, you guys don't have orders. Select you and join in with the peasant stack that I'm making here in Strasbourg. You are a peasant stack. So that I don't worry that you don't have an order. You are the ones, yeah, you have an order to move. You have orders. You don't have orders. Group up. You have an order to group. You guys don't know what you're doing. Group up with the Iberians. Group up with the peasant stack that is there in Parma. Or just disband because you're stuck in the mountain. Although it's, well, it's end of winter. You have a join order, so on unpause, you'll find your troop. You're a peasant stack. Good, everyone's moving. General graduates, good. Mission of Stuttgart is done, good. You guys can, well, for the moment, we'll keep you around. We'll see if they survive. They do. Well, no. You track them. You. Join in on Strasbourg. There. That's going to be this rebellion. This is the Poland War, for which I need the ticking to start for me so I can actually piece them out for something. Hi, Kiev. Poland have lost. Yeah, that's their regulars that took a smack. Their peasants that took a smack. We'll take care of their... no, move to here. that. You can go down to Krakow. You still have enough cannons to do something, and at least look threatening. He's stuck attritioning over here, which is fine. That's the other fort of Poland that fell. Let's push you into here, maybe? Hold on, all 12 defenders, we're coming with regulars. Actually, go to here, go to here, go to here, so we get the month tick. Ice shortage. Lusatia. Hey, Lusatia, I'm right next to you. Let me smack these guys. We got the month tick of replenishment. Stop here. Stop here, actually. And then we'll bring people around. You, actually. You guy can go and mission. Focus siege, upper, lower Lusatia. There. You are the Lusatia siegers. So I know what you are in my list of army, my ever-shrinking now list of army. We're gonna have Portuguese patriots soon, TM. I don't like that at all. I can't raise any more levies in Portugal, right? Yeah. No more. Christians are here, but there's an army hunting them. These guys, Iberia hunt. They should be hunting them. And French should be joining up. Parliament. Yeah, we'll call in a parliament. Parliament in Bidem. Back the war effort would be losing 3 war exhaustion. I mean, we haven't reduced our war exhaustion to 0 since the end of the religious war. And yeah, it's the highest chance of passing. So yes, off we go. Also, we're back to 26 cost power of crown, which feels good. Address local assembly complaints. Absolutely, we will do that. Serfdom movement. We lose 5 prestige, sure. It'll drift back to towards free subjects. And I think we're good. Okay, you're going towards peasants. Peasants. Balance, balance. Off you go to Norwich. I don't know where the Brits intend to send their troops, but if they're all here, I know we'll go fight. We'll fight them. Okay, 25k plus... no, you're the Lusatia siegers. Plus the guys locked in the mountains. Oh, there still is a little guy from earlier. From this guy. So you guys merge, which is going to make you faster, and then go to here. I wonder how much manpower reserves they have in Hungary, in Kiev and stuff like that. You push those guys out, and then go to Sirat. Now it's only 1 location off of Württemberg. That is the war goal for this war. Hungarians, are you regulars? No, you're peasants. Can I go grab you? Maybe Nazi bolts. Lusatia declared us a rival. Poland lost up there. We'll murder them here. That was a lot of mercs killed. Perfect. 21st of May. No, actually move to Guben. And we'll see if we can get Chosberg. We'll get that's the Hungarian peasants. I don't know where they were going, but they're not going anywhere anymore. Who are you? And how many regulars do you have? Mostly regulars. So you would trounce those peasants. Castile lost. We murder the Castilians' army. Cool. You're the Iberia hunt. Get back into here. Actually, half you out. The other half is going to Zalameca. You're going to Escorial. Perfect. Can I half you out? No. I can. We're going to Medellin. Pskov has fallen. No worries. It says we lose. I don't think we lose. There's mercs in here. Shift consolidate, balance unit. How do 7 infantry, peasants, and 1 cavalry? Sure, I'm attacking into grassland, flatland. Very likely. We have a better commander. Higher morale and better quality. But I have men at arms. That's only peasants, England. That's a lie. This is a winning fight for me. Also, I'll call you into the war. Just because I can. Nottingham has fallen. Oh no, not Nottingham. Hi, the Isles. Hungary have 1. Okay, you kicked my butt here. Understandable. I was coming in with low morale. Fair. Get to Spemberg and then to here. I don't know exactly where the siegers are going, but I just beat people up here. And then maybe march this way. Yeah, see, England? Lies and slander. Hi, the Isles. Coming to fight me in Nottingham? Has lost. Lusatia lost. Okay, we can fight them in Rothenburg. I agree. Down here, we're on the last occupation of them, allowing the last friends to join in too. Hungary can occupy things. I'm fine for now. I don't like that, however. The fact that he's saving Poland. Yeah, that stack got pushed back because they pushed things back. I'll stay in my land. Not that it's going to matter much for replenishment, but... Where are you guys retreating to? Oh my gosh, you're retreating to Buda and to stack wipe. That's just going to be a wipe. Really? Game? No. Okay, I got retreated to somewhere else. Where am I retreating to? Buda has fallen. Where am I retreating to? Okay, up north. Where I should have retreated earlier instead of walking in and ignoring your forts. What's these armies? Bohemian army, I don't really care. Army of Poland, I don't care because they're regulars. The only one that matters is this one. And those were cannons, okay. It's woods, you're gonna fight on a -1 Hungary. Revenge for these guys, I guess. This is all the Hungarian peasants. What are these guys? Oh, the Bulgarians are here. Hi, Bulgarians. You need to replenish some form of cannons, something. Go to here and we'll merge in the Lusatian siegers. Like that. Like that, Hungary. Siege of Kozmin is successful. That was up north. I'm worried that Kiev is gonna come and that we're gonna have issues. You keep on retreating. They did not contest the war goal, which is good. Now we have 100% on you. That means you and the Iberians can merge. With you consolidating like this, because you got all of the Italians. Yep. Also, I'm my spy network on the Pope Man. And consolidate the regiments. Pope Man, while I still have a spy network, fabricate a cleanse heresy on the Pope. For some reason, there was this super big Catholic rebellion. I think that was a bug. Catholic rebellion that instantly peaced out, and well, they destroyed a good chunk of my buildings in the process, but they peaced out. And then, because they gave a province to Rome, is my theory. You, sir, Württemberg, let's take a little humiliate for the prestige. Take all your ducats. Take your 3 provinces and remove all the other cores you may have for reasons. There. The disappearance of Württemberg. Oofed. 61 on that. The Reformation. Oh, Jean Calvin. Wow, Jean Calvin died at the age of 24. Wow. He didn't get to Calvinize much. Martin Luther was our cabinet advisor for the longest time. That was amazing. Really, they're all French now. Well, they're all, sorry, they're not French. They're all Calvinists. Lutheran. They're still not integrating. You're converting in Brie-Champenoise, right? That's what I was working on, Brie-Champenoise. Hey, look, another preacher being built in Scarborough. Brie-Champenoise, that's over here. How's Meaux? Meaux is getting there. Same for Provins. And Nogent is actually good. Blois is almost there. They're like 1 month away, hopefully. These are mostly Catholics. We have our nobles that are still pissed off, and that's going to be another big war after this war, but less worried. You go to Valverde. You merge back into these guys. England, you didn't learn your lesson, did you? With your 5 infantry left. And Kingdom of Portugal, obviously. Focus siege Portugal. Half of you join you. Half of the Iberian siege join you. You front armies in Iberia. Where's the exclamation mark for Iberian provinces? There they are. Andalusia, South Portugal, North Portugal, not the Balearics. We might as well do the Balearics Islands, Aragon, Navarra, Extremadura, Castile, Leon, Galicia, and Murcia. Hunt Portuguese armies, go. And you're going to be grouped up with other peeps who have the same intent. 10k. Well, 6k, 9k. We could occupy Lincoln. Let's go occupy Lincoln. You merge into these guys. They're recuperating their cannons. Regulars, push these guys out. Hungarians are retreating. You are recuperating your morale. Okay, you bring in your 100 regulars. That's okay. That was 2k of you dead. Hi, Hungarian peasants. I'll let the Hungarian peasants walk through, but also, most importantly, with these guys, they could take a replenishment. Also, that's why I want more armories. I mean, if they want to defend Poland and keep on defending Poland, I'm fine. I would love to send peasant stack. Actually, you're gonna go and join the army hunters. The Iberia hunt. And the 24, I'm gonna want you in England. Get some form of sieging going. And I need 8 cannons to do sieging, so let's recruit 8 boomsticks. Yeah. I have the eco for 8 more boomsticks. Let's recruit 8 boomsticks before I run out of manpower. Big chunk of places. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7? Boo! Well, we'll wait end of month and we'll take 8. Yeliza has fallen, that's okay. There, 8. You're still in Zalamea. Good. Hi, Portuguese. Iberian Hunter. How many troops does Iberia have? Does Portugal have? 7k? 7k it seems. Okay. Okay, go here. Merge. No. Wrong click. Group. Balance. Hunt. Hunt armies. North-South Portugal. Could be most of their occupation reasons. And 13k, you're going to come in and join those guys. Running Iberia Hunt. Also, armories and barracks are coming up, which means Rouen going to be able to start promoting more peasants. I have the money for one more legume. No, I don't. Okay, I don't have the money for one more legume. You brought people down here. Okay. Zero in on them. On the peeps, that is. 24 are coming. You, Lusatia, you are isolated. Your peasant boomsticks 2. You've mostly replenished. You need a little bit more replenishing. You can beat these guys up. You have enough peeps almost to do a siege. I would go take replenishments first. And then we'll move you back down to Msto. Like, you're going to be backing people in Msto if they decide to fight. No, walk through our land. No, not caps lock Mastani. Walk through our land here. Well, no. Here. 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 And you're going to go and actually do the Siege of Msto by walking through our land first. So you replenish the last, you take one tick of replenishment, and then off you go. Hungary, how's your army? Less infantry? Yeah, well, that's what I thought. You don't have the men to actually replenish your arquebusiers and things. So each time I hit them, it's straight up loss for you. Well, like, yeah, you're loyal, right? Yeah, you're super loyal. Country strength of all vassals is going down. I love that. I love seeing that. Tell me about that, my fiefdoms. How is my loyalty of fiefdoms? 117. It's going down. Means I am making gains. Nothing like a good plague to remember people that there can be issues with in their lives. Yeah, that's the Zerix. When are you gonna take care of these guys? Like, it's... Okay, it's all regulars, and it's regulars. I wouldn't mind if they took a bite out of Holstein, because that would give me a Reconquest CB on Denmark. And I don't know where the Hungarians are, and that's my issue. That's an issue. There. Lots of quite a few of them are here. Their peasants are here, but that's a murder of peasants. Portugal have won, France have lost. Oh well. They're down to 6k. I don't think they're going to go and... Oh, they're following up on them. Why are you guys retreating to here? That's 3.8k peasants. Less peasants on the field, better for me. That's peasants of the... That's Polish peasants. Ooh, and are you attritioning from food? Yeah, you have lack of food. That's great. As long as if you can take... Yeah, you're going to take a month tick of it. And tick. Oh no! 580 peasants. 34.78. We're slowly gaining church powers. Would love to get back to 10. How was your minus from appanage? I don't have any more appanage. You want to... As France, you kind of want to get rid of them as soon as possible, because you have a nasty gov reform that goes away once you integrate your last appanage. So I don't have any. They still show up in the vassal list, but they still show up in the filter. I could filter for appanage, but I don't have any. The only 3 I have is fiefdoms. The issue with appanage is that if they die without an heir, you inherit them. But as long as they're there, you have a nasty, again, you have a nasty reform that gives a lot of power to your nobility. And if at the start of your run as England, you complained with England having 50% power, French nobility starts with close to 70. At the start of the game, you start with less than 10 crown power as France. That's France's struggle bus, it's crown power. And even now, okay, minus the fact that I'm super spread out and that base crown power is pops divided by pops scaled with autonomy. So I have very little of that. Yeah, I gave a lot of powers to my clergy super early because I needed to counter. It came at an expense of my crown power, but it also came at the expense of the nobility's power. And I needed... I have removed many counting houses. I only kept the ones that are in the Mestani seat, and even then, they're localized to over here. If I go to buildings, because the counting houses are cool, but they're expensive, and 2, their impact on my crown power is very, very limited. So if you look at counting houses, I have 20 currently, and they're basically all here. The reason is, again, they would be great in towns, but they don't bring me much control. For a cost, a counting house is 0.25, so if it doesn't bring me at least 0.25, it's not worth it. Its upkeep is 0.25, so in places where I have high, like here, worth it. Arras, 395, even on 395, probably not worth it. Because the increase in control, which is minor because it's your power, it's more for you, but it's a little bit less for locally for the nobility. And that's scaling also based on the buildings you have in the location. So having a lot of burghers and through burgher buildings, my burghers have 43% power here. Well, 43% tax rates, but their tax-based share is based on their power and their numbers. So locally, the burghers here are much more powerful than anything. And pushing a counting house would not give me much, if anything, except extra costs. I don't think, well, Avid has nothing to earn. Ghent, maybe? I don't think I have a counting house in Ghent. We can do it for science. Currently, I'm earning 4.14 in Ghent, and my control is stabilized. So besides the fact that I'm going to hire a few more burghers, let's add a counting house, except I don't have the money for it. We'll come back to a counting house in Ghent, but my intuition, and that has been proven a few times, is that I'm not going to gain more because of owning Ghent, because of having a counting house in Ghent. You really need a very high tax base. And here the potential is 26, but again, control. And I do have a road. If we go to roads, road. It does have a gravel. Yeah, it has a paved road to Bruges and to all the way to the Mestani seat. So I can't get more through proxy through land. So the counting house would increase a little bit, but probably not by 0.25 ducats per month, which is its overall cost. Cerro Branco is done, okay. Am I going to win that one? No. Okay, they have better levies than me. That is an issue. I'm working on that. Through here. How far is it? That far. I don't need the shipbuilding speed. Remove that. Maritime trade advantage, cancel. I don't care about open sea exploration. Local access to raw materials. I kind of like that. Ship repair at sea strength. I don't care. I don't care about explorers. Put me matchlock levies next. Thank you. And then I want my Elan for army morale, which I still haven't gotten to. I had other priorities. Handgunner regulars, I don't care. Crossbowmen regulars, I don't care. Peasant levies, I don't care. We'll see after that what I can do. We could decide what the colonial policy is. Well, let's put the surgery for disease resistance. Doesn't hurt. And then blast furnace and dedicated forestry, because I need those. And then, just in case, we'll stack that in. Iron output and more for the efficient mining. Copper output, sure. Add those, put those back in. And I'll put that in. Because I'm nowhere near, well, we're getting close-ish to global trade. Artillery is still far. The Mestani seat have it at least. Yes, okay. I have it in the capital, so from here it's going to spread. We're good. Doesn't cost also create demand for goods as well? Yes, but for all the goods that you are in the building, find a counting house. The counting house in capital. Mestani seat. Here, cost, there. No, it doesn't say it here. Counting house method, building maintenance, there it is. It creates demand, so paper, books, gold, tools. 20% of that cost is taken up by me. So to add that up, it's roughly a bit of over, it's about a ducat, a bit of over a ducat, so 20%, I paid 0.25 for it. It does create demand, but creating demand when I only have 20 control, okay, 30 in St. Nicholas, 42 in Ghent, I'm only getting my share divided by local people power. I'm not making much money through taxation. Well, through widespread taxation. So yes, it creates demand, but it's an expense which doesn't generally pay off for me. Again, we'll test in at the end of October, November. If I forget, and I probably will, don't hesitate to yell at me to say I forgot. It's the same as cathedrals. Ghent Cathedral, I would love to pay for the cathedral. It's 0.15-ish upkeep, more or less price of local goods, etc., etc., etc. And I would love to. However, and I would get some more conversions going, which sounds great. There's no clerics employed. Why? I have 1.3k people available. Are you closed, Scriptorium? Oh well. But yes, the cost does create demand for goods, but when you're not able to tax the trade for the goods, you're not, there's no need to actually create the goods, the demand. Because it's generally costing me more than what I'm earning. Humiliate Lusatia. Lusatia, let's get you out. 1 and 2 and all your ducats. And revoke more cores, because I can. Sadly, it's only 15 ducats. It's not going to pay off what I'm hoping to get. 89, I think we stopped the Castilian peasants, and we put you back on integrating a province. And I think we work... I still haven't gotten Merida out. Let's see if we can get Merida. Probably can't, but we can work on it. Well, it's on 74, so maybe before they rise up. Do I want to jump in with these guys? I kind of want to. Okay, this time I took more damage than anything else. But they're down to less than me, so... Focus Siege again. I shouldn't have clicked that out, but that's okay. There, North and South Portugal, off you go. And if some of these finish, we'll group up the peasants with these guys. They're gonna go to Castelo Branco. We'll retake that. At some point, we'll bump into each other. The 29k. Oh, plus the cannons, yeah. Cannons, go group up with these guys. We'll wait a day or two for the last... Oh, last cannon is there, cool. There he is. Group up. Rusa has fallen. Oh no, not Rusa. What are you gonna do with Rusa falling? You can take out the rest of the peasants here. You guys are replenishing, and once you're done, you move back out. Come in, boop, come out. You're gonna try and reinforce. Itagina will agree. We lose 3 war exhaustion. That's 3% production efficiency. And keeping buildings like counting houses is completely fine unless you blob out of existence. Yeah, exactly. The issue is those buildings, those bonus buildings, it's good if you can actually benefit from the bonus. And when you blob too much, your control is so low that you don't get the bonus. If I were building a much more I'll say, cozy, compact nation. Like the day I'm going to play England, it'll be much easier to do. Where are you going, sir? Can I intercept you? Yeah, I can intercept you. What's the terrain here? Woods. We're going to need reinforcements. I'm going to try to win the 100-year war. Probably. Yeah, naval is going to be so good for as England. Like, win the 100-year war. Possibly naval governor. Like, just across, I don't feel like I won't need it, but maybe somewhere like in Bordeaux. Integrate Aquitaine, put one down here. Because Aquitaine is mostly coastal. Put one in Bordeaux. Have the, like, a coast like that of just I am the sea. I need to learn about governors too. I haven't played in 1.1. All my knowledge of 1.1 is reading patch notes. And reading patch notes and reading patch notes. Also, we got the piece, someone retook the occupation here. Oops. How are you guys? Wait. You're locked in. You're going to Pzinia. 5th of November, 2nd of November. Right, you're late. We're going to be late. And once you're done, you go back to ticking. I want the ticking. Okay, you decide to intercept my troops. Got it. Not your best bet, sir. Santarem is successful. Oh, we're going to occupy Portugal. We're going to occupy Portugal. They prepare an exploration of Upper Guinea, Portugal. They got their priorities straight. Iberian hunt, okay. Take that 2k of your regulars. Who's that? Who that? Now let's move to here because you're going to... You have lost. Ooh, that was a wipe, actually. And that was a win of over Polish troops. Just because I know it's going to cost you money, the regular men-at-arms can die. Supply carts, ransom them back. They're going to have to walk back all the way to Kyiv. I gained 9 ducats in the process, and we have the money for the counting house test. Maybe I was a bit too stingy on reducing that, but for a while I was losing so much money that I wanted to reduce expenses as much as possible. So, Ghent. We're going to start building the counting house. Currently, 437. Counting house will be built in 6 months. So, June, July next year. Still don't care about slave conversion. I have very few of them. I wish I could just... I wish they were not bugged in 1.1 and that they would actually promote out. Is the capital still called Porto Blue? Yes, it is still called... The AI does not change names of provinces to revert them to historical or anything like that. Can I recruit? Well, no, I do have 13k troops that are coming in with to join up with the hunters, so we're good. No need for more levies. Underage heir. You're getting your expensive education still. That's also going to be a lessened burden on our finances when we get back to not paying for an education for the kid. You're still retreating down to here. Well, no, we'll retake the war goal. I said I wanted the ticking. November, it's going to be winter. France have won, Poland have lost. That was here. Murder the armies. That's no, that's the Hungarian peasants. That's okay. We'll go to Olomouc first, and then after that we'll see where we go. If you're going to Glubenzica, we'll intercept you in Glubenzica. These guys are going to need help. With all the reinforcements coming in, we're going to need help. And you guys, shift consolidate, by the way. And March. You're still above limit. But how are you above limit? You have a frontage of 43. Oh well. Lots of cavalry, I guess. God bless my extra armories and training fields here. Those are mostly peasants in now. $7K, these are all regulars, they'll replenish. You can go to Krakow. You're mostly fine, so you can move back down to here. Croatia has 16K. How are the enemy forces on the field? Not the Portuguese. Portuguese doesn't really matter. Rebellion against France. These guys, that's Poland only. Poland is down to basically nothing. So that's okay. England-France war. England is down to 1.7. Did the arm... Oh yeah, the cannons have arrived, so I can flip them across. And the idea is we're gonna... You go deal with them. I'm not paying the mercs for nothing. Porto Blue reoccupied. It says we're gonna lose here. I disagree. You're moving into here to help. See, when you team up, guys, it works much better. You are the besiegers, yep. And you can go back to hunting armies in South and North Portugal. Now you have 4K, they have 1.3. Seal is about to get siege. You're getting your reinforcements. With the Mastani seat attracts Petit Peuple. Corbeil loses 15% pop satisfaction. We move towards centralization. Corbeil loses development. Mastani gains development. Or we say they belong on their turf. We lose 2.5 stab, which ain't the worst. Petit Peuple loses satisfaction. They're on 48, and our nobility gains a lot of satisfaction. They don't really need, especially as they're noble insurgents, so we have to accept this. It's fine moving towards centralization, because we'll flip right back to decentra, given the amount of vassals we have. Yeah, 138, it's 4 months. England have lost. Awas has won. Ooh, Awas! We track them all the way to Awas. Cool. You're still flipping. You can go to Loscraft. And it's mercs and peasants, so I just do this. Exodus of Jaka, the people of Jaka. Where's that? Jaka is in my land. Each of them Stowe is done. Good riddance to the heretics. From Huesca to Zleb. Where is Zlebes? Okay, you're gonna go away? Sure. Or we change towards humanist. No, I want to keep my conversion going, so they can move away. It's fine. It's a few peasants. I have the war goal. Use on 772. Push that fort. Regulars, we're moving to... Well, it doesn't really matter, because... Winter. It doesn't matter because winter. You still have your 800 artillery. You need 700 to siege proper. Do the proper sieging. Murder, move out. Trieste has fallen. Okay, you moved into Trieste. That's okay. Verona has 13k people. For any Hungarian who would want to walk in, Hungary, you're down to 24k, 11k peasants. So you're not replacing your infantry. Your standing infantry, not your peasant infantry. So you're good. You've been capped. I mean, I'm low. That's to be absolutely honest, I'm low. Moldavia, you are down to 6 point something k. I bet you can't replace your infantry either. Although they're all full except for one artillery. So maybe you can replenish, but you're on... Yeah, you have halberdiers, lancers, and falconets. So your troops are dangerous. Eve, I think you're still on men-at-arms, right? Yeah, men-at-arms, crossbowmen, handgunners, heavy cavalry, and hoofbeasts. So Keith is out of something. They get 100k. Hey, 100 a month for like 6 months. That's like 600 pups that I'm gifting them. I'm generous. They should be thanking me. Sadly, we won't be able to intercept the Salem session. Poland have lost. Yep, 900 of those. That was a third of their forces. We are moving. Well, we can go to Sierat. Sierat. Doesn't matter because we're going to be attritioning anyways everywhere. Don't feel forced to attach to my armies. 24th of January, we're still in winter. Go liberate here. This is ugly, but I'm not that worried. Holstein, whenever you want to go and bonk these guys, because, well, you did push them back, I guess, because the siege got reset. Yeah, siege got reset, so good call to bring in Holstein. Army has crossed. Cool. Detach the peasants. Peasants, you are going to be English boomsticks. English boomsticks, I will take half of you. Select the English boomsticks and second army. No. The peasant stack and the English boomsticks merge into English boomsticks. Shift consolidate in balanced unit, and your mission is to siege. Focus siege England. Find England in the list. I'm not getting any calls for peace. Nope. Oh, unmarried child. We could marry our child. Let's do it. We could do that. Northumbria, Mercia, East Anglia, Highlands, not the Hebrides, Wales. Well, we can add the Hebrides, Wales in that. Well, no, let's not put in the Hebrides. Too many islands. Nor the Highlands, because English should be willing to peace out for something before that. You guys are going to balance out, and your mission is going to hunt enemy armies in anything that's south of England. Mercia, East Anglia, West Country, and Wales. Go. So if the English show the tip of their nose, and these guys will be joining in with the hunters. And you are English hunters. Don't want to deal with anyone else on that side. Blanche von Wartenberg. Who are you? Succession law. Yes, they have probably a special law. Brunswick. How cute is the guy of Brunswick? He's 22 average stats. Ooh, he has Jean-Alexandre, god tier stats. Sure, marry into that guy. And they'll get a... Wait, just checking, they're getting a ruler? Yeah, they're getting a dude. They got a dude! We're good. I really don't like that. Do I have any levies I can raise close-ish to the theater? Up there. 500 dudes should be enough. 400. I'll go and lift the 1 or 2 occupations here, and then we'll have this cleared off, and it'll be a bit less occupations for them. It's still January. We're 0% on Krakow. Oh, 21, we got a +3 on that. Sierat, we're going to occupy that. I think next is going to be Poznan. Occupation of Poznan. And Grozditz, and we're going to close up north of Poland that way. Portugal have lost, France have won. No more Portuguese, I think. Right? Am I mistaken that when I say no more Portuguese? I am mistaken when I say no more Portuguese. There's still 400 of them. 760. Move out, unsiege that, and after the month tick, we'll bring you them back in. What's that? That's your peasant stack. I want the occupation of here first. Siege of Krakow is done. How are you doing on peasants? On Ken 788, you can totally take the tick of attrition. So I said the next one was going to be up here, Poznan, but that might take you over a month, so march to our land. Like that. You're gonna march down here. Oh, peasants are coming into here. Okay, got it. We fight the peasants there. 440 replenishment. Move into there because that's end of February. Yeah, dang, those two sieges, that's gonna be a big hit to Poland's motivation. We're on 9% here, 41% here, and Portugal is, for anything that matters, done. Not 400 Aragonese peasants that are going to be a threat to me, and we have the two armies in place. England, we have overwhelming numbers. Are you really planning on navally doing things? Are you planning on doing naval things to me? That would be rude. Hey, look! English peasants. Hi, English peasants. You're joining the hunters. You guys are going to group up with you, and you are going to go up to Neustadt. Sadly, we're going to take a tick of attrition. Yep. Annexing Wallerstatten. Construction speed. I'll take that. Pause. I need to do the building management. Bayreuth. Bayreuth has no control. Still has a Lutheran preacher, which I appreciate. Monastery, how are we doing on demography? We do need those Lutherans. We'll keep the monastery and the cathedral active. And that's it. And that's about anything there is in Bayreuth. There's a cathedral, a monastery, and that's it. So many buildings here that are unemployed. I would rather employ more people in gold, you know, though. Like 1, 2, 3 in gold. And plonk a bailiff. That means we're going to remove the sand pits. They're not hiring anyways. The masons are cool, but you only have one level of masons. There we go, we're missing 2k. We don't have the 2k, but probably missing jobs is gonna invite people to come over? Question mark? Wunsdiel. You have a university. As much as I like universities, I don't want the cost of the university. You close. How are we on demography? You are slowly getting Lutheran. You still have your 3 Lutheran preachers, which I do appreciate. They're only half employed, which I appreciate less. If I shut down the cathedral, we do get the Lutheran preachers. Actually, let's shut down... Temple is only 50 people. If I shut down the cathedral, we get more Lutheran preachers from the cathedral. We can always reactivate the cathedral later, but that's 70 people that are going to migrate into here, making this one approximately full. 170 available, yeah. That should fill in this, plus temple is already filled. You're producing marble, produce more marble. Especially as you're touching Bayreuth, and there's going to be the bailiff in between you. The bridge, it's 250. You have no employment. Stop looking for peasants. Stop looking for peasants. Clay pits, I'm sorry, but I need those 1k peasants. And even those 2k peasants, which we can't hire here. There's so many things. Irrigation. Produce marble. Stop it, peasants. Don't be silly. There, 300 of you can become something else here. You can't hire. We're not going to promote into you. And actually, I'm going to remove the theater as well. I want you to promote into marble. Oh, artillery's almost there. That's great. I like the promotion, the arrival of artillery here. Kumblak, you have a fort. No forts. Fort bad. Counting house bad. Well, bad for me right now. It's marvelous, indeed, it's marvelous. But it would be marvelous if it was fully employed. See here the theater. Yes, there's cultural tradition, and yes, there is unrest. And it does create demand here. I think I'm going to keep it just for the sake of saying I have it. And because I think I'm still right next to Bayreuth, yeah. And there will be a road. Leading to the fiber crops. But the counting house is going to do nothing. They didn't even extend the control. Same thing for the university. I would love to keep the university running. You can get the literacy for nobles, literacy for burghers, the local cultural influence, which is cool as well. The pop promotion speed, which is always welcome. And all of that. Well, there is a bit of migration attraction. But again, it's employing 50 people. Okay, the Lutheran preacher is fully staffed. I keep the cathedral because I want people here to flip to Lutheran. Wait, I mean Kumblak. Yeah, that one is fully employed. Sadly, I can't remove the local shrine, which sadly employs clerics. Yeah, there's a literacy, and I agree. There's a point in having literacy for your nobles and your peasants and things like that. But the literacy for my nobles here, besides giving them more power, doesn't give me anything. Where do I build bailiffs, and how much of them? Again, this is a 1.0.11 opinion. Because I am unlimited in bailiffs, I'm less regarding as to where I build them. I count them on places where I'm going to hold the place for a very long time. Bayreuth, I plan on the run going on for quite a while. The control here is a lie. I have the full core. So core rural settlement, I'll have at most 20 control, minus population happiness, knowing that they're Upper Palatine or Danube Bavarians? They're East Franconians mostly, and Upper Palatine. Two discriminated cultures, so they're going to be very unhappy with me. So I expect the control to drop by 10% at most. 10% at most, so let's be completely pessimistic. 10% loss of control here. I'm going to bring my control on the gold down from that high, which is great, to... Well, the target is currently going to be 20 because the only thing I'll have is this, minus 10 here. It's going to give me 20 local proximity costs. A local 20 proximity, which translates to 8-ish control. So I'm going to get plus 8% of the tax base here. Very worth it. The upkeep of a bailiff is about 0.2, 0.3 a month for your part of the cost. So building the gold in Bayreuth, where's my gold in Bayreuth? Here. He's going to be worth it. From Bayreuth, I can also build roads to all the neighboring provinces. I do gravel roads because I find that the paved roads is overkill. Let's build one to here and one to here. Roads allow me to spread. Unlike 1.1 where they actually give control, here they give proximity, which translates to control. Here, reducing proximity to Wundizel. Here, it's a town, so I have a plus on control. It's plus 5 for a town, I think. Yeah, it's 5% control, I think. Yeah, town is plus 5 from core, so 25. Plus 5 from temple, that's 10, so that's 30-ish control. Minus 10% happiness brings it down to 20. 8% local proximity cost translates to 4% control-ish. So 4% more of everything around. Not much because there's quote-unquote only marble and it's not producing its lumber, it's not super developed. But still, I'm going to be selling the marble at all the marble and it's going to bring me a little bit of money. And multiply that with all the income that you get from building around. Over a long time, it's going to pay you off. Yeah, there's faster tech from average literacy everywhere. But again, for me, it's a struggle between paying for the upkeep of a building that's just giving me a tiny speck of literacy because honestly, the university in here, it's local max literacy for nobles. So out of the 161, 10% more are going to be literate. 161 people out of, 35 million, 36 million is basically nothing. So yes, my nobles would read more. Woohoo! I'm going to be paying 0.5 ducats for maybe like 6 nobles. Well, admittedly, 10%, let's say 10% of that, it's 16 nobles. Wow! 16 out of 36 million. How much is that percentage? Calc 16 divided by 36. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Multiplied by 100 to get a percentage. Well, we'll get out the percentage with the result. It doesn't even show because of the commas after the... It's not even 1% of my... It's not even 0.001% of my pops. Paying 0.5 per month for that, I don't see the point of it. But yeah, bailiffs, where you're going to be holding onto the location for a while, building up the RGO. Ideally, you build it on the proper RGO, Byreth, and not right next to it. Can be placed well, in 1.1 it can only be placed in towns, but same thing goes. If I were in 1.1, the bailiff would probably go here and with road to Byleth. And back on the university again, my brain ping-pongs back and forth. Sure, 10% of the burgers, 2,600, that's 266. That's basic. Let's round that up very generously, say it's 300 people with the nobles. 300 more literate people in my country of 36 million. I don't care. In, well, the Mestani seat, which is ex-Paris because it got renamed, giving 10% more literacy to my nobles here makes much more sense. There's 2,000 of them here, so that's 200 of them. And there's 28,000. So added together, it's 30,000. 10% of that is 3,000. 3,000 compared to 160 to 200. This is much more worthwhile. And yes, there's a local cultural influence, there's a promotion speed, there's a migration, there's plenty of reasons to do it. But it's only if the cost is actually worth it. Speaking of cost, I should be increasing. I wanted to upgrade a few of these. I have the burgers for it. Make those merchant quarters so I can trade more and replace them. I'm also above building limits in here. It's gonna go back up. It's just that I need more. I just need more peasants to come back in. Well, peasants to make babies and replenish Paris. We're getting 570 a month, which is quite good. Migrated in for, yeah, we're getting 471 migrating in, even though we have negative attraction. And 7 decided to go become mercenaries. Vin Diesel. We did Vin Diesel, we did Kumbak, I did not decide, but yeah. Again, I would love to keep more of these buildings open. Don't get me wrong. It's just that they don't, like, the gain towards cost is not worth it. Like, Kumbak, 10,000 peasants. 10,000 people. Sure, characters that live here, that's none of my court, have plus 5 years of life expectancy and 10% disease resistance. I don't need it. Right now, I don't need them. So right now, the hospital goes off. Next time a bubonic plague hits Europe, I will just turn them on. Hopefully there will be enough clerics because the building exists. The buildings exist, so pops will still promote to try and fill the building. It's just that they're prevented from getting in. So as soon as I turn it back on, next bubonic plague or something like that, major countrywide disaster, instantly it goes up. And for all I know, the disease resistance gain is immediate. And again, in all the buildings, it's like that. When I'm blobbing super wide, it's the same reasoning all the time. Is the gain for, which is generally local, is it worth the expense? Yeah, prioritizing high control regions is where I get the most return. However, when I'm looking at bailiffs and stuff like that, I'm looking at increasing control locally, making money, and possibly spreading a little bit of control locally, because look, more control locally means also more crown power indirectly. Let's finish Kublak. Essenbach. I do not want to say same thing here. Do I want to pay 0.64 for a fort? Stone, tools, weapons, and tar are cheap, apparently. I don't really want to. I don't want to give my nobles, the local nobles, power. Sure, there's minus 5% on rest, which is great. I love the minus 5% on rest. The zone of control. Possible nobles, why not? But no thanks. Again, the university is max literacy for nobles. It's local. If it were countrywide literacy for nobles, absolutely I would keep it. It would then have to be much more expensive. Same thing, if it were area, region-wide, if the bonuses for the university, if the university was more expensive but it was region-wide, I'd go to the pops map mode and see how many pops am I going to be affecting, and that would be much more interesting. But again, here, I'm just going to skip it. It's 10k people. After the bubonic plague, it's basically no one. How are they doing on demography? Mostly Catholic. They need to convert. They don't have any available peasants. You have what? Local assembly? Get rid of that. Sorry, peasants. And get rid of that. Sorry, peasants. You can rebuild them if you want to. Cathedral. I'll keep the cathedral for now. Hospital gets turned off. Again, hospital, doesn't seem much, but it's 0.10. 0.10 multiplied by all of the hospitals in the country makes a big difference. What is 75 control? For any estate building, it's 75 control. So when the reason also why I go through buildings right after I take over a country, integrate them, is that I still have their control before the next month tick. So, and the AI tends to not remove those buildings, the toll castles and estate buildings. And so it's easy to go and nab them. Sure, it's going to make the petit peuple a little bit angry for a few months, but no theater, no counting house. And I'm always debating for libraries. Like, do I want to destroy the library? Maintenance of a library is 0.17. Doesn't sound much, but multiplying that by the amount of libraries in the country, that's a lot of libraries. Hi, cat. Cat is back. Like, I have 200 peasants here. The question is, where do I want the 200 peasants to promote to? I think I want them in the lumber. Although we're still making enough lumber here. We're still in the Nuremberg market, yeah. Yeah, and we're right next to it. So I'd rather them be laborers than building up the lumber RGO. And removing the castle, they're considered commoners. They're going to want to promote to burghers. They might want to promote to laborers too, which would be great. I would love that. That is you, Tiefenroth or something. You do fish? What's fish in the market? Fish is in very low demand in the market. Impressive. Yeah, 100% control here. It could have even been your capital. I wouldn't have been surprised. You have the Lutheran preacher, charcoal kiln, cloth maker, mason. I mean, they're not going to be employed, but they're going to end up building up people and stuff like that. Sulzbach, same thing. University goes. You're 7k. For 7k, I'm not even going to pay for the cathedral anymore. Again, gains versus cost. And you don't have the peasants to promote either, so I don't care how fast you promote the 600 peasants, there's not going to be enough jobs for everyone, so let's not even pay for the library. Let's not even try to fill the theater again. You have mostly merchant quarters, which you're never going to be able to fill, and those have an upkeep. So the question is, where do I remove? Wait, how many men are you missing? 750. We have 643 peasants plus the laborers. Those will cover up here. We'll pay for the merchant quarters. And because, yeah, those pay only... Those are paid... I pay for those only if they're filled. Then 22k. See, 22k people, much more interested in keeping some form of something, of religion. That's much more interesting. So it's back. I'm more interested in keeping the cathedral. The Lutheran preacher came in. He's fully staffed because there's enough people. And he's going to start converting. We have the temple for the control. No, that was Sulzbach. It was Plzen that I was looking at. Sulzbach, we can close the cathedral back. Plzen, you have crops everywhere. You're a city. You produce wheat. Wheat in a city I don't like. Move the counting house cost. Also, I have cat on lap. Right, Mr. Cat on lap? I don't have the 33 to afford an RGO. Okay. Otherwise, I would have built one level of wheat, because wheat is food. Food is always good. Either it gets eaten locally, or it gets sold, and you make a profit selling it. Raw food, that is. Here, oh my gosh, remove the university. Same thing, the university for 10k, nope. Monastery, you're cheaper than the cathedral. Oh, local shrine, buy local shrine. Local assembly, that's the local assembly, yeah. Local assembly, toll castle, and festival grounds. Also going to go looking for control to remove these estate buildings, I feel is counterproductive. One, you're mobilizing an advisor who could do something more long-time productive. Two, it's going to give you events in parliament saying, our peasants are tired of the toll castles, remove the toll castle. And say, okay, great, sure, we'll do that immediately. And they get removed. They piss off the estate you remove them from, but again, it's quote-unquote just the estate you remove them from. Monastery's 0.11 temple, but it's double the effectiveness. There's 10k people. You have your... No, you don't have a Lutheran preacher. Lutherans will come in. Yeah, in the parliament, yeah. That's why I don't go out of my way to remove them. Because generally if they are there, that means that the control is average or is average to low. So you're not making anything out of there anyways. Latovie, remove the fort. That brings 1,000 peasants back. well, peasants, soon to be peasants again. You are rural, you have gold, which is great. And Bayreuth is far away, so I'm not going to have much control here. Place you with a bailiff that I can't afford as of now. Annoying. Am I waiting for something here? No. There's no urgency. We're waiting for people out, so we're going to wait the month out here. And Klatovy, we'll finish the other Jew and we'll come back to there. Yeah, for 13k people, I'm not going to keep things. Other option, I go back to the Mistani seat and I cancel an upgrade here. Yeah. And 2 to get the bailiff. Bring me back to not Klatovy, it was Klatovy. There, we have money for a bailiff. Boom. Same thing, gold, I want to keep some form of control, but you get the drill. Touch off. I was finishing that one off. Lutheran preachers I like. Actually, Lutheran preachers, let's increase the effect of the Lutheran preachers by keeping those active for now. And touch off. The rest can stay. There's only 500 peasants, but they're going to be promoting into laborers and filling out the labor jobs. We're not going to be able to fill in all the labor jobs, apparently, but not enough laborers to fill all the buildings. Oh, surprising. I would like the mason to work more than, and the granary too. Let's remove the stone quarry. 629, they'll go fill in the mason and the granary, and the peasants can stay peasants for now. Because you employ 250, you employ 250 still. Ooh, that's interesting. Ostechov and Tepla. 24k and silver and rural. Platovy's getting its bailiff, you're getting your own bailiff too. I want the money from that. I also want the extra level of silver that I can't pay for. Oh well, we'll get it later. Local shrine, I can't remove it. The good thing with the estate buildings is they have no upkeep cost. So besides taking up one level of urbanization and the local power it gives, they're fine. Market village we can keep. Yeah, we'll keep the market village. We have the peasants already, well, the laborers already for the fort. Do I want, with 24k we'll keep those, because 2% lit, 2% conversion plus whatever we get here. It seems like it's a distinct thing, but still, 2% of that, that's 400 a month. I'll take 400 a month-ish. Off we go. Army situation. I've been chatting, but not doing much. Yeah, you three are moving up to unsiege up there. You're in Portugal. We're going from occupation to occupation. You're hunting the end of the Portuguese peasants, which are 435 hidden somewhere. My guess down here. That was the 505. Graveyard's long name. You are unsieging this, and hopefully at the end of the month, it's normal winter, so maybe at the end of the month you won't be out, but maybe you'll be out. You guys, same thing. You're waiting. You're gonna take, hopefully not the month. Hopefully you'll be done before the end of the month, like these guys, and we'll be out of winter, so you'll be able to start unsieging that, and to get your cannons back, so you can step right back onto a fort. Same for you. English hunters are hunting. English hunters, there's English up there. There's English up there. Go fight the English. Okay, you found the English over there. You found those English. Go find those English. Might get stuck though. Oh, you're gonna catch those guys. That's cool. Nope. AWAS is like, nope, stop them. Venice has fallen to those guys. Verona, would you mind? Well, now they're trapped as long as Verona's here. Verona, are you in the war? Nope. Now you're in. Now you're in. So maybe you immobilize them, maybe you don't, but as long as they're probably not going to march out. And if they march out, there's Conegliano that's going to capture them. Okay, he got assault ability. That's neat. I'm up for assault ability. They did take their 500 guys. They're probably sending them down here. Or they're trying to... Oh, they're going to land over down here. That's fine. Pag has fallen. Oh no, not Pag. With more Bulgarians. But I'm more annoyed by the war in Poland than the other wars. You are in Pozny. You are sieging in Pozny, right? Yeah, because I said you had enough men to take an attrition tick. Who are these guys, and what are they? They're regulars, mostly. Vladimir, what do you bring? You bring early arquebusier, light lancers. You do bring lancers and cavalry, but you have not upgraded your infantry. And unfortunately for you, this is mostly infantry. Yeah, there's... How many of those are regulars? 382 out of the 400 they should be. So almost maxed out. But they put them as light lancers. They put them as light cav. In 1.0.11, that's the stupidest thing to do in your life. You can march to there. Did you take your tick of replenishment in time? No, because we're on 29th of March. Maybe you actually stay here for a month, for 3 days. There we go. With you guys moving into Colo to link up north, and then we cut that off. I think I want that, yeah. No. Port is in Leskaya. Skaya or whatever. You go deal with them. You go deal with them. You're still taking mild winter attrition, but you should have your... Yeah, you still have all your cannons. So it should still be on 5 siege. Yep. We brought just enough for that. We haven't heard of an English landing here. Oh, Luther. I want the Lutheran preachers. Give me the Lutheran preachers. I want Lutheran preachers. Give me all the Lutheran preachers. Okay, you're sieging down Lynn. That's another 2k Polish troops out. 6.5. Go to there. Oh, they ran away. Maybe I chase them, actually. As long as they're marching through my land, I'm replenishing. They aren't. Okay, we don't have enough men. How many? We need at least 284. Hey, look what's coming up. Alvito, yeah, that's South Portugal. They're hunting armies. The question is, are they going to be in Tavira? Turingen, my vassal, wants us to improve their cultural opinion of them. I agree. What is your main culture? East Franconians. They see France in better. Merida, Brie Champenoise. I know I've basically never not unpaused, but I want this to flip to positive 181. I like that. 120. Broye is 100% Lutheran. 182. So 100 months if I wanted to flip everything. I want Meaux to have the majority. And Provins. Nogent has the majority. I think you get a bonus from majority, right? No, average legitimacy of clerics counters the lack of control in that location. But we have plus 100%, and this time the convert province is actually added to the base value. Whereas when you're assimilating, it doesn't. Also, cat is off lap. Bonus for majority with culture. Yeah, but not here. Enforce religious unity. Preaching missionary spiritualists. Unless I miss the name of it, but I'll leave you on the tooltip while I turn on the lights. And refill the drink. But there's no... I don't see any bonus here for being majority culture. And that's religion. That's religion, that's not culture. For culture, there is. Yeah, it only worked on culture. I was wondering if there was one on religion, but yes, culture, there absolutely is. Except this is all Francian, so if I move out to Bar-le-Duc, where I have Lorrain, there is a French cultural influence versus Lorrain cultural tradition, which helps. Still not enough to get much conversions out, but you know, maybe we assimilate some people into Francian? And that's why culture has not been spreading, because low control. So no unified culture at all. Right, Mr. Cat, no unified culture. So you still have a few months. You can go back to patrolling the seas. Patrol the seas. North and English Channel. Go. And Cat, no, if you stay there, you're going to get evac from the desk, sir. Mr. Cat? Mr. Cat? You want to get evac from the desk, or do I, or are you going to cooperate? You know you're tolerated on desk as long as you cooperate. That is, not stay in front of the screen, sir. Yep. He decided to not cooperate. Cooperation was not an option. I want to build to Navy. We'll upgrade the backs at some point. I don't have much money, but I want to... Artok, get off the desk. Sir? Sir Cat, you're being a nuisance. Yeah, nuisance. Here. Look outside, there's cars. Cars are great. And if you come back on desk, I will have to evac you. Yes, talk behind my shoulder. Yeah, I want more Lutherans in here. Because again, where am I Catholic? There's probably Catholic peasants, Catholic zealots somewhere. We have some a very few Calvinist zealots, like one location. I don't see any Catholics. We have the Christiani zealots in Brandenburg. They're down to 5 locations up there. Are you gonna pick them out, Holstein? Are these regulars or are these peasants? A few regulars and Basically no one from here. Yeah, the Kiel are the... these guys are out. Kiev army, that's a lot of their regulars, they're out. Yeah, you're chasing, right? Yeah, you're chasing targets, the Bulgarians. You guys, I need to... yeah, you're occupying this. And then we're moving back out and moving back into here. The English will fall at some point, right? Yeah, look, Awas is... oh yeah, Awas is a vassal. And they declared on me, so the vassals are actually coming in because they're loyal. GG. I'm improving relations with him. Cool. Not a safe place to retreat to, but a good place to have an ally to siege. How many English are left? 1k. Go to focus siege. Wales. Lowland. East Anglia, Northumbria? Yeah, sure. Highland, Hebrides. Mercia. Yeah, remove the Hebrides. I don't want you to get stuck on an island. Portugal troops still error 404. Portuguese troops not found. You're done down here. Can we go and bonk the Hungarians? Probably. Let's get out and hopefully get out before May. Before the end of May so we can get a replenishment tick. That would be absolutely glorious. The answer is yes, we're out. Now we march through our land. They're going to go for Krakow. Yep. No surprise there. I'll wait for 31st, because they're not going to assault. Yep, they're moving out. They're now afraid of my troops, which is great. If I can catch them here, that would be great. No, we're not catching them here. Sadly, I was in the province here. What's the fort? That's flatland, sir. That's silly for you to wait for me here, but that's very kind of you. Siege of Poznan is done. Next up, you're going to go to here. Yeah, with your 764, you're good. We can let the peasants here. They don't have the men to assault. We're going to give ourselves a tick of a tick of replenishment. Nope, you're moving out. Okay. I'll fight you here then. It's not the addition of the 52 Moldavian that's going to make much of a change. Maybe. Siege of Leskaya is done, so you can move up to here, Rawa? Or no, let's go here and cut them in two in terms of sieges. Are their flanks crumbling or not? No, my flank is crumbling, so before they send me on a goose chase to retreat to safety. And we beat those guys up. Look at the guys in Kiel. Help those guys in. Bartok, you ate too fast, and now you're puking. I might start the next ad break a bit early to clean up cat vomit. 4 levies, yeah, indeed. 4 Hungarian levies. Thank you. So kind of you to support Holstein. I mean, they did a great job defending their country for most of it, so... What are the Hungarians doing? Oh, they assaulted that. That's impressive. Actually, how many of them is regulars? They have 2.5k. Okay, so now they're they're on matchlock levies, which I am not. That's my next upgrade. So next war I'll be even more threatening. That's why these guys ended up shredded, because the levies were able to fight. But I have Kapchuk in my living room. I will go to the be right back. If you are on Twitch, I'm sorry, I'm going to be playing ads just so that they put them off for later while I clean up Cat's mess. See you guys in 3 minutes after Cat and break. Alright, Cat vomit has been managed. It won't stink in the living room. What are you doing? Who dat? How's that composed? Peasants. Got it. And again, my manpower replenishment is in here, but normally the Mistani siege shouldn't be lacking any. They're always lacking people. Possibly also because I promoted people into here. 299k available people. How above are we now? 3 under. It's not much. The building cost is annoying, but the rest isn't. But as pops grow back up, still have people migrating in, which I don't like. But then again, it's more peasants. And oh! Nobles became peasants, having lost social status. Wow. And minus 650 from levies raised. And I lost 100 burghers. Plenty of them became clerics. 193 migrated. And 10 gained social status. Peasants, 214 migrated. 200 became from burghers and nobles. 100 new peasants were born, and 10 gained social status and became clerics. I wonder why I gained so many clerics. If anything, I'm changing those into something else. Also, we're in July. And we did not change, our income did not change one bit with the arrival of the counting house, and it is fully staffed. So the counting house in Ghent is costing us 0.26 for basically no change in our income. If you're still here, Pond. Yes, Cat, you want to lick my fingers? Sure, feel free to lick my fingers. So yeah, I'm not gaining anything from adding counting house in here. How are we doing on wool? Average. Nothing. We were at 414, we're at 413. Probably because something changed somewhere. Maybe a shift of peasants to actually occupy the counting house. Because we're still lacking peasants, so we're still promoting peasants up in. And the counting house being fully employed, that means that the 250 came in here from some other job. So we lost a little bit of money from the fact that other jobs have been shifted. We can give it a few months because promotion, we have the library that is staffed, question mark? Yeah. So in 4 months, we'll come back and try to remember to come back in early 48, where we'll have fully employed, and normally no other building will have started and finished, so possibly started but not finished. And we'll see, but we didn't gain anything. We'll give it a month tick, but I believe that it brought me nothing. You guys can go to Celle. Then we'll have to go to Alfeld. Grumble, grumble. Oh, some regulars. How many regulars in there? Early Arquebusier, 500. Okay. Poland is mustering some troops. Oh, they assaulted Krakow, you sons of beeps. Sons of beeps, they put people in Krakow. Bartok. Move. Gonna sniff the clipboard? You sniff the clipboard, but you don't stand in front of the screen. Mr. Cat. I wonder, I would really like to know how much manpower people have. To see if I can grind mine against them, because I know I'm probably making more than them because I have better finances. Also, they tried to break out of Verona. They tried to break out into Verona for them. Well, Verona lost, but... Okay, if you want to sit on the clipboard, sit on the clipboard. You're not getting any food, are you? No, they're not. They're probably going to try and intervene in here, like, we can do something. Iberian Hunt, I'm going to have you. Nope, I can't. Wait, now can I? Yes. That's not half, but that's okay. 2.7 go here. No, 2.7 go here, and the 3.6 go into here. Only because I fear that these guys are going to come in, and I want some form of response to them. Bartok, are you being a nuisance? Or are you going to calmly plonk down in front of the keyboard? You seem to be more on the plonking down side of things. Good. No need to evacuate. Yes. Be chill. There we are. Much better. People wondering, I now have a white loaf on the desk grooming himself. I have not touched Hungary, which is the bigger threat, but we're still in the coalition war. The coalition is winning. We have plus 16 from Defender ticking. That's on you, Bartok. You pushed that thing on your own. Don't worry. You're still replenishing. I'm moving you away. Yeah, because I don't know where these guys are. We're still retreating with these guys. Yeah, we're still retreating. Those Kiev troops could be a menace. Are we going to be there? Yeah, we're going to be there easy before 31st of July. March back a bit more just in case. Just to keep an eye out for these guys. 14, 0. They're over encumbered. They did not consolidate their infantry, at least their peasants, together. 6.2, yeah, you're moving Gorlitz at least. Yeah, you're going to take a tick or two of replenishment, and it'll be great. August, back to Ghent. We got a month tick. So we hired about 50 peasants. Our income is still going down. Our control is not moving. Which means we filled up another job. My guess is that we finished the marketplaces, which has just building maintenance. You don't see the income it generates here. But yeah, our income is dropping here after, well, marginally, but it was 0.14. That's 4.11. And it does have a fully staffed counting house. Oh, you're building in trading fields. Congratulations. And someone did that, so you 400k can go home. Congratulations. Boink. You're gonna get intercepted by Moravia. Thank you, Moravia. Yeah, sure, we can improve with Moravia. We were capped anyways, so... Nope, they were not caught by... you're not the local capital. So you start following them. You move in towards the Hungarians. We'll have to choose our fights. Hi, Kiev. What's that? That's mercs. That's a huge merc stack. Are you gonna come and smack me, or are you gonna try and do sieging? If you wanna do occupying, do the occupation. It's fine. Astros has fallen. Oh no, that's the Bulgarians. Who cares? Oh, Bulgaria's having fun in Italy. Hi, Italy. And Rome is being occupied by Tunis. Son of a beep, Tunis. Tunis, are you going for Rome specifically? What's your war goal? Yep. Carthage-Rome war. We're not going to be holding Rome, I bet. Or we threaten war on them once we have a bigger army, but currently with 85,000 men, we're not going to be threatening enough to ask for Rome. Could send them an insult. We don't have any antagonism with them. Lamego is probably going to be the last place where... No, there's still Castillo Branco. There could be some Portuguese. Hey, you guys are done. Merge up with those guys. Yep, those guys, the Kiev troops, they're retreating to Castile. They're retreating to one of these two tiles. You prepare their arrival. They're going to come in with no food, no morale, probably no troops at all. Lamego's done. Been cleared here. Holstein is winning that one. Good job, Holstein. Siege of Escorial is the last one. You can move into Herrera. Why? There's still Castello. Go occupy that. Nope, Kiev is deciding that Mirepoix is a good place for them to stop. Rude. These are going to flip with Escorial, so you join into them. You consolidate. Same as you, by the way. In Iberia siege, you go... Oh, they abandoned. Good. For some reason, they abandoned. Because I don't know where the Portuguese could be hidden. And Cassia is going to be fully occupied. Actually, no, you go to here. It could be in Valverde. Let's go to Jawar. Other regulars go back up. Actually, no, you guys go and bonk the poles. Go bonk the poles and then move to safety. You guys move up. Regular attrition is going to kill you. Lack of food. Hell yeah. Are you still lacking food here? It would be great. Nope, they're not lacking food here. They're just too wide for the province. How are they doing on number of peasants, though? 2.5k still, so I have to be careful, but I'm not that inconsiderate. You still have your 800 cannons. You can go to Znin. And you guys can go to here, and then we'll winter into Inoroklo or something. Keith, how are you doing on men? 47k still. You have a crap ton of mercs. Good thing I didn't come across your mercs. Verona's battling out, duking out with Moldavia down here. Is it only Moldavia? No, there's some Hungarians as well. What are these Hungarians? These are all regulars. I'm gonna need 20k men if I want to do anything against them. And you go to there. Sorry, I wanted to put the 11k there. Oito has fallen. Oh no, not Oito. Ah, they left here. They're going back out, probably to chase down Verona. I don't want to bring in Tuscany into the fight. I don't want to spread the border too much. Yeah, you're about to smack the Poles. These will have recuperated manpower. Well, no, not this one. That one is unfunded. Actually, go to here. Krakow got people again, but Mstov, no one. So I can assault that one. Silesia has fallen. That's evil. That was the local capital, so they're replenishing at least food. No, actually you. Defend the home territory. Go. This is going to be the Portuguese revolt. Done. And you know, taking care of these guys, actually. Zero in on those guys, please, instead. There, and order. Come on. One more. There, that's going to be 100 on Portugal. Yep. Over here, there's basically no one on the fort. It's still 41. Assault that. Krakow flat? Krakow is flat. There. Mirepoix. Yeah, these guys they have a job. They're zeroing on, they're chasing the target. Portugal, I'm gonna wait for the full occupation just to be sure of things. Should be on the same time as Idana. Yep, all of Portugal gone. That's 100% on the Portuguese revolt. Take all your money and your place locations first. Locations, which are all French. They're all cores. They're still Portuguese, but they're cores. And your ducats, which makes me rich. August, September, October, we got 3-month ticks, so we should be full of people on Bruges. And if there was any local effect from... we went back from 4.11 to 4.22 when fully staffed. So we went from 4.14 before to 4.22. We gained 0.08 ducats for a 0.25 upkeep. Yeah, we're paying 0.26. It's bringing us roughly a quarter of that, a third of that. So we're actually losing a little bit more money here. There's your answer, Pond. If you don't have high control or a very high tax base, it's not worth it. Yes, and how many more to go? Because I have this list of people who want to fight me. I don't know what I did to them, but they all want to fight me. The Rhine Franconians are in a while. The Castilians are coming up. Castilians, I have to be on the beat, so I might keep on suppressing them for now. Master Leone's Patriots, at some point I'd have to bring them to 0 because they have no support. It's events mostly that made them unhappy. How's England going? We have Lynn, we have that. So England, we're working on it. Rebelling against France, we have 72%. Was that including the money you started losing for expanding the marketplace? I did not expand the marketplace in Ghent. There's no expanded marketplace in Ghent. The only thing I did in Ghent was at the counting house. That's the only change that I did in Ghent. I resisted doing anything else. Also, they apparently opened another building or built something because we're back to 414 peasants missing. They're right, because there's pops to do it. But they're not of accepted culture, so I can't build in armory. But no, the increase in income, the tax base isn't high enough because of the low tax base, it's basically not worth it. But the places where I changed the building was in Paris, putting merchant quarters instead of my old marketplaces. Can I do all of them? Yeah. All of them, and build the wine up. Because we'll have it will promote enough burgers to make 2k the time for them to build, plus this. Plus the 91 missing soldiers all the time. I'm okay. Corbeil is fine on soldiers. Still lacking 7k people in the field. We could put one more level of that. It's going to take time to promote, but I'll take it. Demography, we're mostly Lutheran. For 59,000 pops, I'm actually going to add the cathedral for more pop conversion. Also, Pond, I don't know about this. If you know about this, market villages, they have one amazing thing. Market access. They give you extra market access per level. They only needed 1 point something level, but you get 5% per level. I was in Joigny and wanted to bring the livestock. Build a market village. Well, no, sorry, it's 0.5 market access per, but yeah. 1.5 extra market access in, for example, Corbière. You give me 100 because I'm very close to the Mestani seats. Melun, 97. I could build 1 or 2 more levels of... The wild game is expensive. Build me more wild game. I'm still recruiting to get the lumber because lumber is missing in the Mestani seat. Or, yeah, it was missing and it's still missing. as pops promote will be good. Also, you can increase the training field. Ooh, 2 levels? Do me 2 levels. We have 14,000 available peasants. 7, 8, 9. We get to 100% market access, meaning that everything produced here, hello lumber, will get transported to the market to be sold. Also, market villages have the advantage of adding extra burghers and clerics and nobles to your country. Those tend to have higher literacy than peasants. Same for soldiers. So yes, you increase their power by giving more of them, but it also is more average literacy for you over time. And average, as much as I don't care about and those guys are affected by overall plus 10%, well, plus 5%, I don't know what, burger literacy for the country, not local literacy. So they're passively created. They don't get a specific bonus from the building being there, but they are contributing to literacy in their own way. And more importantly, it's peasants who tend to be less literate than anything else above them. Oh, Milan and Merida soon integrated. You guys, what are you? Oh yeah, you are the last of the Iberians. You are zeroing in on those guys. After that... No, Saint-Lizier is not the capital, it's Muret. They did not take the right place. Mirepoix is, though. But Saint-Lizier is going to be taken back, and these guys they're going to retake it with Mirepoix. That's fine. Hi guys, you're attritioning in the mountains in winter at the start because lack of food. Wow. They're going to take Riva, though, sadly. Meaning they'll have some form of access, meaning I should be bringing down a stack to down there. Where are you going? You're going to Kurtim. Mlada Boleslav. Let's fight in Mlada Boleslav. Flatland. It's your regulars versus my regulars. Wanna fight? Wanna fight, Hungary? I can fight you. I'm regaining manpower. You're not. Well, at least not as fast. And next up, as soon as the siege is done over here, are these regulars? These are regulars as well. Riva has fallen. Yep, sad. Verona got beat back. Probably because of all of the men they stacked in. But if you're stuck in winter, are you stuck in there for winter? No, sadly. That was a wipe, Hungary. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's a Portuguese course that came back. Woohoo! And all of a sudden, almost 1 million pots. We lost 17 troops here. Wow. Sweden, can you bonk these Swedish troops? Thank you. You're gonna go here. I think I'm gonna send the troops down south to deal with these guys. South to deal with these guys. Trieste. Well, Trieste will probably be lifted, so let's go to Verona. Might even go to Venice. Nope, they're not going to leave Trieste. Civitavecchia has fallen. Rome, are you... Yeah, that's Carthage. Carthage, I'm going to have to spy on you. Can I fabricate CB? Religious war. Ores, where is Ores? Right, are we going for that? No. I'll fabric... No! No! No clawing, sir! You can get scritches, but no clawing. If you go for claw, you get evac. I hear... Oi! You want to get evac, sir? I don't want to take OS. I do want to kick these guys. Artok. I see what you're trying. Let's put this slightly further. And if you come for it, you get evac. Going down. You're going to retake this. We still have the war goal. We're on 74 ticking. We have the ticking. So now it's just a matter of making Poland realize that they lost. Are you suffering from winter? No, your lack of food, because you don't have military food access through Poland, which is very funny. So you're starving while trying to retake this, which is great because it's all your regulars here that are starving and that are gonna end up wiped. You are wintering, okay, understandable. Naples has fallen, sad times. Italian engineer. I'm not paying 5k ducats for that. How do you pronounce his name? Okay, we're heading into winter. You're going to be hit by winter and food issues. Maybe I can beat you up in the Poles in Liskaya, though, because those are mercs and... Sina has fallen. You don't have enough peeps to fight. Bartok. Tisk. Let's do Sopron first. Are you stuck in the Alps? I would love for you to be stuck in the Alps. I mean, they're not in Verona, which is great. Is Verona in this fight? Verona is in this war. Why are they not occupying Schio? Maybe they're trying to walk out of there. That was a murder of Poland and a capture of their troops. Move out the arquebusier. Kill the arquebusier. Ransom the supply cart because they're going to have to replenish them. And it's money for me. Let's murder him and then go to Colo. No, let's walk to Colo first. How are you doing on cannons? 752. Okay, you're gonna need a tick of replenishment after winter. For example, in here. Actually, you can go to Gnezo because that's still winter, so it doesn't really matter. You are getting food, so replenish your food. I don't want... Bartok! Oi! Nope, that's it. Evac. Boom! Off desk. I'm hit by attrition at 1%, but I don't want them... Well, we can let the month tick, maybe. I'll take 1%, but they'll be taking 6. Salerno has fallen. Yeah. How's the English occupation going? Yeah, what's it doing good? Am I? Yeah, I'm on good relation. You're loyal. Our regulars are still struggling on that. The fort people are still struggling on the capital. We're on 562. Let's send the cannons back to Colchester for... No, not the peasants. Peasants stay. Cannons. Go to Colchester. To replenish so we can get back to 800. Normally they are not hit by anything. Kiev is sieging down over here. Bulgaria's over here. They're everywhere. That's not cool of them. I don't want them to be everywhere. Got the occupation of Colo, 21st of January. We'll let them take a tick of attrition, because again, it's 6% of their men that are going to disappear without me doing anything. Or 1% of mine. Nezo is done. Bojano has fallen. Yeah, that's they're working on Italy. We'll have to deal with them after, but first we deal with Poland. Then I think we start crunching on Hungary. While we crunch on Hungary, because Because pushing into Denmark, we're just going to get pushed back by Sweden. If Sweden has, yeah. They still have some regulars, they have a lot of infantry, cavalry, and stuff like that. Also, is the Mastani seat promoting back into here? Nope, 91. Because they're finding more important things to promote to. Like burgers. Or laborers, because we're producing more wine. You're still taking the attrition, and you were not numerous enough to take any occupations. You're still running after those guys, right? Yep, you are. You guys can go to Mirepoix. Moo, how are you on demography? Nope. Working, but not much. Working, but extremely slowly. Is there anyone that I would like to call in with the risk of them getting sieged and busted? Saxe-Wittenberg, you are a fiefdom. 118. It was 121, or... Well, it was 100, I also saw 112. 28th of January. They're gonna get their siege tick here, but that's fine. They're on minus 14, they can't win it. Food shortage. They took... How many did they take? 435 we won't have to beat up. You move to there, and then to... Well, Lipno is going to unsiege that immediately if we take it. So I think that after that we move back down to intercept these guys. We'll see after that. We'll look. You guys, same thing. It's... You're on 776, so you could start... You're going to take 12 from the siege tick, from the month tick. Go to Krakow. Let's go take Krakow back. That'll be a good blow to Poland. Yeah, try to run away, Hungary, it's fine. San Angelo di Lombardy, that's in Italy. Take that. Plus, they're still starving. So for however long they're retreating, they'll still be taking 6% attrition at the end of the month, hopefully. Unless they get back to here and get food access into Hungary. Closer ties with the House of Aurillac. Yeah, absolutely. I don't mind marrying into the House of Aurillac. Norwich is done. Good. You guys go back into those guys, because the boomsticks are going to be moving forward. Not sure where, but they're moving forward. Ah, England is starting to sue me for peace. War has fallen. Boo! Reminder, you're hunting those guys. Antoine de Rouen. And we'll unsiege that after. We got the 19% on that. Poland lost. Yes, indeed they lost, and we have our 776 cannons intact, which is great. We captured... It's their supply carts! Can we ransom them? No, we can't, because there's troops nearby. Murder. Also, 800 regulars? That sounds like even more advanced troops than what I have, right? No, you're still on Arquebusier. Wait, not 2 regiments? That's 1 regiment. Wait, Arquebusier is the age 4, right? I'm in trouble if that's the case. Yep, Arquebusier is here. So they already embraced that. I'm still waiting on artillery. I'm in trouble. Ish. Global trade is we're about to get global trade, which is going to cost me how much? How much I need to save up? 2.4k and 25 stab. Let's invest a little bit more in stab for no particular reason. Also, we're done deminting the inflation hit we took earlier. So we can mint more again. We still have the merc cost for 8, but that's neglectable. Our cost of court is stabilized. We're good. Yes, Bartok, me up to you too. Oh, that was a stack wipe. Perfect. Arquebusier. Murder. Do I want to consolidate the cannons after the month tick? Yes. No, I don't want to consolidate the cannons. I just want to consolidate the peasants. Peasants move out, and actually, no, join those guys. So you keep the name Peasant Boomsticks. You're still attritioning due to winter. But that should be done because it's mild winter? Normal winter here. Okay. These guys want one month tick. Hopefully that it ends on 15th of February. And hopefully I can go chase some Bulgarians and people down there. You're almost on the Kiev troops. You're almost on that siege. We did not get any new laws. The Merc contract is expiring in 1 month. That's fine. We did what we wanted with them. Yeah, I'd have to bring the regulars up here afterwards. Yeah, Bulgarians, Kiev, and Moldavians are bothering me. A bit like that. But I have 20% on England. They have more occupations and blockades according to them. Boomsticks, what are you doing? You are focus sieging. Mercia, Northumbria. Maybe not Northumbria. Wales, Lowlands. Do that first already. I'm not paying you to be idle. Penza has fallen in Italy. Yeah, they're working on Italy hard. Do I have any chance at catching you? Apparently, yes. If that's the case, then I march down to... Then we march down to Trieste. I'm taking regulars. Why are you marching through? You're marching through to get to over there. That's the new front, apparently. Yeah, because 15th of March it didn't go away, so... Really? We came in with no morale. Well, as long as we go to Chambéry just... That was a wipe. Stepping onto here. I will sell you back your supply carts. For 7 ducats, and the other ones, the early arquebusier, die. Hungary, how are you doing on overall things? Overall things are not doing. You're not doing well at all. Good. Because I'm still rocking. Yes, Mr. Cat. Pet, pet, scritch, scritch. Scritch, scritch, butt. Butt, scritch. Head scritch. Cheek scritch. I'd say tummy scritch, but you don't like that. And it's a danger for my hands. 80%. I would like the occupation of Krakow. For Krakow reasons. Martog. Come on up. Come on in. Charismatic Patriots. Guadalajara. No. Integration reduced by 5%, and we gained 0. Okay. Blah. Integration of Guadalajara. Catch those guys, and integrated a province finished, apparently. Matchlock levy, army levies. Woo! 2% of valid pops will be raised as matchlock levies. Finished integrating Merida. Trying to remove Castilian people from unhappiness, but also the Italians and the North Italians. Let's maybe work on North Italians. Keep on working on that. Bergamo. Bergamo is in here or in here? It's in here, I think. I know there's a fort, there's a bailiff here, I think. No, it's in Cluzon. Yeah, it's in Cluzon. Change of plans, you are integrating Bergamo. Because there's the bailiff in Cluzon. It has iron. Iron is going to be very lucrative, but I have absolutely no control, and even the increase of control, because it's non-core and non-culture, I'm going to have zero control. Yes, Mr. Cat, what do you want? You want to be on map? Stay on map. For oppressed cat. Oh yes, he's out. Yes, that is a very accurate answer from the bot. Trying to answer. He is absolutely misbehaving and being a menace. Unmarried adult heir. Oh, Nino von Wattenberg. Get married, sir. Also, join a foreign order of chivalry. I want the admin one. Carniola is Order of the Dragon. Admin ability. Yes. I have all three of the orders. There, and arrange a royal marriage with Everstein. She's decent. Scania, 5166. Whereas here, 40-40-61. No, Scania has a better daughter. She's 19, you're 16, that's fine. And with 61, you're going to be an advisor. Replacing this clergy guy who's 46, or... Well, that guy has a decent clergy. Replace this guy. Now, how do I do that? There. Point as cabinet advisor. On this mission? Yes. Join the cabinet on there. Do I want to take a legitimacy hit and promote him to head of cabinet, or is he not really worth it? How old am I? How long is he likely? I'm 40. So he could live quite a while. It's 5 legitimacy and 300 ducats. 300 ducats isn't the issue. 5 legitimacy is going to increase my cost, but I think I want it. And we're going to push this to 0.4. Ah, white peace imminent in the English war, but we have 22% this time on the war. Where are you retreating all the way to? Come on, stop retreating all the way too far away. You're going to take over Mirepoix. Poland have lost, France have won. Let's go lift Sandomierz. They have all these occupations that I could and should be lifting. Bari has fallen. Same as Italy, I should go into Italy now. Okay, you're retreating. You've been defeated too. I don't know who's built different, but they're built different, and they're doing good. Then I just marched right. No, we still lift Trieste. Merc contract expired. Oh, no, they're down to 12k men. Merge, balance, off you go. I don't know where boomsticks are going, but they're going. Are you going? Focusing sieges? Yep, you're focusing sieges. Probably this one. Not the one I would have gone for, but I automated you. Your judgment. Hammersmith is done. Cool. Awas is coming back again. Cool. England, are you still down with no peasants? Yes, you're still down with no peasants. Good. Stay that way. Yeah, we'll lift Sandomierz. You can come back. You've gotten your month tick. Going to Lipno? And then we're going to deal with these guys. Unless they step into here, which would be great. Or, you know, we can catch people here, maybe. Can I intercept here? Would be great if I could intercept here. Yeah, we can intercept. Hell yeah. Rip 10 peasants. Plonk, Vladimir lost. Now we go towards here. Styria, you know you could jump in, but then again, there's many more coming. Where that came from? What are you? You are mostly regulars. Zero in on them. Cosenza has fallen. Yeah, they keep on. They have an army occupying down here, and Sweden is occupying down here in Italy. Missed the reinforcement take, that's sad. Hungary lost. Yup. Get bonked, Hungary. Good news with Italy is that it's easy to zoom from one side to the other. One have lost. Is that your supply carts? That's your supply carts? Nope, that's Lancers. Bye, Lancers. Time to push north because they're going to be annoying up here with my subjects in Holstein. Nîmes has fallen. No, don't let Nîmes fall. Siege of Krakow, done. Okay, at this point I have 85 on Poland. I have to negotiate with this guy. But with this guy, I take your province. I take over here because I don't want this in my land again, ever. I take Bohemia out, which I oopsied the other time and did not take entirely. We take, no, not Naklo, because that would go to him and he's not going to be annexable. Maybe we say, because we have 69, so... What do we work on? Zagan? Krakow is way too big, even though that would be my... Well, it's not my... wouldn't be my choice because Krakow is... maybe we connect here with Lublin. That's 35. I won't be able to fit 35. Oh, my economy has recovered. It's just that war and war and war and war, and I need to keep expanding. Otherwise, I'm going to be stuck in coalition wars. And I don't want to be stuck in coalition wars. Coalition wars suck. I like to declare on coalitions, not defend against coalitions that are doomed to fail. I can take Zagan. Zagan is 26. Yeah, that works. There, and 4 ducats. And since it's the little guy I'm asking for, I want as little money as I can. We remove 1, 2, 3 subjects of Poland. 2 of them that were accidents. 1 of them which was the revolt, province in revolt. And we call it a day. Hungary, you bled for nothing. You guys march out south immediately. You guys march back out into Inoroklo as well. We don't have access to Poland, so you can start marching here. And they have absolutely no food. England is suing for peace. Cantazaro, it has fallen. Well, you're moving to here. I have regulars, and I have boomsticks. Boomsticks, you move down to Szala. Regulars come down here, because if I can catch these guys and snag them on the way, I'll snag them on the way. Sopron has fallen, you're having fun with the other locations there. I'm okay with that. You murder... shift, come back up. Trying to get Holstein. Saving Holstein would be great. That we're going to be able to, but can save that siege, that would be great. That's Kiev troops, that was mostly peasants. Kiev, did you beat me down here again? The 5k? Yeah, you beat the 5k, and now you die to the 21. Or you really build that differently. No, that's the end of the... Okay, that was the fight over here. Kiev is going home. Let's not go that far with the regulars because there are enemy armies around. Do I want to keep the fort here? I don't think I want to keep the fort here. No, because it's draining my peasants back into it. There's basically no one to employ. Need a little bit of Poland. Hi, Danes. 2 Danemarks. How are we doing on here? We still have 2.5 years. This time I'm much more confident on the war. We are running through England. Why are you only on 2? Oh, did they improve the forts? Or are these not falconets? They are falconets, but they haven't fully replenished. Why? They were on 800. I don't understand. Cannons? Oh, you can't march back to here. You're stuck with these guys. Okay. Possibly took sticks of starvation, but I doubt it. I want more light boats. There, build me 13, and we'll have one on here, we'll start getting localized fleet, one for the English Channel, one for the North Sea, one for the point out here, one for down here. Start getting fleets properly set up. I'm not going to take Norwich again in the peace, because Norwich is their market, and if I take the market, they're going to remake it elsewhere. As right now, they don't have any market influence, so they're restricted to here. And as soon as I integrate this guy, I get the London market. How are we doing on integrations? Speaking of, we're not. Grüningen. Start the annexation. And Oettingen. Start the annexation too. Holstein, you're not loyal. Wow. Okay, all marches have a relative power issue. Let's improve with Vologast as well. Because Holstein being disloyal, that means that they could, in theory, piece them out. That means I really need to go and take care of them with these guys. Down in Italy, I know there's a few stacks, but I think it's mostly armies. France have won, Kiev have lost. Yeah, go home, Kiev. You keep on chasing the Kiev troops. 71 Kiev troops. You're almost back to Toulouse. Yeah, go back to Nîmes. Because they're going to be retreating to here with their 71. They should not defeat the 20k that are running after them. You have 20k. Consolidate, balance. Veliki Novgorod, die. Yeah, I need to move up. You are attritioning because you don't know what you're doing. Cool. Go home. You're attritioning. Actually, we'll try and flank them, see if we can get a wipe. I'm going to need Peasant Boomsticks too. I want to push Denmark. Let's go push Denmark with these guys. Trieste has fallen. Trieste? Are you back in Trieste? They are back in Trieste. Hi, Sweden. Sweden, how big is your army? 17k, so that's most of the Swedish army in Trieste. Let's move into Gubbio. Or we push... No, let's go push back. Let's go push back and see if we can catch them. Catch the Swedes. Because these are going to have to march out. There's nothing... Well, there's the crossing in Sardinia, but... Ooh, we're cultural hegemon again! Hell yes, finally! Look back over Wu. That means you are going to stop converting. My diplomatic corps, by the way, it's 14.14. So could you stop doing diplomatic corps and assimilate an area? It didn't go ding! I want to see cores. Cores and non-cores. I could assimilate here in Iberia. Ooh, I have a full region here in Naples. Let's go assimilate in Naples. I could also do Rome, but let's assimilate in Naples. Yeah, let's assimilate here. There's so much control to gain here from making them full cores. And money, because it's Italy and Naples was super developed before we took over. Yeah, you guys go push those guys. Lingua Franca, be the cultural hegemon. Again, that happened in the first attempt at the run. Routine has fallen, yep. Now you're going to, yeah, you're going to Venice. Oh, hi, you. Can I catch you? Okay, no more Kiev. We captured Kiev. You go to Villars. And the Kiev supply cart just died. Nîmes is going to be retaken. Can I have you? I can't. Now I can. The other half is going to Troyes. Troyes, I said. Yeah, one in Villars, one in Troyes. That is done. Still have many years. Don't understand how he got caught by any fort here, but got caught by a fort. Ewas, you're helping on this one, which is very kind of you. You bring one artillery, which is, you know, a token gesture. We'll take the token gesture. Go home, Moldavia, you're drunk. Komaki, no. Okay, you're pushing back. Yeah, Kiev is falling. That makes sense. I'm just bordering them. Sadly, they don't have access to Poland, nor Volgas, nor Inoroklos, so they are now stuck on their side. They can occupy this, or they have to walk here into Sweden. Hope that they have a boat or something, because I don't think Novgorod would give access to Kiev. Muscovy's growing. They were like this size last time I fought them. Ooh, they're still on 21 here. Cool. You run. Have a boomstick stack here. Yeah, we're gonna push on Denmark. Uh, 188. Ugh. Well, we're reinforcing. Boom. Murder. Murder. Hi, Sweden. Where are you going, Sweden? You're going to Venice, so I could march in behind you. Into Mestre. Polotsk has fallen. Yeah, that's fine. Same as if Kiev occupies here. I'll live with it. Are you? Join in now. Catch them. Wherever they are, catch them. Same as you. Fall into the Anglo-Frankish. They can be attritioning, that's okay with me. 4K, join with the 11. And when the 9 are done, we're joining them back up with the... Actually, no, go with Iberia's Siege. And we're going to put them to Carpet Siege in here. Because Bulgaria's out, the others are out. Hi, Venice. They have a bigger army, but those are mostly Swedish peasants. I have bad news for your Swedish peasants. And if Verona is smart, they pull out their boats now. While we're smacking them. That's mostly peasants, given the size of the stack. No, it's their regulars. Okay. That's okay. Uh, 11K into you. There. Do I want to zero in on the... Yeah, because they're out of morale and all of that. I'm interested in what's happening here. Okay, our flank has collapsed. No need to push it more. How much did we pull on them? Let's pull... It's September. Let's pull back to... up north, up here, I guess, through our lands. Solo turn. Okay, we traded evenly. That's okay. I'm okay with equal trades. They haven't taken it. They haven't taken it. Save Kiel. They didn't get it. They didn't get it. We saved Kiel. Not sending in these guys because they have their 800 cannons. But because Holstein is coming in to save the day. Yep. We do have the stack right next to it if need be, but no need be. Good. Now they don't have enough people to contest this stack. They might walk around, but we'll take Schleswig. You can start pushing back down to see about what people are trying to do around here. Are you on a province capital? Yes, you're in Saarbrücken. So I'll have to be careful. Oh no, they occupied here, and they're reoccupying here. That's okay. They are gaining occupations and stuff like that, but we should be gaining occupations in England soon, TM. Yeah, 0% and 0% on those two coastal. Then there's Pembroke. I think I'm going to take the end of Wales if I can. At least this off of England. Modica has fallen, okay. Yeah, because they won't be attritioning anymore because of food. They'll get the food in Saarbrücken. Regulars down here. What are these guys doing? Attritioning. And attrits. You start pushing down, maybe into here. So the amount of troops that they're bringing. That's the entirety of the Hungarian army down here. Hi, Keith. You're retreating. A lot. Far. So I could also push back into here. I can go through into Belts and into here and beat up the Kiev and Swedish armies, but there's no real point in that. Siege of here is done. Okay, we can go to Holix. Really? Let's attach a siege. There we go. Iberia siege, you're gonna become Italy siege. Almost the same word. Although they might get massacred there, but... Italy siege, Siega! Italy siege, off we go. Milan's almost integrated. Bergamo is well on the way. Annexing here and here. Chipsko, are you a fiefdom? No, you're a vassal. With whom I have not improved. Also, I'm losing dips, apparently. Let's pay a little bit more for our dips. 0.25. Granada, loyalty, 0. England, how... Oh, what's this again? Is that bubonic again? No, it's smallpox, it's fine. England! You have 4 people. You apparently raised some armies somewhere, and they got smacked. Ooh, can I take Sevilla? Would you be willing to give me 100 war score for this? Answer is no. He suffers 87, progress on sieges. Sadly, I would love that amount. England, you could get out scot-free, you know? Well, you know, occupations and stuff like that. They're not ready to give me that much. But it might end up as a nibble on Castile. Ooh, 21. Nope, defender's desert still. Hi, guys. Do I need to bring people again? Because that's another siege that they can't do. Where are my regulars? I had sent regulars down here, but I think they're going to just run back up. I'm counting on Rassibaut to stop the mercs, although that might be a bit of a big ask. Go to that. We're going to go to Novi Sax. Let's start stopping Pribor before I run out of morale. Group, Italy Siege. You guys are moving into Italy Siege. No, you're my regulars. No, you're not merging into anything. You guys are moving back down. If anything. And you... I'll take the risk. Focus Siege in Italy. Apulia, Abruzzi, Basilica et Catambria, Campania, Emilia-Romagna, Lazio, March Umbria, and Sicily. I'm not going to put Veneto and Friuli. That's going to be for regulars to lift up here. Siege of Cardigan is successful. Woohoo! Cardigan successful. Now I want Carnarvon. That's the most important because that'll allow me to actually bring the cannons back, let them rest for a month or two, and then get back to focus sieging. Novi Sax has fallen. Yeah, it sucks. Also, winter. Has fallen, okay. Who's that? Dorutsk. Dorutsk is a fiefdom of Halich. Okay. I never noticed that I had Dorutsk on my border. How long do we have? 264. How are we doing as France? There's no rebel occupied land, it's still going to count our provinces to forming Europa. 1.6, we gained 50-ish from vassal integrations, from vassal annexations mostly. It's not the 5 or 6 we stole from Poland here that matters. Divine Revelations. He gains a ruler trait, he gains a general trait, he gains an admiral trait. We move towards spiritualist for conversions. Absolutely. Or we gain legitimacy. No, we're fixing our legitimacy fine enough. What did he gain? He gained a ruler trait. Ah, he's malevolent. And loose lips. Ooh, ick. Die soon. You're relatively decent in terms of army. How decent is that guy? Has better dip, but less mill ability, so... Point as general of the regular long name something. Is it these guys? Yes. You may die in battle, that is a risk I am willing to take. How many of those are regulars? 1k, the rest is peasants. Okay. Doesn't matter that much. Cavalry, same thing. Artillery doesn't matter. It's artillery, it'll get shredded. And these are Bulgarian peasants. Okay, I can take on those 15k. Also, if you step into here, there's going to be an accident that's going to happen. There's going to be an accident. Sweden lost 1, France lost. Wow. Okay. Sea battle, I understand. Really? You're supposed to retreat. Can we retreat to a port? Hide in Cherbourg. Come on, stop it. Uh-oh, rip Galicia. No, they're taking attrition. Okay, they're taking attrition. They have 1 transport. Yeah, there were 5 heavy Swedish ships in that. Unsurprising that we lost some lights. Normally the A doesn't come around. I said I needed to send a regular up there, but I got distracted. Mlada Boleslav. I don't want Mlada Boleslav to fall. Yeah, perfect. Keep on running. All up for that. Landgravate of Gelders? Hesse. That's a big Hesse. Why don't we stop the war here? Because we have a revolt, so we can decide when we take the revolt. Minus 46. Okay, I don't take all of Castile. I take only Trujillo. No? Only Villanueva? Only Villanueva and some cash, and I say go. And I say we get out. That works for me. I would have loved to take more Iberian land, but the fact that there's Castilians back here is a nuisance. And we'll get the last Castilians with the Castilian Patriots when they rise up. Look at tiny Castile. They're small. Speaking of which, Salamanca needs the fort. And Medellin. You have nobody to promote besides peasants for wheat, but it's wheat. Do 1 tick of wheat, 2 ticks of wheat, 3, 4, 5, 6 ticks of wheat, 4 ticks of wheat. They're gonna be 3.8 peasants, and you can't do windmills? Oh, perfect. Also, at some point, I want to demote you from city, but... No, I don't want to convert to Brie Champenoise. Oh, yeah, assimilate. Converting in Brie Champenoise, yes. Want to push more of that? How are we on religious unity? 62%. So slow. Demography. We have the 50.2. So we go back down to 13. So it would be passive, but it would be faster than the growth in Mo. So I think we're done converting in Mo. The other two that I needed to check, it was Mo and Provins. Provins, I don't know how you would pronounce it. The 222 is nice, but I feel like that advisor is better used elsewhere. Like in Brie-Comte-Robert, probably, where, yes, there is growth, but I'd rather have a very solid Lutheran base. And here, I mean, it's Brie-Comte-Robert that needs it the most. And they're still lacking burgers. And a library. Promote the peeps. And to attract people. Maybe I expel people from the Mastani seat, because the Mastani seat, why are you not... For some reason, they're not replenishing those guys. We have all the burgers we want. Soldiers, nothing. No one wants to become a soldier, and we're missing one soldier. Bit annoying as heck. Growth, how much? 700 migrated in. Noble migrated to Mastani seat from other locations in the Mastani markets. Clerics, laborers, and peasants. Well, I would like to invite people into places where I need peasants, like Brie-Comte-Robert, where they can promote from peasant to burger. Yeah, let's put you on... Can I expel people? -2 on... Yeah. Expel people from the Mastani seat, unless it's going to be hurting Mont. It's going to be hurting Mont, so I need Mont to finish promoting before I do that. So you're going to go and convert somewhere else. So converting Lutheran in a place where we have very few Lutherans but full cores. Or we go into Prague, where there are few provinces that are 100% or almost 100%. But Prague can totally take more Lutherans, less Catholics, and less Hussites. Because that's going to help with the overall satisfaction. Any Czech Catholic noble that I convert is the Hussites, the Markish Lutherans, but that's because of wrong culture. Why are the Catholics so pissed off from events? We're down to 65 from events. It'll be fine. Could I shut down the cathedral in the capital? I could. I could indeed, if I wanted to. We still have, 10% to convert, so I'm not planning on doing it. But I could. I could, but again, I'd rather convert the people, because more people converted is better. And yes, it does give some migration attraction, but it's not... I don't think it's the 0.10 migration attraction that's mattering the most. You can say that on infrastructure. You get 0.06 from that, and we get 0.12 just from the fact that there is development. So 0.12 and 0.06, that's 0.2 basically, just from this, just from those two factors. Plus city location rank does it give some migration attraction? No, it gives pop promotion speed, pop cap. The fact that we're not on PopCap also... Yeah, 0.58 because we're not on PopCap. That's also... So that's why I'm not... The cathedral is a factor, but it's not the factor. And I need to really put an advisor to kick people out to prevent people from coming into here. Sadly, Mu is not getting the... People are born and decide to go become mercenaries, where, you know, you could promote into burgers and be a happy burger. But no, they decide to go and be mercs. Vicomte Robert, same thing. They would need... They would... I could do a greener grass, though. Encouraging migration, that's an admin job. This guy would be better at it. And you could go into... But I want more... No, I want to get to my at least 70% religious unity to avoid falling back into my war of religion disaster, which can fire every 10 years. As long as my stability isn't crap and I'm not under over 70% Lutheran. So I want to keep on pushing that. Also, more Lutherans. More Lutheran people means there's more well, happier people because they're of the true faith. Same as having more Francian. That's why I'm trying to balance assimilating and integrating people. Peasant Boom 6. Oh yeah, you were in Hungary. We finished that war. You can move out. Where else do we have exiles? Up here, yep. Your boomsticks too, so you don't get to disband. Not immediately, at least. You are boomsticks, so you can move back to England. You are just peasants, right? Yeah, I can't detach anyone from you, so boom. Hi, Hesse. You are Italy Siege. Italy Siege, you're going to Gap for now? Yep. You are regulars. You're going back up because we're fighting Hesse. Yeah. When it's 2, it's cloves and pepper, and I can't do much. Bordeaux, they need fruit. Fruit I can do. Fruit can be done in the Bordeaux market. There probably are fruit RGOs around. Or in Bordeaux itself, because they have 20k peasants. Can I do fruit orchards in Bordeaux? Yeah, we can do 2 levels of fruit orchards in Bordeaux. Give yourselves a bridge too. Harbor cap plus 0.1 on Bordeaux. Yeah. We'll also pay for the protected harbor in Bordeaux for the 1 full harbor cap. I don't have any boats to upgrade. I haven't put any boats on upgrade anytime soon. We are on 23%, so if we have the money, we can pay the stab. I don't want to go too much into negative stab. So we're going to keep on pushing the stab. Our legitimacy is going to be much better in 3 months. Maybe actually just in 2? Yeah, just in 2. Maybe we lose money for a month or 2, but that's okay. Stab goes up. Culture investments. How much are we on? 25%. Let's push that to 30. Just to keep that art coming in. Look at the amount of artists we have. When you integrate someone, you inherit their artists too. So right now our artist cap, if we look at our people, I think that was patched in 1.1. But if we look at people, no, culture. Number of artists, 8 out of 3. And you can't fire people. You have to wait for them to finish doing a work of art before you can take them over, before you can kick them out. So he's 57% done. Hopefully he dies before his art is done, although he's good. But again, so many artists. So much pain. Detach the levies. Levies go home. Feudal levies. Boomsticks. Chase these guys. You, general, go to Lauerbach. You guys can disband. 1 out of 5. Dominic ad Redemptor Noster. Blocks the Society of Jesu, allowing them to repel Lutherans at some rate. How fixed are you? You are not fixed. Vile electorate of Hesse has declared us their rival. Is anyone coming in to support Hesse? Answer is no. And they currently have 40 people attritioning in the winter. Army morale plus 20%. I'll take that. Call into the Third Rebellion, and you as well. Call into the Third Rebellion. You're disloyal, but at least they consider them as hostile, so they should be moving against them, hopefully. Nope, sadly. Well, they're moving back. Catch them? Smart you prevented the levies from raising up. Are you moving back, guys? Yeah, you are moving back, good. Detach the 800 cannons. Feudal levies, thank you very much for your service. Disband the units. You guys are going to try and link up with those guys. The conviction of Toulon Bianchini. Our artist. Oh, we should advise him to leave the country. Did he leave the country? Nope. What's his face? This guy? No. No. This guy? No. No idea. We just invite Prince from... Invite Prince from the Velitki Novgorod. No idea. You go up to Mainz, maybe? You go to Alsfeld. Actually, cannon move to here. And other cannon for now move to there. You are back here. You can move back to Dover. You guys are going to go back to... Well, there's no port in Calais or here. So for now, you're going to hold there. Actually, no. Move down to here to White. We're going to have to raise levies again to go after the Castilians. So I think well, no, because they're feudal levies. We could raise them as flintlock levies now. How are you doing on religious power? 35. 0.03 now. Taking ages, and we haven't had the event fire where we get any bonuses to something. Legitimacy fixed. We're back to earning buckets of ducats. Great. France won, Hesse lost. Indeed. And you, we're going to spit out half the cannons. See if we can join you up. Out from Mainz. Hey, look who's in. Hi, Augsburg. Good to see you, Augsburg. If Alsfeld is done, you can go to Korbach. Not Korlak. Not Karlak this time. Regulars is what? It's 14 and 6. How close are we? To this one, artillery. It's taking ages, but it is spreading. Sadly, we didn't take much land in Poland, but the land we took in Poland had it. That had it. That's a little fraction of the country. Also, when Iberia is going to revolt, when Castile is going to revolt with the Castilians, we're probably going to get the chance to get the end of Castile, for one, because they're going to become vassal of Castile, etc., etc., etc. And that's why I want my levies, and I want my levies raised and in Iberia already. Because again, we're delaying the noble rebellion. Like, the nobles are like, we want to rise up. I'm like, sure, you can wait. $1K of you. I don't care about the occupation of mines now. I want to raise levies. More importantly, these guys in Iberia, because I'm not going to be able to raise them after the start of the war. That's the that market. Let's try and not take all of the Mestani seat levies. Let's take all of the all of the Italians. Bruges. And in here, I don't like that when it's not split and fit. The reason why I'm taking so many stacks to Iberia is that I fear Morocco is going to declare on them, and I want to jump and the revolt and Morocco and Castile before Morocco can do anything, so we get the occupations of everything. In an ideal world, I have armies here that march one into here, one into here, one into there, and all of the forts here. I have some in Granada, preemptive, ready to strike out to Cordoba, to here, to there. Because the Castilian and Morocco and here, like the two locations in here and whatever location is there, just to prevent Morocco from declaring and getting access to my land. Through the revolter and getting into the revolt. That's why I'm doing complete overkill on them. That's how they got into here the first time. They had like no land and they took, the revolter took that and they pieced out those guys. Which was extremely rude of them. Can I maybe get something better? It's a better guy than you. 3.75 stab? Yeah. Except we don't have better at... we don't have better, so congratulations, you keep your job. Well, we don't have significantly better. Integrate province. Maybe we can even finish northern Italy. Oh. We're navies. Oh yeah, it's the light ships that spawned. I was like, what? That's fine, it's light ships. So English, select all of you. Merge with, you're going to be the peasant boomsticks 1. Peasant boomsticks 1. You don't have to pay for them, that do you? You don't you just get free influence? Influence for what? Yes. For the advisors, if you to put one in 1.0.11, it costs you money. If you want to change someone, you need to pay stability. And we're not automating cabinet seats. Right, 1k of you. Some matchlock levies! Finally! Well, we can wait a little bit more so we can get all the Iberians together. And poof, poof, poof. I want all of you. Nope, game's not going to let me do all of you. Try again. Wider box. There we go. Group up with that guy, and that guy is going to here. We're going to prepare a big surprise from the south of Iberia. Not sure who I asked them to join in on in here. Oh well, we'll find someone to join in on. You guys merge to that guy, the 87. Actually, let's do it like this. I don't want peasant boomsticks. I don't want the regulars long name. I don't want these guys either. Wait. Peasant boomsticks 1 in England. I don't want you. Unselect. For some reason they're still show selected, but that's okay. Control. There. That should be all of the levies. Wait for the slideshow to finish. We're all aiming at that guy. Go. Just to make sure for the English, everyone is coming back to here. Just in case you hadn't noticed the order. And we'll let the 2 regular stacks plus whatever is volunteering to deal with that. You go to Diez. Follow them. In an ideal world, we get even more money, and we get even more regulars, and we buy some extra because we're still so far away from artillery. We might lose a few to annexing Oettingen, Pierre Boistuau, and Eptameron are artists. We gain 10 prestige and we gain cultural influence, or we lose ducats. We lose ducats for 15 prestige and 15 cultural influence. No. Oh, then it's going to be Méritante. Pause, of course. Elwagen. No need for that. Merchant quarters we can keep. They're fancy. They allow me to trade and have some goods bring from one market to the other. Your town, you need a temple in your town. They're going to be core, that's 20%. I can get 5% more control with the temple, which basically costs nothing. And you have the peasants to max out your legumes, so max out your legume. Oettingen. Remove the fort, remove the university. 37k people. I do enjoy the conversion of the Lutherans. We have basically no pop currently. Somehow I doubt it, but we'll nod and say, okay. Remove the counting house because I'm not paying for that. Good news, you filled the library again, which means we're promoting people back into positions of interest. 2.8, we can max out the wheat, and it's great. And we'll feed the region. In Oettingen. Dillingen. You're a town. You produce furs. Max out your furs and get a temple. Besides that, keep everything. Control is going to crumble, but that's okay. We have disloyal subjects. What a surprise! What a big news! Holstein, I'm surprised. Are we not improving with you? We are improving with you. Yeah, but Malevolent, we're fighting Malevolent. That's why. Hide the current armies. The one thing I'm watching... Oh, we're gonna have Silesian German patriots. Where are they gonna be? Over there. Oh well. And Silesian patriots after that. Oh well. We'll be out of there. That's easy. Oh, I did not raise it in my Kiev levies. Like, there's peasants over here. If I wanted to, I would... Well, I have 0 control, but there would be some levies. Some form of levies here. I did mostly where I was used to. Oh! Byzantines are getting bullied by the Ottomans. Finally, you're a bit late, Ottomans, if I may say. They're gonna go to Sauverden. Saint-Avold? Dej. Saint-Avold. Diez was occupied. That's their capital. You're building a road? That's cool. Sadly, the road is probably not going to finish. Oh, well, 13 days. Actually, it is going to finish. Cool. We get a free road. What kind of road? It's a paved road. Wow. Fancy paved roads. For free, I didn't even have to pay for it. I'll pay the masonry for the upkeep. But free paved roads. What was the road? Let me see the roads. The Exodus of Kampen. Oh no, for the next 60 months, that's 6,000 Catholic pops. Oh no. Kingdom of Bohemia. Ah, Bohemia rose up again. This time, not a subject of Poland. That's the Silesian Patriots. You can move to here. And we're getting Lutheran preachers here. I like Lutheran preachers here. Because Hesse is basically done. You can go to Sauverden, but that's the extent of it. English peasants here. We have our 800 cannons, so if we shift consolidate, we don't lose any cannons. And you guys can flip to Cherbourg. How many can you carry? 3.8. Well, speed it up. We can embrace some global trade. I think I'm going to wait until I have the 22 to not go negative on stab. But I will embrace it as soon as I can. Because every institution embraced is 5% trade research speed. I want 45 here from 9 times 5. We embrace, we get 5%. Also, how much am I making from my clergy? 83. Let's be a bit risky and take a bit less from the clergy, or even keep it on 0. Now let's give them 1% for symbolic participation. Aras gaat Iran. She's... Oh, leave the country. Spemberg, says the German patriots. Occupation of Savaden is successful. Bohemia declare me their rival. Got it. Heilbronn, you're almost there. The rest is occupied. We can go to there. Poland, you want to protect them, do you? Just asking for Mastani. With your fledgling 15k men. Well, mostly new modern infantry, which is very scary, and heavy cavalry and falconets, but shh. That doesn't have to be known to everyone. I forgot to remove the fort here, son of a beep. That's about calling into all the rebellions. Call into this rebellion, into this rebellion, and into this rebellion. Although the Hesse one is about to be done, but... And I'll call you into all 3 rebellions. You, 3rd rebellion, 4th rebellion, 5th rebellion, all the rebellions! Hi, Poland. What you doing, Poland, with your army here? I mean, you're townifying this. Do I want you to townify this? I don't want you to townify this. Go to here, and then go to there. So we bonk these guys, and then we occupy this, which should prevent the foundation of the town. Here we go, Hesse. Nobody wanted to save you, Hesse. I'm sorry. I'll put in a humiliate because I can. Take all your locations first. That's a lot of locations. That was a lot of cores they took from me. No war score, no aggressive expansion cost because we're retaking the lands. We can revoke 2 cores and take all your ducats. And that sounds great. I don't think I can do anything else. Nope. Give me my cores back. The HRE lost an elector. And next time we fight Poland, if we can declare on Poland, it would be great, because then we could go and dismantle the HRE, which would be fun. Just for the sake of saying, we dismantle the HRE. You need to own more than 50% of the provinces, occupy more than 50% of the provinces of the HRE. I think that's a possibility we have reached. Keep unpaused. How are we on the Castilians? Okay, we have a few more months. We have... Okay, give the cores back. Thank you. We'll have to deactivate all the cathedrals that have been activated. That'll be an interstream activity. Okay, you blocked... Good, you blocked the creation of the city. Bye, you. Bye, you. And let's grab you. We'll see where these guys go after. Okay, they're sieging them. Perfect. No, you go to here because we're gonna need to occupy this. Go defend your land, sir. Yeah, go do that. Good job. Spremberg is done. You can move into here. Spremberg. Sicilian patriots. I don't want the Catholic zealots, but they're going to be like the nobles. They're going to wait there for their turn. Neva, what's your loyalty now that you're on 200 relations? Your loyalty is still 0. Zilch. We had some, but Malevolent Overlord is not helping at all. 67k people. I'm going to need you to bundle up. And we're going to places we can run from into neighboring lands as fast as possible. But they're arriving. And as the generals are merging in, the generals are merging to going back to previous armies. What is that? Invite Prince. We become Prince of Velik Novgorod. Sure. Union formed. Ooh. They invited us into a union. Oh. 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 Hi, Novgorod. Yes, I love that. Please and thank you. You don't have that many troops, and you're possibly threatened on all sides, but in 60 years, that means I can annex you. And that'll give me a lot of locations. How many locations do you have, Novgorod? Asking for Amistad? 313? Gonna take ages to take over, but sure, I'll form the union with these guys. We'll improve opinion, they're gonna be our best friends. We'll forget that we recently declared war, you know? Just a kerfuffle. And they weren't in the coalition. In the same union. Are we still improving with Sweden? No, we improved relations, but we stopped when they joined the coalition. You look dumb, I'm sorry, but... You're a conqueror. Which is impressive. High and low. You start on siege. No. Go to here. You go intercept those guys. This should get occupied. How's Bohemia on troops? Bohemia on troops has 133, probably hiding in their capital. Or, you know, over here somewhere. Put Knau and to here. That's 100% on you. 1, 2... I'm not going to take the humiliate with 84. Although I'm technically still gaining prestige. What's that? Air religion, same religion. Why would I want same religion? I want heir of any religion. Global trade on 2246. Nope. Take all. They don't have any more cores. Get out. You don't need to attach to me. Oh, we found the Bohemians. Hi, Bohemians. Thank you, Hasibots. We're following along, tagging. We're going to wait for the Castilian Patriots to rise up. We have 2 months. I would love for these guys to be passed in 2 months. That's somehow doubted. We might be losing a few peasants here. Chalk levies for everyone, and the English have arrived. So you guys start running down from Navarra. Down to Navarra, because we probably won't get them any further. Also, when the Castilians rise up, this is going to become cheaper. Because we don't have any artillery down here. Give me the 2 diplomats. I want 1 immediately on Novgorod. We're going to become besties. At least as besties as we can when you're allied. When you have some antagonism, so that's going to actually remove... yeah, you have 225 antagonism, so we're going to be decaying that. You don't care about my antagonism, basically. You basically don't care, but you still care a little bit, so... And the improvisation will both improve that and will reduce the antagonism. So, cool. You're taking winter. You guys can start marching to Castile in case that's something. Noble page. No, we're gonna have the Castilians, then the Catholic, then the Hussites, then maybe even the Petit Peuple, which oof, I don't want to do that. I would love for my Petit Peuple to be happier, especially in the Mastani seat. Actually, you go park in the Mastani seat. You're going to be defenders of the Mastani seat until new orders come around. Lose 5 research progress. Stop, stop, stop. He does not pose any threats to our faith. Innovation in invention ownership, seeking to lay the foundation of more concise recordings of new inventions. King Antoine von Battenberg has issued an ordinance detailing the description of new works created within France. Under the new ordinance, new inventors will need to disclose the specifications of their inventions in order to secure exclusive rights to produce their works. Patents! 1550. Reign of Henry II, Antoine von Battenberg, saw early innovations in the issuing of patent laws with the invention of the holometer instrument by Abel Foulon in 1551. In order to secure an exclusive patent for his work, Henry II ordered Abel Foulon to publish a description detailing the specification of the new invented holometer. In return, Foulon was granted a 10-year exclusive patent for a sanctioned monopoly on the invention, expiring in 1561. Issue the ordinance, we get a lot of innovative, I like that. Or we go back towards traditionalist. No, we'll issue the ordinance. Two months. Guys, you have 2 months to catch up with friends. Run! Run, little guys, run! Well, a month and a half, because 0.25 is not going to enter a rebellion. Bohemia, I leave one army over there, and that's all I do. Nobody's going to come in to defend Bohemia as of now. We're replenishing a good chunk of people per month. Hey, they all made it! Perfect. Fourth army. Merge. Consolidate everyone. Back to 88. Let's do stacks of 10k. Let's do 15. That's 12,000, 14,000, 15,000. Select. 64k. Actually, balance. You guys. Same thing. Half the cavalry. That's 4, so I want, that's 2 infantry, so I want 13. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's shift 2. No. No. 4, I want 13. That's one too many. Select. Balance. Back to big stack. 46. We could do a third. Let's do 14 after that. Select. Balance. Back to the 34. There. You are gonna do half and half. I do half. Yeah, that's fine. Orders. You can give multiple orders. I'll have one on hunting armies. The one with the generals on hunting armies. Focus siege. Okay, I can't give you the focus siege. And you, I don't want you to hunt armies yet, so we'll wait until rebellion is here, which is in a bit more than a month. Month tick plus a bit. We integrated a guy, meaning we can integrate another guy, like Middlesex, and take control over London. You love me. Are you receiving scutage? No, it's just that my vassal power is crumbling, which is great. Start the annexation of you. Cornwall, are you going to 118 still? Well, again, the malevolent isn't helping, but on 7%. What's that? Do we want empire rank? It requires high stability to avoid the decline of the empire, so the answer is no, not yet. We'll keep a tab on it. 2059? No, one more month. I want one more month, especially as the Castilians are going to revolt, and this is going to become cheaper. As global trade spreads faster, that's maybe a bit of an overstatement. Morocco, I don't like your looks here. What are you doing, Morocco? Are you doing anything silly? No. You have a truce with Castile. Good. Plus 250 step to declare, which is good. That means I'm going to be able to surge and occupy things. Castile is building an armory in Escorial. They have the surgeonry, so they have some manpower. $91.77, that's actually a decent tax base. 27, 28, and surprise! Country of Cuenca. And the Castilians joined as expected. That's the end of Castile! It's the end of Castile! Woohoo! You, peasant boomsticks, you're going straight to Escorial. Here, I don't want to hear anything about it. You guys are going to be on a mission to hunt armies in Iberia. Toledo. We'll add North and South Portugal even there, though there shouldn't be any armies over there. And Lazio, no, I'm not Emilia, Romagna and Lazio. Campania and Principato is not needed. Why are you not? Oh, because it's above. Valencia, Catalonia, Aragon, Extremadura, Castile. We just leave the Baleares out there. Oh, we'll put the Baleares in there, doesn't matter. That's you with a helmet. You have the order. Other armies. Mass order to... I don't want to carpet siege because they are going to raise levies. Focus siege everywhere except Silesia. Go. Regulars, they're still far away. Run. Hopefully the Iberians, the Cuenca doesn't raise too many people. Nope. They raise no armies for now. I'm not going to complain. Oh, you don't need to jump all of that on all on them. Well, at least that kills the Castilians. You're carpet sieging. One is gonna stop in Salamanca. In Salamanca? No, you're all going to where? Okay, you're going over there. You're hunting those guys. Okay. You're the one hunting armies. There's armies here. There's armies there. And normally when the siegers arrive in here, these guys should go elsewhere. When they take over, when these guys take over. No? Okay, I guess not. Yeah, murder. Balance. Murder more. Murder was committed. Almost. Murder is being committed. Murder has been committed. More murder! You're gonna start moving into... Their capital is here. Molina de Aragon. How are the occupations going? Really, guys? You don't need to... No. Okay. We're going to here. Instead of bunching up like idiots. One is going to Toledo. And these guys are going to hunt down those guys. Let's murder. Group and rebalance, just to make sure. Guadalajara, we're fighting the 2.5k in Guadalajara, 2.4. I'm okay with that. No more peasants in Guadalajara. You're going to wherever, I don't really care. They're returning to their capital where we're going to be sieging with those guys. So these guys should be clearing the capital for me, which is great. Okay, occupation of Toledo. From here, murder these guys. Murder. Commit more doors. More doors have been we have committed to more doors. Focus siege everywhere except Silesia. Go. You focus everywhere except Silesia. Go. Siege of Escorial is done. You guys can move to Valverde. No one seems to be going there for now. You're occupying the capital. You're occupying from the north. Good. And then these guys are going to come down, and you're just occupying a location. Good. Good. Now you're going to Puebla. Guzman. Good. You're going to half and go to here. And you are going to go and focus siege everywhere except Silesia. Focus siege everywhere except Silesia. Off you go. How's the Bohemia War? 29% only? Well, I need their annexation of Tübingen. Here. Forchheim. Remove it. You're producing wheat, so you keep your irrigation, even though you don't have any peasants whatsoever. Printer's workshop. As much as I like it, you're not employing anyone there. And you say that the cloth is not profitable, so I'd much rather, given the size of your town, that you focus on refilling your granaries and promoting your peasants, and improving that for more trade. Also, less paper. And since there's no peasant to promote, no library either. That gives some burghers, but they're going to be needed to be employed here. You. Also, the casinos have risen up. We're down to 1953, and it's slightly cheaper. So, global trade from Bordeaux, embrace. We're poor. Under our enlightened leadership, we are enlightened. We have now fully embraced global trade. Goods have been moved across continents since antiquity. But where this was previously limited to a set number of routes and goods, such as the manufactured good of India and China finding their way across the Indian Ocean and along the Silk Road, all trade is now increasingly becoming part of a greater world network. With the discovery of the Americas, sea routes around Africa, and the crossing of the Pacific Ocean, Local trade networks are being connected into one world-spanning interconnected web. Silver mined in the Andes is now being boxed and taken via Europe all the way to China and India. Iron mined and wrought in Scandinavia is being sold in West Africa by English merchants, and others are making a fortune just distributing cloth and spices within the Southeast Asian trade sphere. Local Indian merchants are investing in future European trade ventures. It may still be early to speak of a truly global economy, but surely the first seeds have been sown. Origin, Bordeaux. France, since we took it from Aquitaine quite some time ago. And they have bonus market attraction because birth of global trade. That's why I would have really liked to put it in France. No, I'm interested in this, actually. Bordeaux, neat. We compressed Pamplona to basically nothing. That's quite impressive. That's why I would, but there's a lot of saffron in here, and I would like to control the flow of saffron. Back to pores. Set control A. Stop showing all of the silly things in all the directions. You have 616 available peasants. You don't need this. You have no one to promote for now. You don't need the university. And I'm overall happy with how you look. Like that. Trade more. Just trade more. Fleischwitz. Also, you're next to Bioeth, which is great. Same as you. Get your fruit maxed out. No university. How are you on conversions? Barely starting. You can keep monastery and church. Remove the counting house. You have nobody to promote. So, what are these? Printers? Nobody in the printer workshop, so remove those. You're a town. You need a temple. Is there anything else? You're not hired. Nobody's hired in the gunsmiths. Remove the gunsmiths and remove the distillers guild. How are we doing on on migration attraction? 0.49. People still want to come in here. Available free land and surplus of work for 0.03. So the surplus of work isn't what's driving people here. Would really like people to become the laborers, though. And the fact that there's going to be open jobs in fruit industry is good. Bamberg. Bamberg producing stone. Do less cloth, I guess. And obviously you turned it out because I pressed enter one time too many. Remove the university, turn off the hospital. Keep the Lutheran preachers, yes please and thank you. Remove the counting house, I don't see a theater. That's too many levels of granaries. Because it's also employing too many peasants, too many laborers. You're closed. We'll remove a few book workshops, but not all of them. Distilleries. Paper Workshop 2 instead of Paper Workshop 1s. Let's remove the Paper Workshop 1s. They can get hired in Paper Workshops 2. And we can max out the stone. For more migration attraction, stuff like that. For counting we did. You're good. Essenbach. You have not, well, you've been checked. We're lacking fish here, maybe? We're not lacking fish, so no need to build more. You do have 2k peasants available, though, but trying to promote 1.6, so you're going to be full occupied. And I think here I am done with this guy. Cool. France is being bigger France. Cool. Bohemia, we're on 71% here. Ich. Who's the next guy to integrate? Oh, English guy, Middlesex. Let's call you into, let's support, no, just, what's knowledge sharing? 50% of embraced institutions. What institutions do you have? You have all of those. Actually, I'm curious. 50% of embraced institution to the Mestani seat. It's only Paris. But then again, what am I gaining around here? Probably not in Mestani seat proper. Well, all the others are, which is good. More spread of that. Corbeil is gloriously big. They still need to promote 6k peasants, but 59,000 people? Give it to me. And that silk? Yum yum. All the good monies from it. We have enough peasants. And for another training field. And the Mestani seat, how are we? We're back to 80 out of 83. We were on 79 earlier. We get that 5% shaved off. Moo. We did embrace the institution. So I can spend my money. I don't have money for people here. I could remove levels of medicaments because medicaments are terrible. Get more laborers, but laborers would have to promote. We'll wait until we have completely out of peasants. Province. Make me more wheat. Can always do with more wheat. Also, do you have any form of trading here going on? You don't. You have 5 here. You're good on laborers. All the laborers needed are promoted, so promote 900 peasants into this to trade more. How is Chartres doing? 1.9k peeps, but we need to promote 2k to finish this, so finish completing here, so we're not going to get anything. I know they were over optimistic on pottery when they revolted the other day. You have 20k available peasants. Max out the wheat in Orléans. And yeah, the base tax is just so low, but it's still 30k people. For 36 millions. I'll put in a counting house, even though I'm not fond of the idea. Not entirely fond of the idea. Also, increase your trade things. And that's 4k people. There's 20k available. So we're good. Vitriologe. You can still keep on promoting peasants and laborers into here. And do yourselves 3 more levels of market villages. That's 4.5% extra market access for the wood that's going to be produced here. Let's put them on that. Those rolling in. Nemours. We're still promoting peasants. Do another level of wheat. And another level and 2 levels of training fields. Let's go. Senlis, sturdy grain. Put peasants into that. We have a farming village. Farming villages are neat for the extra food production. 4% per level. Yeah. Promote peasants. We're also promoting into the fruit orchards. How are we doing on fruit orchards in Mestani seats? We have super big excess of fruit. That's cool. I want the windmill to get back in, so we keep on producing food. Beauvais. Beauvais, you've been wrecked by the plagues. There's very little chance of me actually promoting you to anything. Pippi, you could do a bit more fur, but you're still promoting. You still have 7k peasants to promote. Let's maybe not push it too much for you. Oh, bridges. I haven't done bridges in a while. Well, we're out of money, so we'll wait until we have money again. Probably after the Castile War. And they're successful. Oh, Bohemia. Hi, Bohemia. You can... We're going to check that they're not anywhere, but I don't think the Bohemians are anywhere. And we're going to go back to the Mestani seat. With the fear that the nobles are not going to take Mestani seat. Good. Catholic zealots wouldn't either. The Hussite zealots wouldn't. Petit Pup insurgents wouldn't either. Good. Are you yeah, you're regular long name. You guys merge into the regulars long name, and once they're done with 1 or 2 more provinces, Peasant boomsticks. Right, you can march home too. You guys march to Paris as well. Sieging is done. And march home. Thank you very much for your service. Alacá de Henares, Valencia. I feel like this is like pushing peasants off, triggering peasants in EU4, like triggering rebels. Like, you're ready, you're ready, you're ready. We're coming for you. No, don't do Segovia. Start marching to Paris too. Oh, Bergamo's done. Northern Italy, keep on working on that. It's all 100% integrated. Well, you know, integrated, not cord. But that means that the Cluzon bailiff is now possibly going to be worth it. Because our max control is going to go not up here, but the amount of iron is worth it. For the amount of iron, it's worth it. Click. It's immediately hired. And normally here, we should get some form of control. 0.72 change per month. Woo! Says the maximum control is 0. Has terrible satisfaction and integrated. And just integrated. Wars of religion are a bit hard on us. So, Trent, how are you doing? You've done 2 debates. Can you speed up those debates, please? Finish Trent, and then we might have to go through one more round of Wars of Religion, which would suck. And I think that's the end of them. At which point we start a bet on who's going to be the next one to rise up. We can do Bohemia out. Bohemia just because I can. Again, I can, so why not? There. Revoke your cores. The fewer cores you have, the better I am. At some point you won't have any cores left. Oh, the question is, do we declare immediately another war? That could be an option too. Before I peace out the Spaniards. No more Bohemia. You get rid of war exhaustion. It's fine, it's ticking away. The 0.64 is nothing. It's 5 months of peace. But if I don't, given that I have Catholic zealots they've been very patient, but they're waiting for their turn to rebel. same as the noble insurgents. They're very your faction, Catholics, nobles, Hussites, Petit Peuple. All of them are going to wait to revolt for me to be at peace. So if I declare another war after the Kunika war here, because at this point it's done and I can disband the peasants. 0 regulars, 0 regulars, 0 regulars. And you guys are... You lower tax rates to get nobles happy. No, not from the amount of events that are stacking, where you piss off either the Catholic nobles or the Protestant nobles, the Lutheran nobles, one or the other, and it stacks on the estate for some reason. So no, they're doomed to rebel again. If I can keep the nobles down long enough just before they rebel, I will go ahead and revoke another of their privileges. They're down to 5 privileges for like something like this. It's not that much power to them, but if I want to get my what the Lord giveth achievement, I need to remove all of their privileges. The pastors, the burghers, and Petit Peuple, it quote-unquote can wait. Especially pastors, I'm not that much in a rush. I'm happy to have my crown power. But if I can kick the nobility and the teeth in, it's quote-unquote only 40 stability, which is obtainable at this point. And yes, it's going to mean I'm going to tax them a bit less, but honestly, 18%, I can remove up to 18% happiness for them. And 18 happiness for them is 5, 10, 15, 20. So that would be losing 2% of their... There would be on -2, so 48 equilibrium if I did if I revoke all their privileges for 0 tax, but they're not the ones that I'm taxing. In the grand scheme of things, out of 1.6k income, 50 from nobles is nothing. 3 from the nobles is nothing. It's Petit Peuple and Bourgeoisie that I need to keep happy, and why I don't mind them being powerful. Because more powerful means more satisfaction. I think I saw that somewhere. Market centers makes them more powerful, yep. Taxes... They're above 60. Where's their... No, it's bonuses from them being above 60 that I'm looking at. There. From being above their above 60%, they start giving you bonuses at scale. Petit Peuple is not high enough. Well, a little bit. Levy recovery, a decent chunk actually, -1%, almost 1% on stability investment costs. I'm perfectly happy with that. But yeah, my states are mostly happy. They just need to forget that they're unhappy, and the events need to tick away. That's why I'm complaining that I need to finish the Reformation. And sadly, since I didn't win the situation the first time we got Wars of Religion, we're probably going to get hit a second time by Wars of Religion, at which point I'm going to put someone on preventing war exhaustion from the start. At peace, it ticks down, and during the situation, you can... As long as the situation is active, you're gaining 0.15 war exhaustion a month. So you can be at war, but you need to be pushing it down, so you're only gaining 0.3. When you're at peace, you're fine. But yeah, to keep on converting people and integrating people and stuff like that, I want to keep on pushing wars. The question is, who do I have truces with and when? 4 years for Hungary seems a lot. But Poland I don't. Do I have a CB on Poland? Argos would be the Ottomans. Sweden on behalf of Livonia. But he's my subject. Moldavia, you're on the truce, right? You're on the truce counter, yes, for 4 years. So I don't seem to have any CBs on Poland, which is sad. When's my next parliament? 4 years ago. In 5 months. We can totally wait on 5 months. We take whatever the nobility offers, knowing that we'll fail it. We get our claim on Poland. Any claim will do. Poland is friend with Hungary, which is going to be a nuisance. And Kiev, which is going to be a nuisance. Because Denmark was in the previous war, so I can't go after them. Or we fabricate on Biz. And we go after Biz. Because Biz has no friends. Biz has no friends, and I could nibble into here. Maybe even go and snack Constantinople. Yeah, we can do that. We can wait 5 months. Let's wait the 5 months. We can detach the cannons. Here, we can detach the peasants. That's my feudal levies all around. That's only levies. Yep. I'll have the peasant boomsticks. Get 400 of them into you and merge. I said and merge. Okay, you merge, thank you. And merge. For now. We'll hand them out to other stacks later. Unmarried children. Jean-Georges, you're Anglican, you idiot. How about this crown princess? Congratulations, you're married. 36, we're 15 away from the stuff coming up. We'll have to manage all of the castles, like Coburg. How did I get Coburg? How did I get a castle in Coburg? Remove that, remove that, remove that, remove that. Also, you see, this is why I am removing buildings. Because they come back, they're going to rebuild them. But it's easier to say, remove this, remove this. Hospitals, they're not that expensive to maintain, so if they reactivate them, wish I had more Lutheran conversions. But control is hurting. Lack of control. It's non-integrated province, so it makes sense. You don't need the counting house. Is there anything else you don't need? Nope, you're fine. It's winter, but that's it. And yeah, we have some time before this, before we get calls for peace for this. But I don't want the nobility or the Catholics or the Hussites to rise up before the end of the truce with the others. The war against Biz is it's gonna be enough. A gift to the state, ooh. 4K or gain prestige. Absolutely give me 4K money. Oh, do we want to go up to country to empire rank? It's very tempting because the empire rank. Where is it? No, it's in diplomacy. Geopolitics. I forgot where it is. Yeah, no, it's from new country. Kingdom, we have 1 culture cap, 1 artist, 500 dip range, dip cap of 2. We changed our dip cap, base dip cap of 3. No bullying Biz. I will absolutely bully Biz. About 80 years. We just came into the Age of Reformation, so we have 80 years of Age of Reformation, starting in 1615, if I'm correct. 1637. So yeah, we have 100 years of Reformation. We've gone past 13 of it. And we still haven't started going down the tech tree. That's horrible. But kingdom, we get 1 base dip cap, which is actually quite impressive and quite needed. Because the dip cap is what goes over here, would allow us to release more little vassals that would core for us. Looking at you, Sicily, for example. And yeah. And it's base dip. Then it's all the modifiers. Maximum diplomats +2, that's neat. Currently on 5 minus whatever we're not paying for dip. So cute and useful when I forget. GP score from 2K for 2K, why not? And sign alliance guarantee, yeah, blah 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 blah. Most important is the +1 cabinet seat for me and the extra dip cap, the +3 dip cap. Also, of artists, we go from 1 to 2. Oh well. We're above cap anyway, so the thing is, the disaster, I want to look up the decline of the empire. EU5. Yeah, okay, I'm looking at the Tinto talks. Yeah, estate satisfaction equilibrium minus 25%. That hurts. Okay, we need to stay on positive stability forever, basically. We are basically going to be that or 50% of our culture, or primary culture, and accepted cultures. Percentage of our country in our country is more than 50%. So either 50% average control in the region of the capital, or and positive stab to get out. So it's very tempting. The extra cabinet slot would be very, very, very interesting. What's my average control in the area? It's in capital area. That's province, Mastani. I want area. So it would be an average of 50% control here. Or 50% of accepted and main culture to get out, as it was written in the Tinto talk. So we have 24% of Francian. 289 and 2, that's going to be, we'll round that up to 6. So that's 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, let's say 39, 40, 41, 42, 42 still. We'd be on 42, so we need to gain 8% of accepted cultures, which we could add. If we could accept Gascon right now. No, because there's only 2.3% of them. We could accept Neapolitan, well, push Neapolitan to accepted, which would piss them off less. There's 1.3 million of them. Same as English, we could push these two. We could possibly even accept both of them. 0.93 and no 1.6 for the Brits. Brits we couldn't accept. But Neapolitan we could accept. And we own almost all of the Neapolitan pops. That would be 3%. Worst case we panic accept, and that works. Yeah, tolerate Neapolitan. We can tolerate the English too. Make them less pissy. We could accept Lombard as well for 0.84 if we become an empire. That's 274. Czech, we've mostly accepted them already. We already have the cores of Czech, so I'm not that worried. Campania and Principato is Neapolitan. I'd probably start working on Lombard. Then Neapolitan, because Neapolitan we have enough. Yeah. You, whatever you're doing. Start working on the cores of Lombardy. We're still core integrating in there, but get into that. It's gonna take ages, but Lombard, we won't have enough ups of the culture to accept it because they're under 2.5. So we are better culture converting them out. And there's basically nothing. Well, there's Pavia with 45, but that's about it. All the others are like evil. Sure, are you a vassal? I think you're a vassal, sure, right? Yeah, you're a vassal. Disloyal. Because I haven't bopped your opinion up. But you're a vassal. So yeah, I think we declare on Biz, because there's Epirus, there's places here to go and take. And connect with Thessaly, because that's if we can remove Epirus, it would be great. If we can't remove entirely Epirus, I think I'm going to make an outpost in Byzantium. A vassal that I release, and it's going to hold Constantinople for us until we can take it for ourselves. Bulgaria, we still have a truce with, right? Yeah, we have a truce until the coalition builds back up again. Because I can't stay on calls for peace for 4 years. Even if it's very tempting. Hey, Vero, did you fix religion issues? So, let's go to the religion map mode and you're going to answer the question. Blue, in the highlighted zone, blue is good, yellow is not good. So, give me your verdict. My capital is here. Hide that. No, come on. There you go. How are you doing, Vero? How are you doing? So, not enough. Yeah. We're aiming we have a relatively important threshold when this reaches 70%. We're on 62%. We're working on it. Yes. Well, you're Lutheran. You're probably not French. You're in the lowlands. If we look at cultures, cultures are a mess. It's the Dutch. There's no Dutch culture because the Netherlands appear after and they were already conquered. But you're Lower Franconian overall. You have a chance of being, well, you're Francian or Lower Franconian. Our main culture is Francian. We're working on making everything Francian slowly. Like Normans, we never pushed Norman, but there's, well, they haven't flipped any either. But yeah, do we want to push the Empire decision? Form Great Britain, then form Europa. Yeah, you will get to eat all the croissant. What's that, my tiny culture here? Moselle Franconian. Talk about disappearing cultures. Goodbye, Moselle Franconian. We're currently working on religion in the Pra region. If I find the marker over here. Trying to make as many people no longer Hussite in here, but all good and rightful Lutherans. Especially in Prague, because the fewer heretics I have, the happier they are. The happier they are, the less they rebel. The less they rebel, the less I have to fight the rebels, and the more I can exploit towards forming Europa. I'm trying to form the EU, well, or whatever would be the EU in game. There's work. But yeah, there's a few Lutheran down here. Yeah, cultures are a mess in this game. They tend to disappear a bit too fast. We are pushing a lot of cultures out of this world. France and GB. No, you don't need France. You need to not be Francian main culture. We'd have to figure out how to flip English main culture, but I think it's just a thing. I'm not gonna click it, but English, they need to be accepted. Let's look at one where we have what are the requirements not met? Dominant culture of France is Languedocian. Yeah, we need more than 50, and our upper class culture so our majority of our nobility should be Languedocian or English or whatever. So we're not going to be able to form GB, but it's fun to see the fact that we could maybe. Do I want to accept Lombard? Actually, I can accept Lombard. It's Czech that I would need to remove, but Czech I already culture converted. The Portuguese I worked on. We could work on Catalan, actually, instead of assimilating Lombardy. Lombard, how much would it be to accept? Tolerated 0.28. We'd be slightly over cap, but if we form Empire, we are not over cap. Would love to make Saintonge proper French, but they're not accepted. We could also work on cultures like Saintonge and Franc-Comtois, which would be over here, Franc-Comtois. No, I'd rather get my cores working on Catalan. What are my cores in Catalonia? I'd have to work on up here. Because Naples, what's the Naples culture? Can we do the Neapolitan trick? No, we need to integrate a lot more provinces before we do the Neapolitan trick. Same for England. We need to take a lot more land in England before we get cores on all of that. This is not integrated. Maybe we push some French culture over here. Or no, we push French culture over here. Because these guys are annoying as hell. Oh, it's either Friuli or Carniola. Let's do the Friuli. It won't hit much of my land, but I will get these guys. We'll hit Venice as well. Get them to become more Francian. Because more Francian means less, means that they become core. When they become green, means that the majority is French, which means they're less likely to, much less likely to revolt. Red is, they're not happy. You know what? Boom. We're now an empire. We can rival someone else. We could rival Byzantium. Hey, let's rival Byzantium. I want to keep the Mamluks in Egypt mostly friendly, if I can. I have a plus 42 opinion. Why is it on -7 now? Opinion, plus 42.66. Displayed, -7.33. Competing great power and stuff like that. Okay. Not the end of the world. They're number 3 great power in the world. But they're not a hegemon. We would have a friend in Egypt if we work hard enough. And yeah. We're gonna wait because we want to start a war with Biz, because they're the only ones we can go to war with right now without breaking truces or stuff like that. Unless we go after Muscovy. Muscovy, who are your friends, and why am I going to declare on you? You're friend with Vedik Novgorod, and I would be attacking into my PU. I don't want to attack into myself. Or we could... Oh no, Halic! We haven't fought Halic. We could bully Halic. Because you're improving with the Ottomans. You have Volnia and Drusk up there that we could nibble off and eat. Drusk, do you have cores besides yourself? No. Volnia, well, you had belts, but tough luck. We'll say tough luck. Yeah, we declare on Halic and we go for Halic. They have no friend, right? If I declare on you, Poland would join. Oh, that's even better. That is even better. We get to beat up Poland again before Poland becomes too strong. What are our next rebels? The Catalan Patriots. That's fine. There are not many of them. They're gonna release Catalonia. That's okay. Yeah, we do that. Also, boats. I need my boats to be patrolling. Make a split. These are the light ships. Split out half of the light ships. 16. Select. Balance. Patrol. Seas. What is this? This is Bay of Biscay and Celtic Sea. I want Celtic Sea. That's one sea zone, really? Yep, one sea tile. Okay. Do that in the Bay of Biscay. Congratulations, you're spreading naval presence. And the First Navy, you can balance out. We'll pop in. Colonel Biz, escape the New World. Be free. Exactly. Exactly. I don't want any Carracks. I want them to leave my navy alone. My navy is fine. They're innocent. They're just spreading trade and money. Nobody should want to hurt my boats. And the 16, not you. You guys patrol the seas in English Channel. And we'll do North Sea as well. It's a bit large for them, but frick it. Frick it! We're still gaining sailors, we're regaining manpower. There was a blitz here that was great. Advisor! We unpaused, we needed 1 day. Cool. Mr. Cabinet Slot, you are going to be... Ooh, I have 2 integrators, 2 people integrating. 1 person assimilating. I think I want a 3rd person integrating. Yeah. And let's start finishing northern Italy. There we go. Integrating, and we're missing a dude to do the thing. Jean-Georges, my son. You're the best available, and you're my dynasty, which is going to give me more crown power. Cool. So we need to wait on the declaration. Well, until we summon the parliament. But you guys can already start marching towards Halic. We'll need to raise armies to go deal with Drutsk. But that's okay, that's nothing to write home about. We're back to making, yeah, we can go back up to 49k manpower, which I would love to do. And when we declare on Halic, we also declare on Poland, right? Yeah. But Poland has only 19,000 peasants. Well, they also have regulars, but... How many regulars are you sporting? Since I beat you up, Poland, less is the answer. I could raise a few extra regulars as well. And Halic, what do you bring to the table for the fight? You bring infantry cavalry, but you're still on, well, your light lancers and early arquebusiers. You went with a less good infantry. The Polish troops are going to be the scary ones. That stack specifically. So maybe we can start right next to them. Like, whoop, zoop, 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 zoop. Run and just, casually picnic over here. Casual picnic time over here. Absolutely no reason, right? So now we need to stay positive on stability forever, basically, if we don't want the decline of the empire. Game, okay, we're just... Nothing moving, good. Nothing moving, nothing breaking. Catalan patriots are about to rise up, so we won't be able to declare on Halic immediately. We'll have to raise some levies again, which we could actually already do. We're still at war, technically. We'll have to disband them before we declare, but... zoom out. Do that, and the Baldo side of things. Yeah, 27k is more than enough. They'll put 1 month to recruit, and then we try and run them out and see what happens when the Catalan rise up. And probably not going to happen much to them. 1 day, 2 days for all of them. Select all the armies except the 2 regular. Oops. 1 and 2. And you're all going to merge with this guy. Good luck to the little guys down there. They might get killed in the process. Hungary, Livonia. I would love to go. Oh, England. Actually, we have England on September 1st of September 1552. Ooh. No, because it's a truce. The truce with England is longer than that. Yeah, we have truce until 54. Boo! Sad for Northumberland. Moldavia from Wallachia. I'd love to, that's why I'm not integrating Wallachia yet. I attack Argos. Just looking at not making a CB. The Ottomans and Kurdistan. How would Kurdistan even arrive? Well, quite easily if they're allowed through the Rednitz. Ottomans? What kind of troops do you bring, Ottomans? Just asking for a Mastani. Infantry, cavalry, artillery, and auxiliaries. Early arquebusiers, halberdiers, you're on light lancers. Not fond. So similar size of army. So, well, same units as me. But if I can take all of Argos, I would love it. Oh, Biz, you lost Biga and Groningen. Meaning crossing into Ottomans would be a pain. Especially as we're not the mill hegemon, and we're not going to be the mill hegemon for a while. Like reaching 37,000, even when we double, we're going to be on 32k troops. So that's not going to work. India has consolidated a bit too much. I'm happy to be my cultural hegemon. Who is losing that? That's great. And dip hegemon, I'm fine. So maybe not Argos and Ottomans, because I don't have a way to cross. I don't have any form of navy, and they have, well, Ottomans don't have a navy at all. That's interesting. That's actually very interesting. Because maybe we beat the Ottomans back, we take Argos for ourselves. Thessaly, you're a fiefdom or a march, right? You're a fiefdom, so you're disloyal, so you're not getting anything. Sadly. But I could get Greece, bits of Greece. Except it would be a super long war to get them to break up, and the issue is that these guys would form the coalition again and would come after me again. Except this time there won't be Castile in it. I just don't want the current rebels to, well, the nobles or Hussite or Catholics to actually rise up. They're not three waiting to rise up. They're very kind. They're taking turns. They're like, no, wait, you have other rebellions to deal with. Aragon! Hi, Aragon. Guess what, Aragon? I have 4.8k men here. That are going to march to Fraga to start with. And even the one little guy, he made it out. He had crossed. He has crossed. He's safe. That means that since I have this war, I can stop this war. So I have to negotiate with Kunyenka. Oh, make the difference between them. It's the Tudio, which is... Okay, that's their overlord. So we go from bottom up. We don't miss a single province. And we say, goodbye, Castile. No more Castilians in this world. No more Castilians in this world. We take all their ducats. And just because we can, I didn't humiliate. And we take that province. And that's about it. No more Castilians. Castile gone. Iberia, mostly mine. Peace. It was a generous offer. The game said it. We're generous, chats. So how do you go about that? Rip the non-believers? Yes, there's a bit of that. We send our cabinet member. I have one converting in Praha, so each month he's insisting upon people to become Lutheran. Probably not very efficient, but because I don't have that much control in Praha. But to answer the question, yes, we are. Where's Praha? Praha's there. Prague in French. Well, no, he's doing a good job. He's doing a relatively good job. We're mostly spiritualists. There's a cathedral. The Age of Reformation helps a lot. So we're basically countering the penalties and then putting in a good word for ourselves. And each month, 190 pops that are not Lutheran. So pops are the nobles, clerics, burghers, laborers, soldiers, peasants, tribesmen, and possibly slaves, but we don't have tribesmen and slaves. Decide that actually it's a cool thing to be Lutheran instead of being Catholic or Hussite. And they stop either. And they become Lutheran, and we get more Lutheran, etc., etc., etc. Slani has been all convinced. Down here, we have a few Catholics that are still like, maybe. Same thing here, but they're getting converted out. Here we have still 11,000. Prague is the big chunk, because there's 136,000 Catholics to convince. It's going to take a long time. But yeah. For absolutely no reason I'm here. Are you even paying for those? Nope, no morale. That means we could come in and wipe the Polish armies. That would be amazing if we do that. So, Aragon, are you raising armies or not? See, they're immediately starting things. Counting houses. Ick. Ick. For now, I'll push forward one at a time until we're done grouping everyone up, which... Oh, iron output, plus 75%. Cool. Until the last guy's arrived. Carthage declared us their rival. Oh, there's Monzon. Missed it. They decided that we could act, that we said, the capital is here. We stepped on it, like, actually no, the province capital is up here. Annoying. Well, occupy Monzon. You do have 6k men. Easy. Group. You. Focus siege. Aragon and Valencia. Half and the other half. Balance. Front armies. And overall, Iberia. Where is Iberia in the list? Down here. In Extremadura, Catalonia, Valencia. We're not going to do the Balearics. North, South Portugal, Toledo, Castile, and Murcia and Andalusia. Just in case they run away a bit far. Just in case they run a bit far away. There, we're gonna get a jet. They're gonna get a noble to lead them. There we go. And you guys balance, and we're good. One possible rival. Oh. But I don't want to rival people. Although, if I rival people, I do get the prestige. Otherwise, I'm losing prestige. Right, because I was rivaling Castile. And Castile died. That's why. États généraux in... close to Paris, but not exactly in Paris, like Meaux. I want, sadly, the promote integration process. Let's promote the burger. It's 1% difference. Let's reach out to our faith. 37% success. Support for land focus, absolutely. We will address local assemblies as well. And that's it. And now we go and say, hey, Parliament! We have 7 stability, so we can't afford to fail the issue. Would you give me a CB on Halic? For Halic proper. We lose 50 support, so we're going to fail the debate. That's okay. We'll live with it. Devastated locations. Yeah, I know. That's devastated. Pop needs. Bordeaux market. How are you still? You're missing olives and fruit. We might be able to do that. Genoa, sturdy grain, clothes, wild game. Okay. There's two needs that I cannot fulfill, and 2 that I can. So these guys are going to walk all the way to those guys, and they have 531 people following them. Cool. They have followers. And you should be chasing people down and murdering people. Lose stability. No. We'll lose the prestige. Goritska. Ah, wow. That's all of Carniola. Was it all of Carniola? I had a subject in Carniola. Oh well. Integration of Carniola. Let's go. Reintegration of Carniola. I guess because Goritska is here. And that delays the war, and that's an integration of a fiefdom. Because Carniola was a fiefdom. We're technically ruling the country that is rebelling against us. Okay, we have 1. We're going to fight the 5k. That's the big battle. Not going to make or break the siege, but helps. Why did you not take on Monzon, you idiot? Oh well, you'll get back to Monzon at some point. See, you're going back to Monzon. Perfect. You're chasing the 2k. That makes sense. Conviction of Blanche von Battenberg. Who is she? Our ruler's daughter? I want the spiritualist, but sure, move to the Crown of Aragon. We're about to eat Crown of Aragon, so don't really care. Doesn't matter. Carniola. The big question is, am I going to be able to integrate Carniola and eat all of Carniola? I have to negotiate with Goritska. Can I eat all of them? Yes. Yes, there's 42 here. That's gonna make me on 88, and Goritska is basically nothing. Good. Verona, you have 2.8k troops. How about I call you into this rebellion? Yeah, I called you into the correct war. Otherwise, I would have turned around and called you into the other one. Okay, 270 Aragonese troops out. Eugene has fallen down here. We caught the Goritska troops on their fort. Can I catch you? You're 400 regulars and some cavalry, but you should not be a match to my armies. Indeed, not a match. And your regulars, murder. Now I get a few ticks of morale until you come in with your peasants. Murdered. And our guy is a master of arms. Or was it you? I don't know who it was, but I'm okay with that. Half of you go to Trieste. Half of those left behind go to Goritska. And we're gonna occupy all of that, and that. And we'll eat all of that. Occupation, oh, Morella is the other one. I don't want to assault the fort, even though it's extremely tempting. Cabinet lacks member. The converting Praha person stopped. Rude. You're terrible. You're as terrible, but you're a bit younger. Mr. Clergyman. I don't want that. Oh, first we liberate Udine. We're gonna go move into here. Into Buzet. Minus 5%. Okay, it's just Carniola and you. Good. Just keeping an eye because AI sometimes gets allies. And you're not warned when, unless you have the message setting, but I've never bothered to actually activate it. So it's my fault, but I'm not warned when people join wars against me, which sounds very silly, and is very silly. I'm too used to EU4, where once you declared a war, no, the belligerents were set, and it was... Oh no, it's Encanta Vieja, so you can go to Teruel, retake Teruel. And once these occupations are done, we can declare, well, we can finish the war here, move up, well, finish, not peace out, move up, declare. You can group up with the regulars, then, yep. You move on to fort, you move on to these guys. And now we have enough cannons to do all the things and stuff, all the occupations. They shouldn't be able to raise any troops of any sort. And 1.61 of Aquileia is actually French now. It's not going to prevent Goiska from rising up again, but maybe in time. Sativa. Now to Oriola. And you guys can just basically disband already. Goodbye. Thank you very much for your help, Mr. Iberians. Iberian peasants, thank you very much. We have lost a core of Zabern. Where is Zabern? What's happened to Zabern? Ah, Strasbourgum. Why do we get one little location? I mean, I'm fine with that. We'll raise a few levies and we'll go bonk them again. Strasbourgum being here. Let's go overkill. Let's raise 8k men. Half of them are going to be targeted at this guy, who can't even siege the neighboring province. We're about to lose 7 stability, which is not cool. Go! We're trying to raise levies. 161 men. That might be enough to actually start sieging something. Issue fails. Yep. You're going off to into nowhere land. Okay, got it. Electric to Strasbourg. Not going to protect you. General. No, I'll suggest he leaves the country. They have no troops there. That's their one cavalry. Oh, maybe not. Nope, gone. No more. They can't get anything more. How are we doing on Aragon? You have the occupation. We'll just check. Yep, can go home. Thank you very much. Piece that out. Ooh, we still have some Aragon cores that we can revoke. Cool. Cause we can. We're that cool that we can revoke cores and take all their money. Cores will prevent them, in theory, should prevent them from rising up in the future overall, but, you know, don't trust it. Take all their ducats. Say bye-bye! Bye-bye has been said. They're out. These guys are wandering around, that's fine. You're still sieging those two things. Good. They have no troops, right? Yes, they have no troops. I mean, they have 10 boats, but... boats don't want to protect you. Corruption among the pastors! Oh, free stability. Or money. No, sorry, pastors. You'll regain it soon, TM. And I mean, you're part of the Catholic Zealots, right? Might actually start some form of rebellion for you, but yeah, pastor insurgents. There they are. Only 54k of them, and they'll become happier over time, so they shouldn't rise up. Anyway, or otherwise, they'll wait for their turn. You're taking winter attrition. Boo! Vendor's dessert. That's cool. We're gonna... How many provinces, Carniola? Carniola is 14. I might release them immediately as a vassal. Because they could be... they would be loyal because they're a vassal and I've mostly integrated my vassals. Reminds me, am I integrating another vassal? The next up, Neapolitan Patriots. Ooh, that's gonna be quite a few people. Only 18 though. Actually quite mild. That's 100%. Strasbourg peasants, you're lucky. You can go home. Nom. Nom. And I can revoke all your cores. You were a vassal or a fiefdom of France. You no longer are. RIP. There. It poofed. And I think I'm gonna raise more peasants because I can't have the peasants pre-raised to fight off the Neapolitan, which are 97. Yeah, we have 5, 8 months, 9 months. 9 months to bring troops down to here. So it's already raised the Italian levies. There, and the Genoa ones. Except not through the Alps, because through the Alps they're just gonna freeze in the Alps. 8k, that's a bit low. 15k. 17k with the 8s, that should be more than enough to deal with Naples. Maybe someone comes in to defend them like Biz did last time and we get a free war against Biz. Wouldn't mind it at all. Hey, Petit Peuple insurgents are almost there. Hey, Petit Peuple insurgents. You guys are going down. Tavern is a core again. Woohoo! Deployed with Middlesex has improved as much as possible. That means you... Oh, well, you're being integrated already. Oops. Someone else to integrate. Kent, I don't really want to do both Middlesex and Kent. Awas, what's your opinion of me? 183. In a month or two, you're ready to start annexation. That would be an option. But we have Augsburg. Look at little Augsburg here. They are ready to become part of France. Boom. Syria, you're a disloyal fiefdom, right? Yes. 117. Carniola was not much of an increase in control, in overall strength. But if I bite the face off of Byzantium, well, Halich first, but armies. Go to the north of Naples, go to this guy. Congratulations, 22nd Army, 222nd Army, you're the peasant stack. Peasant stack that is going to flee from the region of conflict, where the Naples people could possibly rise up. I did not select people. This should select a lot of people. Nope, other way around. No. There. Group up with that one, and you are grouping up with that one too. Does that guy even have a general? No, no general. You're like, no, we don't need a general. We're stronger than that. Good, 2 annexations, 429 and 556 for Augsburg. Augsburg's gonna be annexed super duper fast. Great. I need to sit on this war until Naples rises up. Again, preventing any Hussite, Catholic, nobles, Petit Peuple. Because now there are going to be 3 of them waiting 4 of them waiting patiently for their turns. But chat, it's past midnight. I have to work tomorrow. And I've mostly, to not say entirely, skipped dinner. Which is not good for your health. You should not be doing that. But I did it. So it's time for dinner for me. You took Skofiliana. You took the other fort. You both can both go to Prague. It's a great place. Or maybe we put, no, one of you is going to march back to the Mastani seat just in case, you know? In the possible eventuality that I don't control the Hussites, the different rebellions, and that things are going to happen. Just in case, you know? Little off chance. South Bavarian Patriots, what are those gonna be? Nothing to write home about. But yeah, we want to stay on this war until the next war and keep on doing those until we're done with all the wars and the integrations. And when occasion presents, just tip someone. So if you're on YouTube, this is the moment where we're going to reach the end screen. This is the moment where you can like, subscribe, comment if you haven't, and say who do you think I should go after next? England, Hungary, Bulgaria, Byzantium, Poland, Halych, Denmark, all as options. Who knows? And YouTube, Twitch, we're gonna find someone to raid. That's what we do after streaming. We raid people. Friendly raid. And I know exactly. And I already raided Poi recently, but I love EU4, and he's playing Anbenar, which I'm very interested in, and he knows a lot about Anbenar, and he's gonna still be on for a while. So let's go raid Poi. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for all of the people who chatted, raided, redeemed things, followed, all of that. Thank you very much. And I'll see you guys next stream, which is probably tomorrow evening. I'm expecting a new PC anytime next week. I just need for them to finish assembling it. When that happens, there will be a pause in streams. And if I could get this run behind me before, it would be great. If I can't, well, too bad. But in an ideal world, I finish this run on this old machine, and we see after that. In terms of land, we are on... Well, we have options for Roman Empire again. We're on 1,667, sorry, provinces, well, locations owned. And when we go after Halych, it'll be more. Thank you everyone for being here. I'll see you guys probably tomorrow for the next stream, where we're gonna pick up this and hopefully do another little war. Until next stream, see ya.